On the pedestal stood the king, broadcasting that he was Byron Roche Durkan, the king of Durkan, announcing a divorce from the girl Arona Salia, and she was no longer the queen, which means she had no place in this palace. He added that since she was still a resident of the empire, she needed to leave the palace and return to her homeland. Handing her the divorce papers, he said that he had prepared one old cart for her. The king threw the parchment at her, saying that perhaps she could stay in the palace if she begged His Majesty the Emperor. The scroll fell on the head of the bowing girl. She listened to what her ex-husband was telling her, that of course he didn't like the fact that imperial blood flowed in her, but he could take pity on her and take her back. A young girl named Lydia Estea came to the divorce procedure, saying that she gets motion sickness even just from talking, not to mention the cart on which she arrived. She was the daughter of Count Estea, the richest man in the kingdom, and worked as a personal servant to the Empress of Arona. The girl lived in the palace because of her status as a personal servant, although she did not have royal blood, but she soon became the king's lover, a relationship with whom he did not even hide. The new chosen one held the king tightly by the hand, saying that she knew about his situation, but was so worried about him that she came. Byron gave his beloved a special piece of jewelry, an elegant handmade silver tiara, decorated with black diamonds that were darker than the depths of the sea and brighter than the light of the moon. It was a set along with his crown. The jewelry with which the decoration was encrusted was the dowry of the former queen. No one expected such an act from the king, because Aaron had the most noble name in the empire. She is the only heir to the entire power, Aaron Sal de Kaision. The people of the kingdom pitied her because she received the news and divorce papers with such disgrace. People whispered that, judging by her blood, she was of a more noble class than the new chosen one. Many believed that she was simply a former queen, and all families should bow their heads before the ruler, which means there is no point in feeling sorry for her. The couple standing behind her were discussing that in the imperial family, such a divorce was considered shameful, and she must return and spend the rest of her life hiding in some tower. Those present believed that Mrs. Lydia was more suitable for the role of ruler. Everyone knew that the king did not love his first wife, and most thought that he would avoid divorce for the good of the family. Queen Arona was the half-sister of Emperor Lucian, ruler of the entire continent, and the niece of Duke Reichel, who is called the ruler of the southern part of the state. Because of the girl's status, Byron married her to maintain his reputation as a ruler with only a small territory. The arranged marriage lasted a little over 2 years, but in the end, the king changed his mind because of his mistress Lydia. The girl did not like being in the status of a mistress, so he decided to give her the title of queen. Of course, this was not an easy decision, because during their life together, there were several reasons to start the divorce process. The first event was the rather unexpected pregnancy of Larissa's mistress. After this, the queen became more cruel towards her hated maid. The last straw that pushed the king to take such a step was the confidence that his relationship with the emperor would continue even after the divorce. One night, the ruler's envoy came to Byron. The man was a magician and resembled a beautiful ice sculpture. The guy told him that the emperor was not against the ruler's divorce because his kingdom had already proven its loyalty more than once. The king, who was lying in bed, was frightened, but upon hearing the good news, he returned to his senses. He continued to hear that the queen's dowry was only a small part of what was on the territory of the empire, and it would be stupid to spoil relations because of such a trifle. After these words, the king decided that there was no point in delaying any longer because they would not insist on the return of the dowry. Remembering his wife, he realized the good news for him that he could divorce her without any losses. Now Byron stood with his new chosen one, towering over his ex-wife. He said in a joyful voice that it was time to finish this, but initially he did not have such a desire. The king added that if she had been even a little smarter, it would not have come to this. After the wedding, he thought every day that if Arona had descended even for a minute to mere mortals and asked him to love him at least once, then everything would have been different. He was haunted by the thought that if she had been like Lydia, who secretly went into his bedroom and flirted with him, then the divorce would not have taken place. The queen left him alone every time and gave way to his mistress because she was never interested in him. The king continued to think that he was sure that her coldness was due to the fact that she considered him a bird of a different flight. Watching her slowly gather a bundle on the floor, he said that she was all so correct until the very end, and he no longer wants to see her face, but will live in peace, knowing that she has returned to where she came from. After collecting the scroll from the floor, the former queen raised her pleased face to look at them. Rising from the floor, she said that she no longer needed to maintain decency in front of him, which greatly embarrassed the king. Straightening up, the girl smiled widely and joyfully, saying that from that day on, he was nothing to her. The king was frightened by her joy and asked what she was thinking about, to which he heard the answer that they were now officially divorced. He didn't understand why she was happy, saying that she was in shock from the divorce and had lost her mind. After listening, his girlfriend bowed and thanked him that it was all over because she had restrained herself so much all these 2 years. The former queen angered him by saying that she was waiting for him to take the initiative. The angry king shouted at her, saying that she did not understand the situation she was in, and she did not dare talk to him like that. The mocking Arona told him that it was he who did not understand the whole situation because it was he who started the divorce process, not her. Watching his frightened face, she thought that in 2 years she had never seen such an expression on his face. The king continued to stand his ground and said that she was in great shock, and he had the feeling that she had not gotten it. The girl turned to the crowd and called Belle, asking him to come out and convey the emperor's words to the king. The guards guarding the ceremony hall stood and believed that the girl had gone crazy from shock, but suddenly a strong wind rose in the hall. Everyone in the room was frightened by such an unexpected appearance of the young man. The guy had skin as white as snow, pitch-black hair and silver-colored eyes that absorbed everything around him, a perfect face created by the gods. The king quickly realized, as soon as the smoke cleared, what kind of person had appeared so unexpectedly. It was the king's messenger who visited him one night with good news. Out of fear, the king shouted why the emperor's envoy came to them at such a time, to which he heard the answer that he was ordered to appear. The guy added that he himself did not know the emperor's envoy or assistant, and asked if they had not heard the empress call him. The king's new lover asked him which empress he was talking about. Belle informed them that Lucian's Emperor Cassian had passed away, and he came to tell them of his death. The king was shocked by the news and said that until recently everything was fine with the ruler. From time immemorial, the empire was in the hands of the Kajin dynasty, and the young emperor had no heirs. The contenders for the throne were the second prince Arian Kaisian and the half-sister of the late emperor Aran Kaisian. The king asked if the second prince had taken the place of the emperor, to which he heard the answer that, unfortunately, he was also gone, because they were both attacked. Byron continued to shout that they were talking complete nonsense and who dared to attack the emperor. The girl told him that the guy who came was a magician of the imperial family, who personally came to notify him of the death of the ruler, so this news is true. The king could not believe everything that was said, and did not know what to do if it turned out to be true. Emperor Lucian had no particular quarrels with anyone, and was in excellent health, but only a few years had passed since the beginning of his reign. One day, when the butler was helping him get dressed, he told him that lately he had too much business outside the empire, and the next morning he was attacked. Being terrified, the king was interested in who would take the throne, to which he heard the answer that the second contender for the throne also did not leave heirs, so the throne passes to the next family member. The imperial magician added that according to the marriage contract, the husband would inherit much that would fall to his wife. Looking at the satisfied girl, Belle added that this is not only about the queen's devotee or property. Addressing the newly made spouses, the guy added that the title would also apply to the king. This meant that the next ruler of the empire should have been none other than Byron, if he had not divorced his wife in advance. The king fell, not believing what he had done, and his new passion tried to calm him down. It suddenly dawned on him that if he had waited another day, he would have had the entire continent to himself. The guy added that since the divorce occurred before the death of the emperor was announced, another person takes the place of the ruler. The imperial magician looked at the girl, extended his hand to her and said that the next ruler of the continent was Her Majesty Empress Arona Salier de Quezon. Then he looked sternly at everyone in the palace and said that if he were in their place, he would bow his head. The king was at a loss how this could happen to him and still could not believe the words of the magician. The former queen laughed heartily and asked her past husband if he had heard everything. She suggested that he show due respect to the new ruler of the empire by bowing his front head. Rising from his knees, Byron still denied what was happening, saying that this simply could not happen. The king suddenly rushed towards her, shouting that she could not be an empress, since most recently she had only been the queen of Dirkan. The ex-wife smiled at him, informing him that in accordance with the message from the late emperor, she had become the new ruler of the continent, and ordered him not to pretend that he had not heard anything. The king was numb, his body did not obey him, and his new passion tried in every possible way to calm him down. Arona ran out of patience and said that if it was so difficult for him to show decency, then he would return all the dowry that she brought with her. As she was about to leave, she ordered that a cart be immediately prepared, fully loaded with gold, with which she arrived 2 years ago. The girl added that as he said, she must leave the palace before the end of today, so he must immediately carry out her order. Frightened, Byron seemed to be dreaming everything around him, or it was a real nightmare. Noticing the confusion on the king's face, the empress rudely asked him if he was deaf. She also added that they were divorced, and is he really not going to give her her dowry? Having finally controlled himself, the unfortunate king remembered that the emperor had sent him a message. He said that the magician gave him this paper, saying that the imperial family did not want conflict, and he could keep the dowry for himself. Bell said that he never said such a thing, but only quoted that it was stupid to spoil the relationship between them because of such a trifle. Covering the new empress with himself, the guy added that apparently the king of Darkhan was not a far-fetched person, and he should have explained himself better. Looking sternly at Byron, he said that if he wants to keep his head on his shoulders, then after the divorce he must give the dowry. The king was speechless again and opened his mouth wide, unable to find the words to respond. He fell to the floor again, losing his last strength, which greatly frightened his pregnant mistress. Now Arona towered over these fools, ordering that in an hour in front of her, there would be a cart filled to the very brim with gold, and if they did not have enough treasury, then the jewels from the royal walls and roofs would have to shine. And if this was not enough, then they would melt everything jewelry and swords of their guards. The king tried to stop her, but the new empress added that even if there was still empty space after his throne and their crowns were in the cart, they would have to cut off Lydia's and his hair to fill the void. The girl spoke calmly, so that her words echoed loudly from the walls of the palace, which would soon be empty. She did not forget about her mother's black diamonds, which were her dowry, and now adorned the crowns of her ex-husband and his mistress. After finishing her orders, she called her assistant imperial magician over to them. The guy approached the young people sitting on the floor and said that they must do everything that Her Majesty the Empress wished. Lydia tried to hide behind the king's back, trying to find out from her lover what this all meant. Bell sharply extended his hand to the head of the king's mistress, grabbed the crown, and with a deft movement removed it from her head. The girl screamed in surprise, and Byron asked if everything was okay with her. Then, looking at the imperial magician, he said that he was an ill-mannered, impudent person. While he was shouting that the guy had no right to do this, Bell grabbed him by the scruff of the neck and pulled him towards him. Without ceremony, he with a sharp movement removed the king's crown with a black diamond. Byron bowed his head and said that he calls himself a magician, but in reality he is just a bouncer, and his behavior goes beyond what is permitted. Then he jumped up, blushing with anger, and shouted after him about how he dared to ignore King Durkan. The guy answered him that he was a terrible egoist because he gave the dowry that his wife brought to his mistress. Holding the crowns in his hands, the magician added that he had no right to be indignant, and with a sharp movement, broke the crowns into pieces. The fragments fell to the floor, making a loud sound in the quiet imperial hall, only Lydia screaming about her tiara. The guy, using magic, took 2 black diamonds that fell out of the lovers' crowns. He then went to his new empress to give her what she rightfully deserved. He gently took her hand and presented her with 2 black diamonds from her late mother. With a sparkle in his eyes, the imperial magician asked her if he had completed his task well. The girl touched his face and said that he had done a good job and suggested that he leave the palace, saying that she no longer wanted to see these stupid faces. Leaving the palace hall, she said that she could not wait to look at what she had inherited. Arona recalled how one night she looked out the window, which overlooked the imperial palace. Lucian held her hand tightly, telling her that this was his palace and his empire. Then he added that, as the ruler of the entire continent, her life also belonged to him, and told her to forget everything she dreamed of and not even count on the throne. Glancing angrily at his half-sister, he reminded her that she was a helpless creature over whom he had power. After the death of the previous emperor, her half-brother Lucian locked her in a small tower of the palace, and upon reaching adulthood, the girl was supposed to marry King Diran. Their union was only an advantageous marriage in which there was no place for love, because her new husband was more happy about her dowry than about her. The most important thing was that thanks to the engagement she managed to get out of that small tower and gain at least some kind of freedom, so she turned a blind eye to Byron's changes, because it seemed to her that she could endure such humiliation, seeing his face only once every few days. However, her husband found himself a mistress, to whom he swore eternal love and asked that she always look only at him. The people of the kingdom were happy to see how the king and his mistress were suitable for each other. In this beautiful world, the only one who was superfluous was Queen Arona, who seemed out of place everywhere. Holding the glasses in her hand, she heard Lydia's mocking voice that the king had told the queen to wait and hold their glasses. Clinging to him, the mistress said that he had promised her to dance the first dance with her. Taunting his wife, Byron remembered the promised dance of his new passion. He added that his wife should hold their glasses of wine and wait a little. Smiling maliciously, the king said that he didn't even think that she would really stand with them in her hands, because usually you can't force her to do anything just like that. The mistress noted that most likely the queen does not know that His Majesty has hated warm drinks since childhood, and she will have to cool them down. Lydia was the queen's personal servant, the king's first love and his mistress, and in order to keep this girl close to him, he appointed her as a servant immediately after the wedding. Having given the glass to the servant, Arona said that she felt bad and therefore would go and rest. Her husband's new passion said that the queen should not think that they were disgusted by her company, but if she so wanted, she could leave. After these words, Lydia rushed to the throne chairs and sat down directly in the queen's place. The king added that there were no more places, and the real queen would have to stand, which must be incredibly difficult. Returning to her chambers, the girl could not believe that she was married to such a fool. Walking quickly along the corridor, she could not understand at what moment everything had deteriorated so much. Arona began to remember how on their wedding night, the king took his leave in search of Lydia's company. The next day, he made up tall tales about their wedding night, saying that he didn't see anything special in his wife. Smirking smugly, he told the guards that in his opinion she was the worst of them all. Hearing his words, the queen was overcome with heat. She did not understand how he could tell such a thing. The next day, he said that he had entrusted Lydia with managing the castle's household affairs, and if Arona needed anything, it was necessary to obtain the approval of his mistress. A week later, the queen accidentally stepped on the skirt of her new passion, after which the king pushed her away, shouting that his chosen one could fall. Having reached the room, the girl tried to get rid of her memories, realizing that he was such a fool from the very beginning and will remain until the end of his days. But she was ready to endure all the ridicule and insults, just not to return to that small tower. Her half-brother hated her from birth, because her mother was Empress Annabelle, and for some time she lived in the Duchy of Reichel. Their father was weak in body and died quickly after the birth of his daughter, so she was going to live quietly with her mother's relatives. As soon as the elder brother took the place of the emperor, he immediately locked the girl in the tower. That's why she put up with all of Byron's antics. No matter how stupid he was, everything was better than living locked up. Her mother received black diamonds as a gift from the emperor when she was a teenager. These stones were very famous in secular society and became part of the dowry that she brought to Durkan. As soon as the girl saw them in the tiara of her husband's mistress, she was overcome by overwhelming anger. Over time, anger gave way to fear because Count Estia, who saw his daughter in a tiara next to the king, decided that his little one could become a queen. Attempts began to be made on Arona's life. There was often poison in the food, and killers suddenly attacked, sneaking into her room through the window at night. She really became scared, which is why she couldn't stay calmly in her room, and over time this castle ceased to differ from a small tower. Taking a deep breath, the queen knew she couldn't take it anymore, but didn't know what else she could do. Opening the door of her bedroom, the girl saw a snow-white leopard lying on the carpet in her room. Arona stood in a stupor, trying to understand what the animal was doing in her room and whether this was an attempt on her life. The snow-white leopard quickly twitched his ears when he heard the girl's approaching steps. She looked at him with admiration, noting to herself that it was the first time she had seen such a huge and beautiful animal. Standing in the doorway, she silently admired the beauty of the animal that had come from nowhere. The leopard growled in his sleep, and the girl realized that it was still dangerous and decided that she had a headache because of fatigue. Arona decided to go out into the corridor to call someone for help, but suddenly the leopard opened his eyes. The queen only had time to think for a second that her life would be cut short so quickly. The cute animal knocked her to the floor and once on top, growled right in front of her face. Closing her eyes, the girl tried not to think about the fact that sudden death would overtake her. A few seconds later, it was no longer a leopard that towered over her, but a beautiful young man. Lying on the floor, she looked at the stranger from head to toe, trying to figure out who he was. She realized that the mysterious stranger was a high-ranking magician capable of transforming into a divine being. The guy sternly asked her whether she was Anno Asal de Kaizion or not. Turning away from her, he reached into his jacket, taking out a small package from his pocket, saying that the conversation would be quick. It turned out to be a letter from her friend, saying that if she wanted to leave the kingdom, he would gladly find a motive to curse him. The mysterious sender turned out to be the magician Anakin, who tried his best to help his friend in a difficult situation. The dark-haired guy said that they met him at the academy and suggested that they read the letter to the end. The note said that the emperor and his heir had been brutally murdered and that her friend had sent her a gift in the hope that she would be able to make good use of it. At the end of the letter, he sincerely wished her good luck, saying that he was waiting for her at the imperial castle. The girl's hands shook when she learned that her two half-brothers were dead, which meant that her stupid husband could take the throne of the emperor. Sitting down on a chair, the girl could not believe that both heirs died so unexpectedly for the entire empire. Of the members of the imperial family in a direct line, only she remained, to whom the empire was supposed to pass. 2 years ago, she married King Diran and swore that everything she had, and all the titles that were due to her, would go to her husband. At that time, the emperor had an heir, and she could not possibly think that the title would pass to her. Imagining that her idiot husband could become an emperor gave her a headache. The magician who had been watching her all this time asked her if she was close to her brother because she seemed more angry than upset by the news. The girl apologized to him, saying that she had too many thoughts in her head right now. Understanding what was written in the letter, it remained a mystery to her what gift her friend had prepared for her. Not finding an answer, she decided to ask the messenger what kind of gift Anakin's note was talking about. The guy was also perplexed that he had to buy something before coming to her. Sitting opposite her, he asked if a gift would really console her, to which he received the answer that it was written so in the letter. Beaming with dissatisfaction, the magician said that he had not been given any gift to deliver. Reflecting on the situation, she thought that her friend could not send her such a meaningless message and a powerful magician. Looking at the stranger, she asked him why he came to the kingdom, to which she heard the answer that good people fulfill the requests of their friends. The queen was stunned by such a phrase as good people, because if you believe Anakin's words, then there were no magicians in the academy who could be called good. To get something as a magician, you have to pay an exorbitant price. The magician began to say that he had his own reasons, to which she assumed that he had made a bet. She hit the nail on the head, because his face was sweating from not understanding how she saw through him so quickly. Arona continued to watch the guy sitting opposite her, remembering all the stories about magicians that she had heard from her friend. The girl remembered that if someone calls the magician by his full name and offers a bet, he must agree. This was an unshakable rule of magicians, but of course a bet cannot be an easy matter, although the names of magicians are long and confusing. But even if a person overcomes this difficulty and makes a bet, most of them lose the bet, as a result of which they die or are deprived of something. Her friend was not one of those who could so easily take over someone's life and come up with an impossible bet. Thinking about the letter, the queen asked why her friend made a bet with the magician. The guy replied that he had no idea and asked what she thought about it. Anakin's letter announced the death of the emperor because this was the responsibility of the owner of the Tower of Magicians. Her thoughts did not leave such words as a gift and good luck, because there was nothing good in it. Finally, the girl realized that the stranger sitting in front of her was the owner of the Tower of Magicians. The guy added that their mutual friend was not lying when he said that the emperor's half-sister was very smart. He then said that since the emperor was dead, he must notify the next heir and asked where he could find Byron. She realized that Anakin had made a bet that the chief magician would meet her first. The girl asked him if he could help her, to which he replied that calling the magician by name was not enough. The queen invited him to make a bet, to which the stranger asked her how she knew the name of the owner of the Tower of Magicians. Unexpectedly for him, she loudly said that his name was Belcarianus Dian Asgal Rupaleshan Fershan Nerdi. The magician was shocked that she knew his full, such a complex name, and was able to pronounce it correctly the first time. But the grinning girl said his name again, saying that his name was shortened to Bel. The guy quickly realized that their mutual friend had written his full name in the letter, and the queen did not stop and offered to make a bet with her. Rising from the table, she said that she did not want her husband to inherit the imperial throne. Smiling predatorily, she added that she wanted the victory to go only to her. Throwing the letter on the table, the future empress announced that she was going to get a divorce and take her rightful throne. While she was locked up, she had to remain silent for a long time about the fact that the servants, who were suspected of the slightest violation of her imprisonment, disappeared, and no one knew what happened to them. The emperor took it out not only on the servants, but also on his own half-sister. After the wedding, her husband Byron began to mock her, and Countess Thea began to make attempts on her life. Arona was glad that her half-brother Luciano died without even leaving an heir. If her ex-husband found out about this, he would immediately seize power in the entire empire. The girl would become the named empress and would suffer humiliation for the rest of her life. Taking fate into her own hands, she firmly decided that she herself needed to become a monarch. To bring her plan to life, she persuaded the imperial magician to recognize her as the ruler as an envoy of the empire. Bel was the 28th master of the Tower of Magicians, the lord of the territory of Fershan. He is the son of the 26th mistress of the Tower of Magicians, Lady Amaryllis. This child was born with the strongest magical abilities in the entire world. Although magicians are vassals of the empire, they do not show themselves to people, so from birth the boy was locked in his own domain, into which even the emperor did not dare to poke his nose. He conscientiously fulfilled the role of envoy under a contract that had been concluded since ancient times. Looking at him, the future empress thought that there were quite frightening rumors around the guy that he entered the academy at the age of 15, and everyone called him a genius who was able to study all sorts of subjects as an external student. She also remembered what her friend Anakin had said about how there was one truly amazing guy among his classmates. To her question about what was so special about him, the girl received the answer that he had a bad character and had no friends at all. He also told her that the boy makes a bet with other students and then deprives them of their magic. Then she asked why he had not yet been expelled from the academy, to which her friend replied that he had been expelled. After all the events, Belle returned and fought with the 27th owner of the Tower of Magicians, with the help of which he managed to take power for himself. The magician looked at her defiantly, saying that she herself knew what the price of such a deal was. She would not have the courage to make a bet with him. Arona calmly said that her offer in the deal could satisfy him. He thought that there was no fear on her face, but since she knew his name, she was correspondingly familiar with the rumors that surrounded him. The queen told him that she was offering her soul in exchange for sealing the deal. The guy asked her if she understood how the soul is removed from a person. The girl said that the magician takes half of a person's life and creates a precious stone, but the soul must be offered of his own free will. Every person contains a small piece of magic, but the most power is stored in the souls associated with the name of the imperial family, and there were rumors that magicians could use them as a source of magic. Belle told her that even if she agreed to give up her soul, she still would not be able to become an empress. All messengers announcing the death of an emperor are bound hand and foot by magic, and they cannot kill the next emperor, harm him with magic, or lie. He also added that although he liked her offer, they would not be able to make a bet, because he does not contact those who cannot pay. Smirking, the queen asked if he had a limited time to announce the death of the emperor. Leaning on his arm, the guy said that he was already bored with everything and would like to deal with everything quickly. The imperial magician said that if the incident was learned from another source, his precious reputation would suffer. Arona asked him to give her only a month, but during this period she should never inform Byron about the death of the emperor. After asking her what she was up to, Belle received the answer that she was going to divorce him during this time. Then the girl added that if she divorced the king, she would be able to gain rights to the throne. Otherwise, she could give him half her life for the gem. The future empress said that if she wins, the imperial magician will become her envoy and he will have to carry out her instructions. The guy, dissatisfied with this option, asked what the point of the bet was, and since she was making a bet with the owner of the tower himself, would she like to get something in return? She replied that it would be enough for her that no one would see her pride being broken. To sum it up, the queen said that if they made a bet, he would have to postpone the announcement of the emperor's death. The girl also calmly added that if he wants to take her soul, he must help her survive. Imagining how she would cold-bloodedly mock her husband's mistress, she allowed him to do all sorts of crazy things. The guy obviously liked this proposal because a spark of interest lit up in his eyes. Sitting opposite her at the table, Belle said that she managed to interest him. The future empress was pleased with herself, because now she had the opportunity to escape from imprisonment in the castle. Once upon a time, she visited a theater, on the stage of which a serious battle developed between two girls. The blonde pulled the redhead's hair, screaming that only she could be with the king. Crying in pain, the red-haired girl informed her rival that she was pregnant from the king. And at that time, the culprit of the dispute himself ran onto the stage and tried to drive away his mistress. Watching the whole performance, Arona thought that the future of the art world of Durkan was quite dark because they made a performance in which they mocked her. Byron and Lydia enjoyed the performance as much as possible, applauding the actors playing on stage. Looking back, she saw Count Estea and thought that she was infuriated by his desire to make his daughter the only queen. The theater owner who appeared on stage said that all coincidences with real people and events were an accident. Watching how everyone in the hall discussed the play, the girl remembered that some illegitimate son of Count Estea was responsible for all the plays. The editor of the staged picture came on stage, bowed to the audience, and the queen realized that it was him. The king stood up from his seat, walked closer to the stage and asked the actors to come forward. He thanked them for their work and added that he liked the sparkle in their eyes. Looking back, the king hoped to see his wife's angry face there, but instead he saw calm. Deciding to make fun of her, he asked which scene she liked best. Then Byron proposed an even more absurd idea for her to play the role of his wife in the play. The poor girl wanted to sink into the ground, just to never see him again. All the people in the hall watched as the king mocked his wife. The girl decided that it was useless to argue and asked the actor, who was also the editor of the play, to help her. The guy good-naturedly agreed to help her, and her husband said that she had not taken the initiative for a long time. She turned to the actor, whose name was Rick, and told him to come closer to her. When he was already very close to her, he began to feel very embarrassed, which did not escape the girl's gaze. The queen, with a cold smile on her face, told him to come even closer to her and extended her hand to him. She touched her hand to the young actor's chest and began to play her role. Flirting with him, Arona said that he was the main handsome man of Durkun, and this is what the one she had pictured in her dreams for so long looks like. Confused, Rick thanked her with a trembling voice and tried to move back a little. All the ladies in the hall began to whisper among themselves and watched their queen in fear. Even the king's mistress looked with fear in her eyes as her rival played in the play. The king was outraged by her words that the actor looked like real nobility and everyone present should bow their heads before him. After a long pause, the queen stepped on Rick's foot, reminding him that it was his turn. He told her that purple belongs only to kings, and there is no one more worthy than the one who is married to a crown, after which the girl took off the ring with the purple stone. She put her ring on the actor, saying that it suited him much better than anyone else in the audience. Looking at him cheerfully, Arona informed him that he could consider this a sign of sympathy, after which the girl mysteriously said that in the play her name was Irina. She apologized for her slip of the tongue, bowed to everyone present, and announced the end of the play. All the theater guests decided that the queen had gone crazy, and the king looked angrily at his wife. The girl told the actor that the sapphire ring was a gift to him and thanked him for the wonderful performance. Looking at the gift, Rick shuddered because purple was the color symbolizing the royal family, and no one except the ruling dynasty dared to wear it. Quiet whispers ran through the hall that the queen had gone crazy and decided that the actor was her lover. Hearing the words that everyone around him said, the guy asked her to take the ring back. Lydia tried to intervene, saying that the actor did not put on this jewelry of his own free will. Snatching his hand from his lover's hands, Byron said that he didn't want to hear anything. Pointing his finger at Rick, he squeaked and ordered the guards to take him away this very minute. The frightened actor screamed for the king to have mercy on him because he was not guilty and asked to forgive him. Arona noticed that the king was looking at her angrily and his face was red with anger. The girl thought that there was no point in looking at her like that because no one would dare touch the queen. Seeing the calmness on her face, Byron quickly walked out of the theater, completely forgetting about his mistress. The queen reflected that although Lydia Estea was his first love, he truly loved only himself. Watching the king push away his new passion, the girl realized that he could not tolerate ridicule from others. She concluded that if only his feelings are important to him, then how can he be a ruler? Heading out of the theater under the gaze of the audience, the future empress thought about what hurt his pride, but also decided that he would not divorce her because of this. Holding her head high, she walked out of the hall, proud of herself for being able to piss off her own husband. During lunch, Byron read a newspaper in which it was written about that very actor that he was the main handsome man of Durkun and the color purple suited him. The king threw the newspaper away in anger, shouting loudly that it contained complete nonsense. Having stabbed the meat on her fork, the queen noticed that he himself had invited her to play the role of the queen in the play. Covering his face with his hand, he said that since she called herself his wife, then she should act appropriately. He added that she doesn't know what it's like to be a queen, even though she grew up in the imperial palace. Arona smiled and gently remarked that she could not forget such things, and always remembers them. In a stern, cold voice, she added that she needed to go crazy, just like in the play, and attack Lydia. The king and his mistress did not at all expect such a sharp outburst from his wife. Hearing this, the king jumped up, hit the table, and said that she had no right to insult his new passion, to which Lydia tried to calm him down, saying that the queen was a little more emotional today and he should not pay attention to her. Then the girl took a fork with meat on it, said that this was her favorite dish, and invited her lover to try it. Watching his first love, the guy said that she was a lovely angel in the flesh. Taking the fork from her, the king offered to feed her, to which the mistress closed her eyes and opened her mouth wide. After receiving a tasty piece of meat, Lydia said that the dish was excellent, after which she looked with an arrogant smile at her rival, who had been watching them all this time. Noticing that they were looking at her, the queen smiled evilly but did not say anything. The girl calmly stood up from the table, quietly saying that she urgently needed to take her leave. Leaving the dining room, Arona thought that the dish must be really tasty, because she added birth control medicine to it. One day, the girl remembered how once, while still a child, she came to her mother, who told her that she needed to find one devoted person at all costs in order to shift all her worries to him. Her mother then asked if she was old enough, but Arona told her the answer was no. The woman continued to ask if she had a lot of money like her uncle and father, to which she also received a negative answer. Putting her finger to her lips, she told the girl to listen carefully, that whatever she decided and wherever she went, she first needed to find someone who she thought could help her if necessary. The girl asked her mother that she needed someone alone, to which she heard an affirmative answer and advice that the person should be smart. Patting her daughter on the head, the woman said that she could shift all matters to him, but first she needed to make sure that he would never betray her. She added that only in this way will a weak girl be able to survive in this world. Now, sitting opposite the Imperial Magician, the girl realized that her mother was right. The guy asked her that it was by this logic that she chose Dr. Rude's. The queen said that in order to survive in a difficult kingdom where many dangers awaited her, she had to find someone she could trust, and her choice fell on the man who had saved her from poisoning more than once and took care of her health. Remembering her doctor, she was heartfeltly grateful to her for helping her hold back the onslaught of her enemies. Dr. Rudes was very lucky to be at the right time and in the right place because thanks to her, the queen was still alive. The girl was from a rather poor large family that needed her work and income. The magician asked whether the royal doctor could really need something, to which he received the answer that she was only a student of the royal doctor. Plus, Rudes supported her terminally ill mother and her younger brother and sister. The queen paid her quite generous rewards for saving her life more than once. Arona thanked her once, but the contraceptive for Lydia that she made for her. The doctor was surprised that her mistress was no longer worried about her mistress's pregnancy. The queen said that if she had any hints of pregnancy that she could fully believe, she would be worried. She asked Dr. Rudes to diagnose her new flame with pregnancy in 3 weeks. The imperial doctor's apprentice said that she would prepare a medicine that would make her mistress think she was pregnant. And my memories were interrupted by Belle, who told her that she turned out to be much smarter than he expected. The girl rejoiced at the compliment, saying that she told him that she was a genius. The guy was interested in how the girl was still alive because there were more than once attempts to poison her. The magician pointed his finger at her, saying that not only the doctor did a good job here, but also she herself. Pointing at herself with her index finger, the queen asked if he really meant her. Arona screamed loudly so that he would not exaggerate her merits, but in the depths of her soul, she was pleased by such gratitude. The imperial magician stood up from the table and said that it was already quite late and it was time for him to go. Approaching the window, he sat down on the windowsill, to which the future empress screamed out where he was going. The guy, without thinking for a long time, jumped from the window to the ground, which greatly frightened the queen. But when she saw that he was all right, she thought that he came and went as he pleased, and that even stray cats didn't do that. Once in the forest, Belle spoke sternly to the raccoon about how he was very slow. The animal listened in fascination to the instructions that the man was telling him to move faster. After which, instead of a raccoon, a red-haired guy with bright blue eyes stood in front of the imperial magician. The young man who appeared said that it was already offensive because they had not seen each other for so long, and his friend greeted him with such words. Belle sternly noted that only a couple of days had passed, to which he heard the answer that these were the longest 2 days in the red-haired guy's life. Looking sternly at his friend, he ordered him to report the information he brought. The former raccoon told him that he had brought a message from Fershen, where a boy from the Rupin family had developed symptoms. Imperial Max reported that he knew this information and asked if there was any other news. The red-haired guy broke the news about Queen Aaron, who during his absence managed to destroy an entire theater group. Belle could not believe his words, so he asked several times whether he had actually heard that he had heard a whole troupe of actors in 2 days, to which he received an affirmative nod. The informant added that, in his opinion, the girl is much more dangerous than she might seem at first. Having heard all the news, the imperial magician asked the guy if he had brought the artifact, and began to watch him trying to pull it out of his pocket. The red-haired guy gave Belle a compass, saying that Anakin gets his hands on good artifacts as soon as they appear. Taking the thing in his hands, the magician activated it and saw what happened to the theater troupe. Having learned about the whole situation, he grinned contentedly, clearly pleased that the girl was so cunning. The red-haired guy was delighted with the artifact, talking about how incredible it was. It turned out that in the form of a raccoon, he was able to sneak into the theater and watch everything that happened with his own eyes. The guy added that this was not just an accident, but a well-thought-out plan, to which the imperial magician noticed that the girl was quite capable. Belle thought that Arona was much more suitable for the role of empress than stupid Luciano. The red-haired guy heard strange sounds coming from the royal castle. He asked Mr. Belcarianas if everything was okay because 4 mercenaries burst into the open window. The imperial magician quickly realized that we were talking about the window of the future empress. At the same time, the queen stood and read a novel, which could always console her in difficult times. Hearing a noise in the window, she turned around joyfully, saying that Belle had really returned to her. To her regret, she saw 3 mercenaries with sharp swords flying towards her. The future empress, out of fright, dropped the book from her hands, which immediately got blood on it. Suddenly, all the mercenaries hung in the air and could not move because they were enveloped by Belle's magic. The imperial magician said that it seemed that the royal guards were not doing their job properly. Holding the assassins with his magic, he wondered where the royal guards were. The mercenaries were able to free themselves, nervously looked at each other and looked at the fallen queen. Having assessed the situation, 2 of them decided to sharply attack the magician standing in front of them. Belle began to cast a spell again, but he was already putting them in an ice block. Thinking at the same time that there was no need for questions, everything was extremely clear. Watching how those who burst in gradually froze, the guy decided that they were the guards because their blades gave them away, and they were happy and easily broke into the room on the 3rd floor through the window. Finally, he added that the guards had left their posts that night to attack the queen. Having dealt with the mercenaries, Belle noticed that the future empress was trembling like a leaf. He approached her, asking if she was injured, and thinking to himself what kind of queen she was. Taking her hand, the guy heard that Dr. Rudes would help her, but he ordered her not to move and healed her with healing magic. Rising from the floor, the imperial magician asked if Count Estia was involved in this, because for the sake of his selfish desire to put his daughter on the throne, he was ready to do anything. Without waiting for an answer, Belle said that it would be much easier to get rid of the king. He leaned towards her and added that if you kill him the same way as her 2 half-brothers, then everything will be resolved much easier. The guy asked if she didn't want to, because he said he couldn't get his hands dirty, to which he received a negative answer. He asked if she was really worried about her hubby, but the girl told him that after Byron, the right of inheritance would pass to his nephew. The magician did not at all expect that the careless king had any relatives, much less a nephew. The queen told him that if the king passed away before they divorced, then she would have to be with the wife of the deceased king for the rest of her life. She felt funny at the thought of a boy who had a bad habit of throwing tantrums becoming emperor. The imperial magician offered to rid the world of the nasty 10-year-old, after which the girl covered his mouth with her hand. She loudly ordered him not to touch Dr. Rudes, Byron, or his nephew without her permission. Removing her hand, the queen added that if he disobeyed, she would consider it a violation of the deal, and he would definitely not see her soul. The guy didn't particularly like her conditions. He loudly declared that he had made a bet with her. Realizing that there was no point in competing with Arona, he agreed with her, but offered one condition. Taking out a necklace from his pocket, Belle handed it to her, to which the girl noticed that there was a cat's eye inserted inside. She asked why he was giving her such an item, to which she heard the answer that it was a paired artifact containing magic. While one part is in one of them, the other can see and feel everything that happens to the first. Then the imperial magician put the pendant on the future empress, ordering her not to take it off under any circumstances. Taking Cat's Eye's hand, she sheepishly thanked him for such a strange gift. There was a noise behind the doors, and after a while they heard guards running into the room. Rising from the floor, Belle noticed that they came to their senses after quite a long time. Fearing that the guy might be seen, she told him to turn into something and hide. A second later, several guards burst into the queen's room, asking if everything was all right with Her Majesty. The queen looked at the newcomers coolly. His gaze said that she condemned them with all her soul. The guards clearly did not expect that their mistress would be able to survive such an attack, but trying to look calm, they said that they had found traces of an intrusion at her window. Arona glared at them and sternly said that she was fine, but for some reason it seemed to her that they were completely unable to cope with their responsibilities. Suddenly, everyone heard a strange sound, and the guards quickly began to draw their swords from their sheaths. The queen tried to stop them, shouting that they were just birds on the balcony. Everyone in the room turned around at the mysterious sound and were pleasantly surprised by who was creating these sounds. In front of them on the carpet sat a small fluffy kitten whose color was like that of a snow leopard. In another part of the empire, a castle was being captured, in which the girl Roxana participated. Her fiancé was taken hostage, and thereby tried to force her to leave the besieged fortress. The knight's demands were simple if she did not want them to kill her fiancé. That is, it was worth considering the terms of the peace treaty. The girl with red hair looked thoughtfully at everything happening around her. With a cold expression, she pulled back the string of her bow and aimed straight at her groom. The guy who was being held hostage asked her to think carefully and save him. The arrow she shot flew straight into the neck, causing her fiancé to die immediately. All this time, the knights holding the guy decided that she was completely insane if she could kill her lover so easily. Roxana looked sternly at everyone and ordered her knights to finish everyone in this castle. Returning to the castle, Roxane immediately went to her father, Archduke Asilier, who told her that they would not accept the proposal for a peace treaty. Sitting opposite him, the girl replied that these fools do not understand anything and reached for wine. Raising the glass to her lips, she asked her father to find her a better groom than that idiot. Asilier assured her that she had nothing to worry about and he would do everything in the best possible way. She asked how the attack on Emperor Lucian went and when his brother would take the throne. Putting down his glass, the father said that he just wanted to talk to her about it because everything had gone wrong. He said that the brat, Arian, also sat back. They didn't count on the fact that he would be so stupid as to swallow poisoned food. Roxane squeezed her glass even tighter, saying that this simply couldn't happen, to which she heard her father answer that everything was exactly like that. Jumping up from the sofa, she screamed loudly that they had planned everything carefully, and how dare he die so ridiculously. Asilier asked her to be quiet and said that this was just a small misunderstanding and they just needed to adjust the plan a little because one fool on the throne would be replaced by another and they had nothing to worry about. Having controlled herself, his daughter noticed that the rights to the throne would now pass to the king of Durkan. Her father agreed with her, saying that Emperor Aran's daughter gave up all privileges 2 years ago, but now she will have to become empress. He added that she could never compare with his daughter because she was only a weak and delicate girl. Looking at herself in the mirror, Roxana thought about who the daughter of the late emperor was. She did not think that she was so weak. Approaching his daughter, Asilier told her to remember that she was his daughter, and his blood flowed in her. Looking at her in the mirror, he said that she was the most excellent girl on the entire continent, and worthy of becoming the future empress. In a quiet voice, the man said that direct kinship is not necessary for inheritance, because their family of Asilias was originally much more noble than the imperial one. Her father imagined that the throne, which he could not get, would definitely go to his daughter. The girl with red hair reasoned that the owner of the tower must have conveyed a message, and the king of Durkan would soon hear the news. The man confirmed that most likely Byron already knows about everything, but he cannot even imagine how difficult it is to sit on the throne. Touching her reflection in the mirror, Roxana said that she needed to make the fool from Diran understand what the difference is between the king and the emperor, and in whose hands the real power really lies. In another part of the empire, in the kingdom of Dirhan, 3 maids were discussing an incident that occurred in the theater. One of them suggested that the queen was inflamed with feelings for Rick Tabian. The second girl said that no one knew what emotions were hidden behind her arrogant face. Lydia listened to them carefully, and at the end of their conversation, she added that these were just vile rumors. She said that the queen still did not understand how to behave in their kingdom, and that they, as handmaids, should teach her proper behavior. The doors to the greenhouse opened. The mistress turned around at the sound, thinking about who dared to enter her greenhouse. Arona approached them, talking about how they could enjoy the tea ceremony in her absence. Everyone except Lydia rose from their seats to greet the queen as she entered. The new passion said that Her Majesty still decided to join them. She also added that the queen could have warned them and asked why she opened the door with her own hands. Arona replied that she had received an invitation, but the door was locked and she had to open it herself, to which she received the answer that in that case she had to call the servants. The future empress ordered her to deal with those servants who shamelessly wiped their skirts in the greenhouse. Sitting down on a chair, the queen thought that her mistress was clearly her father's daughter because she repeated the same thing over and over again. The attempts of these two to humiliate her or kill her were always the same. The daughter often invited her to a tea ceremony, supposedly wanted to treat her with strange food or point out her shortcomings, sometimes gave her a dress that was out of fashion in order to mock her. Now Lydia asked her mistress if she went out anywhere in the outfits she gave her because she tried so hard to find something suitable for her. The queen rudely replied that she didn't want to go out in them, to which she heard the maids cry about whether she was really saying that she had no taste. Arona confirmed her guesses, saying that she would never develop taste, and she was sorry that the poor thing never got around to it. She added that her mistress could understand this fact herself if she only had to look at her country dress. Then the future empress smiled sweetly and asked what poison she had slipped her this time. Seeing the empty cup, the girl suggested cutting off the servants' hands if they didn't even bother to pour tea for her. One of the girls quickly got up from her seat and began to pour tea for the lady, asking her not to be angry with her, and saying that if she drinks this aromatic drink, her mood will immediately improve. Raising the cup to her face, Arona realized that they had smeared something on the mug itself, because the color of the tea had changed dramatically. 2 satisfied maids watched their queen drink her tea, saying that it left a sweet aftertaste. Taking the cup away from her, the girl said that if they liked this terrible drink, then apparently she had problems with her taste buds. Lydia smiled contentedly, brought a cup of tea to her, and said that she was worried that the queen had become less perceptive. Then she added caustically that His Highness only loves girls who are smart enough. Arona stood up abruptly from her chair, holding a cup of spicy tea, saying that her dear servant was taking care of her, and she should repay her for this kindness. The girl grabbed her husband's mistress by the chin, trying to open her mouth as wide as possible. She brought a cup of her tea to her face and ordered her to drink the contents to the bottom, because this is how she expresses her gratitude for such a faithful servant. Opening her mouth, the future empress began to slowly pour spicy tea into her. When the liquid ran out, the queen walked away from her, while Lydia choked and tried to wipe the remnants from her face. She did not immediately realize that her tongue was pierced by a burning pain because the tea was incredibly spicy. While all three girls were trying to figure out how to alleviate the suffering of their pregnant mistress, Arona poured herself some tea. Noticing this, the new passion quickly snatched the cup from her hands and began to greedily sip the drink. Having finished it to the end, she realized that it was still the same tea from the same teapot. Observing everything that was happening, the queen noticed that apparently tea was Lydia's taste. The mother of the king's mistress burst into the greenhouse screaming about what was happening there. Seeing her daughter, she quickly ran to her, trying to calm her down and find out all the details from her. Looking at the woman who came in, Arona thought that her mother had arrived, Countess Estea. Hugging her daughter, the woman loudly asked who brought her to this, to which she heard that it was their queen. The evil countess turned sharply to Arona and asked what she was allowing herself to do. The girl replied that he just treated her to delicious tea, and this was the reward that her daughter deserved. The mother was restless and continued to scream that she was lying not only to her, but also to herself, because she forced her to drink tea. Why did she come closer to her, saying that a member of the imperial family should be ashamed to behave like this, and since she made such a mistake, then she should be punished. The queen held out her palms to the countess to receive her punishment because she had already made her move. The woman waved her fan over her hands and decided to hit her hands with all her might. Lydia watched happily as her mother stood up for her and punished her rival. At the last moment, the queen quickly removed her hands, causing the fan to fall with all its force onto the countess's hand. From surprise and pain, the mistress's mother howled furiously and dropped her fan to the floor. Arona advised her to be more careful and count on her strength next time. The two offended members of the Estea family looked angrily at the future empress, and the woman said that she had removed her hands on purpose. She continued to shout that in 2 years the girl had not learned anything, to which she received an affirmative answer from the queen. The countess did not expect that they would agree with her, but Arona added that everything was exactly as she said. Laughing at them, the queen said that she had learned absolutely nothing, but there was one thing that she definitely remembered. Looking at the offenders, she said that the queen should be in charge of the economy of the kingdom, and it was she who should hire and fire workers. The countess began to snap back, saying that things were different now and that she would report all this to His Majesty. Passing by her mistress's mother, the girl told her that from that day on, she was fired and could be free. The woman asked on what basis she was being fired, to which she received the answer that it was necessary to get rid of incapable employees. The queen added that during these 2 years, they received such high pay, but they were able to teach her nothing. The mother of the new passion blamed Arona for everything, to which the future empress answered her that she had never taught her how not to become a cruel person. Putting her hand to her heart, she asked that wasn't it the teacher's duty to raise his ward well, and added that she, having never been taught anything, needed to finish what she started and go. The girl took her mug and began to pour tea on her mistress's head, saying that she thoroughly enjoyed this ceremony. The other 2 maids silently watched everything that was happening while their friend asked to bring her water. As they watched Arona leave, they whispered to each other that she was not like the queen they knew. Coming out of the greenhouse, the queen experienced great relief and was very pleased with herself. Walking through the garden, she picked a rose from one of the bushes and decided to enjoy its scent. All this time, the girl's actions were observed by 2 magicians who were hiding in the royal garden behind a magical shield. Belle watched her through the magical artifact and involuntarily laughed, and his friend asked him to be quieter. He added that his concealment magic has a limit and he cannot completely hide their voices. The imperial magician said that if a guy doesn't like training, then he should tell him about it. The guy also added that the tea ceremony was incredibly funny, but unfortunately his student didn't see anything and therefore won't understand. The magician told him that his student should not care about this, and also added that the future empress was quite an interesting girl. Seeing her in the amulet, Belle said that he was very surprised how she managed to restrain herself with such a character. Holding the magic dome, the guy turned around and asked if she had finally fought back, to which he received the answer that the girl was sincere in her actions. The red-haired boy thought about it and said that sincerity is poison for people because many die from it. The imperial magician said that the queen definitely has some kind of hidden plan. His student asked what benefit there was for them, which took his teacher by surprise. Then he added that he really didn't want to win the bet and take her soul for himself. The accomplice asked Belle if he and the future empress had really made a bet, and if she divorced, the magician would receive her soul. The owner of the tower conjured a magic ball around the student and ordered him to get out since he had become so talkative. The red-haired guy flew down from the branch, shrouded in magic from his teacher. Once on the ground, he looked up with displeasure, cursing the man sitting there. Belle decided that he would continue to see what she could come up with this time. That same night, the king tried to console his beloved, who was shaking violently and crying into her pillow. The mistress turned to face him, asking why he was not angry with this ruthless bitch, because he himself heard what the queen did to her. An enraged Byron declared that he would do everything possible to punish his wife. Wiping away tears, Lydia asked why they didn't get rid of her now, suggesting that his feelings for her weren't what they used to be. The king hugged her tenderly, saying that his new passion was his first and last love. He added that it is not so easy to divorce a member of the imperial family, and he pretended to say that he sincerely did not understand why fate was so cruel to them. Continuing to sob, the girl said that he could not just let the queen get away with everything. Touching her face, Byron said that he wouldn't just leave it like that, because she made her cry. He assured her that at the upcoming Spirit Festival, his wife would understand what a serious mistake she had made when she hurt his beloved and turned against him. Smiling evilly, the king added that he promised that the festival would be quite a spectacle. The festival arrived, and all the people present were whispering about what an old-fashioned dress the queen was wearing. All the ladies were discussing that the queen had gone too far at the tea ceremony, so her husband chose this outfit for her. Arona involuntarily listened to them, thinking that they were all chatting, completely forgetting about decency. The first song of the festival ended, and everyone loudly applauded the most beautiful couple. In the center of the hall stood the king in an embrace with his mistress, to whom he said that they were made for each other, because she dances beautifully, to which Lydia answered him that it was all thanks to the fact that he was her teacher and partner. The wife approached the couple, bowed, and calmly greeted the king. Her husband looked at her with a grin, saying that her outfit suited the stern queen perfectly. He told her that it seemed to him that Arona was rather uncomfortable in him, and that she looked exactly like his late, strict grandmother. The queen took the pendant hanging around her neck in her hand, thinking to herself that she wanted the owner of the tower to observe this situation. Before the banquet, the girl was trying on a dress given by her husband when a kitten approached her. She turned around, examined the animal more closely, and asked if it was the imperial magician who had come to her. A young man immediately appeared before her and reminded her that he had asked her not to take off her necklace. The queen was just about to put on the jewelry, hearing that if she wanted him to protect her until the end of their bet, she should wear it. Putting on the pendant, she irritably asked him if he really came just for this, because she had to take off all the jewelry for a while to change clothes in front of the mirror. The magician pointed to the dress and asked if she would wear this to the Spirit Festival. While tidying up her hair, Arona said that Byron himself chose her dress, telling her to dress like his grandmother, who died 100 years ago. Belle asked if she had to go in this, to which he heard the answer that something normal would not suit the Mad Queen, and this dress was the ideal option. Suddenly, the owner of the tower embarrassedly told her that she was far from out of her mind, and he did not understand why she said that. The girl explained to him that it could be called madness, that the king took a mistress, and she told the handsome actor that he was nice. It also seemed crazy to her that she had punished a servant who had insulted her and, as queen, thrown out a teacher who was not fulfilling her duties. The guy told her that this is the norm when people experience feelings of injustice and asked her not to call herself crazy in front of him. She looked at him hopefully, thinking that she had always considered magicians to be insensitive. Turning away from him, the queen promised that she would no longer call herself that, because she really was not crazy. Belle asked her about the banquet and about the invitations that were given to aristocrats of some influence. The magician realized that there was no point in trying to get an invitation, so he pointed to the rose standing in the vase and asked to give it to him. The queen said that if he needed a flower, he could pick it anywhere else. He said with all possible seriousness that he wanted her rose, to which she noticed that he was acting like a child. Taking the flower in his hands, the guy told her that she was more beautiful than any other flower in the garden. She recalled all this while standing at a banquet in front of young people in love. The king told her that it was already quite late, and besides, he had decided on a partner for the evening. The queen tried to say that she didn't mind, but without listening to her, her husband told her to find someone herself. At that same moment, Byron's distant relative, Marquis Rupert Dane, approached her. The women behind her immediately began to discuss the fact that this man was famous for his debauchery and was ready to do anything to achieve what he wanted. The guy bowed to her, saying that it was an honor for him to become her partner, to which she stated that she was not welcome in his company. People decided that the queen did not know how to dance at all and forced His Majesty to find himself a more sensitive, gentle partner, Mrs. Lydia. Not far from the girl, the Marquis said that he would help her relax. Then he added that no one could sneak away from him just like that, even such shackled and closed girls. Taking her by the waist, Rupert said that he was talking about Her Majesty and no one else. He moved closer to her face, trying to pull her towards him, saying that from now on, she would be his. But before he could finish speaking, the guy felt a sharp pain from someone sharply pulling him down by the hair. The queen held his head and asked him what was so difficult about leaving her alone. Observing his pain, she added that a brat like him could hardly be called even the semblance of a man. Approaching him, the future empress said that he was unlucky, because lately she had been such a scoundrel. She suddenly raised her foot and stomped on his foot with all her might. The angry king intervened in this scene, asking what she was doing with his guest. Smiling mockingly, the queen noticed that it was the Marquis who first began to allow himself too much. Byron told her that it was just a joke. She was out of her mind for reacting like that. Mocking her husband, she invited him to punish her to the fullest extent. The king asked her how she had the audacity to laugh at him. It seemed to him that she had begun to forget herself, relying too much on her imperial family. While he was saying all this, he watched as two maids carried a full bucket of water. Arona suddenly heard someone above her whispering about how to quickly turn the bucket over before she left. The girl decided to play along with them to confirm her madness, but as soon as the bucket turned over, who did you throw a cloak over her, preventing her from getting wet? A beautiful stranger in a mask suddenly appeared next to her, who turned out to be an imperial magician. He looked at the queen a little puzzled, but his whole appearance said that he would protect her. The furious king shouted about what he allowed himself, and how he could touch the queen with his crappy hands. Belle bowed to the king, saying that he had only helped his partner in a difficult situation. He then leaned down to kiss his lady's hand, telling her to forgive him for being late. Gently kissing her hand, he asked the queen to allow him to accompany her. Holding a rose in his hand, the guy handed it to her, saying that it was a gift from him for his precious lady. Arona touched the flower. In her hand, the rose turned blue, and her grandmother's red dress turned into a luxurious golden outfit. The ladies standing around them whispered with envy about how her dress had changed so quickly. The queen, almost in a whisper, asked the owner of the tower why he did this, to which he also asked if she didn't like her outfit. She clarified that he used his magic in front of everyone, to which he replied that he simply used an artifact. Trying to hide his embarrassment, the future empress asked him to leave the banquet. Belle looked at her sternly, grabbed her around the waist, pulled her towards him, and said that he would accompany her. Arona was very embarrassed and surprised that the imperial magician helped her in such a difficult situation. After leaving the banquet, she asked him why he decided to help her right in front of everyone. Taking off his mask, which immediately disappeared, the guy replied that she herself asked him to protect her. The girl turned to him, asking how this promise related to the fact that she would simply be doused with water. The queen looked at him sternly, telling him that she might seem even crazier. She asked him, puzzled, if he really helped so that the divorce from her husband would not take place. The guy smiled mysteriously and said that if she wanted to think so, then he would not convince her otherwise. Brushing her hair out of her eyes, the future empress laughed at him, saying that this was all he was. She also tenderly added that he was the only one who stood up for her in 2 years. The imperial magician was fascinated by the beauty of the girl in the light of the full moon. He never expected that he would become partial to her. The next morning, the king was very angry and told his servants that the trashy girl had definitely gone crazy, meaning his wife. Turning to one of his messengers, he asked what he thought about the queen. The guy replied that he considered the girl incredibly beautiful, to which Byron became even more angry and said that this was not what he needed to hear. Remembering the spirit festival, he shouted about what he meant and her behavior, like a queen in front of her living husband, dares to accept proposals from another man. The servant said that the Marquis of Dane was acting on his personal orders, to which the king angrily replied that he meant the masked man. The guy decided to clarify whether his king was talking about the handsome guy, but this angered Byron even more, and he began shouting that since he hid his face, he was a fearful man. His Majesty asked whether the guy knew where the stranger had come to them from, to which he heard the answer that many assumed that it was Count Lurk from the lands of Lurk. This answer did not suit the king, and he said that he had studied with him since childhood in the royal palace. The servant said that the guy in the mask bought the Lurk lands yesterday along with all the titles. Byron opened his mouth in shock and asked how the fourth largest portion of Diran's lands had been sold. He assumed that his wife was involved in everything, and the guy was interested in why she needed this. In a calm voice, His Majesty replied that his wife wanted to make him jealous. He added that since she couldn't hurt Lydia, she had to find another way to spite him. Remembering the incident in the theater, the king decided that this time there was a similar situation. The servant felt awkward because the queen was being criticized right in front of him. The butler burst into the room, announcing that a carrier pigeon had arrived from Kesman. He added that the empire is at war with Kesman and they must send their soldiers there. The letter stated that the Duke of Asilier was going to form a special detachment, selecting only soldiers from Dirhan. The Duke's special detachment is an army personally formed by the Duke, but in fact, he, as commander-in-chief, simply got rid of everyone he disliked, placing the soldiers of the special detachment on the front line. Byron asked if this was really a personal order from the emperor, to which the butler told him that he could not know for sure. Then the king asked if this could be because of the queen, to which he heard the answer that the guy had such thoughts. And if you think so, then it is difficult to find other reasons for such an angry attitude. His Majesty decided that in this case he should personally take care of everything. A maid came into the queen's room and began combing her hair, and when Arona asked why she was doing this, she replied that it was the king's order. The girl added that he asked to apply the scent that Mrs. Lydia uses on her hair, saying that this scent is his favorite. His wife answered harshly that if the servant used him, she would break all her arms. Taking with her the tray with all the perfumes, the girl hurried to leave the room. Her husband suddenly knocked on her room, wearing only a light robe and holding a red rose in his mouth. Seeing him, the girl was very frightened and exclaimed obscene language. She asked him in horror why he came into her bedroom and half naked at that. The queen closed her eyes, trying not to see Byron, saying that his actions were indecent. Her husband romantically told her that today he would give her what she had been craving for so long. The girl did not understand what was going on, but the king told her that she had offended Lyudmila and had fun with another man at the banquet in order to make him jealous. His Highness happily told her that today he was going to give her his all. He hoped that they would conceive an heir that night, and he did not understand why his wife would refuse such a thing. Smirking, Byron told her that it was too late for her to pretend to be noble, and there was nothing wrong with her wanting him. A cat was watching them from behind the door, and after speaking, he attacked the king, scratching his entire face. The queen watched as her husband tried to get rid of the cat, cursing the one who dared to let him into the castle. Frightened, His Highness fell to the floor, covering his face with his hands, and the cat calmly pulled himself up next to him. Arona asked the cat to stop, extended her hands to him and called him to her. Looking at the wounded king, the girl told him to listen to her carefully. She said that if she saw his ugly, disgusting behavior again, she would do the same to him as she did to the Marquis of Dane. Her husband asked if she would really hit him in the leg, but in response he heard that it might be on the leg, or maybe it would tear his genital organ. Byron quickly stood up and ran out of the room, shouting that she was crazy. The kitten in her arms began to push away from her. The queen apologized to him and told him to turn back into a human, because now no one else would come. The little leopard suddenly turned into an imperial magician, and since she did not have time to put him on the ground, her arms were wrapped around his torso. Belle told her that, probably, now she didn't understand everything, which made Arona blush. The guy hugged her tenderly, saying that he asked her to let him on the floor first. The guardian of the tower added that he had literally just asked her about this, and the girl wondered if his meowing really meant this. Moving away from him, she asked what he had done with His Majesty in the form of a cat. The magician pretended that he did not understand what she was talking about, to which she replied that she asked him not to kill her husband. Belle pretended to be childish and said that he had only touched up his face a little, and no one had ever died from this. He added that since he couldn't use magic to harm him, he had to get out of it. The queen asked if the magician really didn't need her soul, because he had to interfere with her divorce. The guy told her that the owner of the tower is fickle and is free to do what he wants now. Standing in front of her, he said that he just wanted to bite the king, so he did just that. Making an ominous face, the imperial magician said that if his hands were not tied by the ancient contract with the imperial family, then he would have killed the king. The next day, Byron went hunting, and a raccoon caught his eye, who was actually a magician. He couldn't hit it, and his servants said that not everyone manages to catch such a fast animal on their own, and that this animal, compared to a bear or a wild boar, is much harder to grab. One of his servants noticed that the king was out of arrows and offered to give him the raccoon he had caught, which made the king furious. Two other servants tried to calm His Majesty by saying that this newcomer could not know anything. Byron thought that the little idiot standing in front of him, the raccoon and the cat, they were all laughing at him. After the king returned from his wife's bedroom, he saw Lydia crying on the bed, screaming about how he could change her. Angry, he furiously remembered last night how his wife vowed to tear off his genital organ. Byron said that he wanted to conceive an heir in whom imperial blood flowed. Standing with a bow in the middle of the forest, he pondered why his mistress was still not pregnant. The thought suddenly struck him that the whole issue might be in him, but he quickly threw it away, because he was the great king of Durkan. While he was standing motionless in the forest, a raccoon reached into his bag and pulled out his water bottle. The king could not believe his eyes that an animal could steal his object from him so quickly. The queen watched them all this time, standing near the royal tents, where her husband's new passion approached her. The girl told her that she would try to guess that Arona was the first to go hunting. She then added that she herself often spent time with His Majesty in this way. The queen answered her that she hunted quite often both in the fortress and in the duchy. Lydia asked her if she knew how to use a bow to hunt wild animals. Putting her hand to her chest, the girl noticed that the king of Durkan himself taught her. Looking at her with an indifferent gaze, Arona thought about what an idiot her rival was, because she did not understand that she did not care at all how close her mistress was to her husband. She also decided that the new passion was trying to bite harder after the news that the king was in her bedroom, but the queen was not going to tolerate such behavior. The girl said that since Lydia did not have another teacher, now she would show her that she had not studied with him, to which her mistress replied that His Majesty was the best in the kingdom. The queen reported that the so-called best could not even catch a raccoon, and it seems to her that things are bad for the kingdom. The new flame jumped up, saying that if the queen said so, then her skills must be more outstanding, and then offered to compete with her. The mistress said that she even won against the royal guard, to which she received a positive response. Seeing how pleased she was with herself, Arona explained that they had no targets and how they could compete then. The confident new flame said that since they were hunting, they would judge by the number of game they killed during the day. Then she added that everyone was going to leave soon, and if the queen did not start soon, she would not be able to win, because she had already walked with the guards and caught a rabbit while her rival was calmly resting in the tent. Arona came very close to her, saying that she did not know that catching game in someone else's trap also counts. And besides, she heard that Lydia could not personally grab the game and asked the guard to do everything. The girl was very frightened, recoiled from her, and screamed that now the main goal was only to catch the beast. Pointing towards the forest, she added that since the queen is so capable, then let her not grab the rabbit, but someone larger, and if she knocks him down with one arrow, she will recognize her abilities. The future empress said that she did not need her confession, and suggested that she simply apologize for her ignorance. The mistress was taken aback by her words, because she did not understand why she suddenly had to ask for forgiveness from someone who, in her opinion, was nothing of herself. Then she decided that the queen was simply bluffing, because someone who had not shown her face for 2 years could not be better than her. But she suggested out loud that if she won, the girl would have to apologize to her for what she had done to her mother. Smirking, Arona noted that killing a large animal with one arrow was a bit of a stupid proposition. She also added that if you don't have to cut the throat, but just shoot one arrow, then it will be no easier to kill a large animal than a small one. Lydia rushed forward, screaming and demanding that the queen go into the forest and catch someone. The guard tried to convince the girls that it would soon get dark, to which he received an answer from the king's new passion that the queen was very brave, so she would go into the forest alone. She also added that if she wanted to give up, she could do it now, saying it wouldn't be the first time she lost to her. The future empress began to take out an arrow and calmly said that there was no need to go into the thicket. Drawing back the bowstring, the queen said that quite a large game was standing right before her eyes, and it would be rude to detain others. The mistress screamed loudly, asking what the queen was going to do now. Arona grinned contentedly and cheerfully replied that she was out hunting for big game. Her rivals screamed that the king would not let her get away with it if she somehow harmed her. The queen replied as if she did not know about this, thanks to which she misled her new passion. She then added that she really hoped that this idiot wouldn't let her act go so easily. Seeing a girl with a bow heading towards her, Lydia fell to the ground and heard words that the queen was not a warrior or a knight and could not go hunting in the forest alone. Smiling widely, the future empress said that since she could not catch the beast in the thicket, it would be worth shooting the nearest one. The mistresses decided that her lover's wife was having the same fit of madness as during tea ceremonies. Several guards asked their mistress to calm down and stop making jokes like that. The queen looked at them coldly and loudly and sternly ordered everyone to be silent. She pulled the bowstring again, telling her that no one would disturb her while she shot her target. Lydia burst into tears, realizing that now her life could end due to the madness of her rival. Closing her eyes, she heard the bowstring being released, but the arrow flew past her and hit the boar. 2 servants were carrying a dead boar tied to a stick, into whose head an arrow flew. Putting away the bow, the future empress asked if such a target would be suitable, since it was larger than a rabbit. The mistresses screamed about what she had done here because it was dangerous. Brushing her words aside, Arona declared that she had won their unexpected competition. Then she approached the girl sitting on the ground and grabbed her painfully by the chin. Leaning towards her, the queen looked at her with crazy eyes and told her to keep her promise and quickly apologize for her rudeness. The new passion trembled all over, tears flowed from her eyes, and she timidly said that she was wrong and apologized. After her words, Arona removed her hand from her chin and smiled with a grin. Returning to the castle, the king immediately ran into his mistress's chambers to find out what had happened to her. In the room, a girl was lying in bed and Dr. Rudis was sitting next to her, who was examining the unfortunate woman. Without ceremony, Byron ran up to his beloved, asking what Her Majesty the Queen had done again. Rushing into his arms, Lydia reported that the abnormal woman had threatened to shoot her with a bow. She also added that when she saw that the girl had lost consciousness, she only laughed. But the king was worried about why his wife, who had been as quiet as water all this time, began to behave like that. Rudes decided to draw attention to herself by coughing a little, and His Majesty asked what happened. The doctor asked the patient when her last menstruation was, to which she heard that the girl was half a month late. The mistress also added that lately she has been feeling a little nauseous and feeling a little dizzy. The doctor began to congratulate His Majesty and said that Mrs. Lydia was pregnant. The 2 lovers rejoiced together at this event and could not believe what she said. The doctor warned that the girl needed absolute peace, and the new passion screamed about how glad she was to bear the heir to the kingdom of Dirhan. Byron suddenly remembered that just this afternoon he had doubted himself. From an overabundance of feelings, his beloved burst into tears, saying that she was simply very happy. But she burst into tears even more because she remembered how she almost lost her baby because of the queen's prank. Thinking about her, he didn't understand how she had the audacity to insult him, calling him a vile pervert, a game of position to deprive him of his manhood. Byron decided that since she got to his child, now he cannot forgive her. After all, with shouts, he and the guards went in search of Her Majesty. Arriving at her, the king pointed his finger at her and said that he knew about all her atrocities, and his patience ran out. Then he ordered the girl to be locked in a room and never let out. 2 guards seized the queen, and Byron added that while his order was in effect, no one dared to visit her. In a crazy voice, he added that no one should give her any food or water, deciding that when she was on the verge of starvation, she would simply have to beg him for mercy. The future empress was thrown onto the floor in her room, and the door was slammed with a loud noise. After making sure that his wife was locked in her chambers, he ordered that if the queen said anything, she should immediately report to him. The king thought that he would be able to see the body emaciated to the bones and hear her pleas to let her go. Listening to the noise outside the door, the girl was convinced that everyone had finally left. Arona quickly decided that she would not just sit and tolerate his antics. Taking the amulet in her hand, she was able to quickly summon the imperial magician to her bedroom. That evening, the queen dined on delicious bread and butter and wonderful food. Watching how Belle conjured a whole feast for her, she wondered why he did it. Having pierced the meat with a fork and held the object to her mouth, he politely said that he could not allow her to die of hunger. Having called him last night, the girl said that she would not give him her soul if he did not set the table. The guy invited her to try dessert, saying that he heard that all girls love sweets, to which she asked why he was interested in what girls liked. The imperial magician smiled contentedly and said that he had been interested in this recently. Satisfied with the delicious food, Arona said that if anyone saw, they would think that she was carrying a child, because even Lydia had not been treated so well. The owner of the tower said that the king's beloved had a fake pregnancy. The queen confirmed, saying that the talented Dr. Rudez could even do this. Thinking about the unhappy pregnant woman, the future empress remembered how easily she was able to imitate the symptoms: problems with the cycle, minor ailments, fatigue, and nausea. Belle didn't even suspect that she would be able to think through everything in such detail and create a really good reason for divorce. Turning away from her, the guy asked if he understood correctly that the room would be locked for a long time. Going out onto the balcony, he loudly announced that there was no need to worry about being noticed. The imperial magician said that someone should come. Then the girl asked how he would enter, whether the door was locked. He explained to her that his friend was good at climbing walls, and at that very moment an animal appeared on the balcony. A small fluffy raccoon appeared before the queen's eyes, smiling contentedly at her. Getting up from the table, she remembered that it was this animal that her husband could not catch. Approaching the animal, the girl sat down on her knees and began stroking the cute creature, asking the magician if you were his student. Belle, in a stern voice, ordered the raccoon to stop and report the information received to him. After a moment, the small furry animal turned into a red-haired boy who greeted the queen. He tried to hug the future empress, saying that he was very glad to meet her in person. His teacher hit him hard on the head, shouting that if he had anything to say, he should say it immediately. Crying a little in pain, the student reported that he had some news from Kesman. The queen asked if he meant the duchy located in the very north of the continent, where the Asura family started a war. Looking at Belle, the girl asked why the imperial magician was being reported about Kesman. Lying down on the bed, the guy said that last time she herself asked why the attack was being planned, since there was a war going on. Approaching the red-haired guy sitting on the floor, she asked if the end was in sight. He answered her that no, and there is not even a hint of peace because Kesman does not have such power. Arona said that Duke Asilier deliberately started a war that no one needed. The young people asked how she guessed, to which they received the answer that while the war was going on, the imperial palace continued to sponsor the duke. To summarize, the girl stated that the imperial palace was in much greater trouble than the kingdom of Dirhan. She thought that the previous emperor gave the duke everything he asked for, but Asilier still got rid of Lucien. The magician asked his student if he knew anything else, to which he received the answer that the commander-in-chief of the imperial army had recently created a special detachment. Hearing this, the queen thought that this special detachment was more like a suicide squad because the duke decided to punish with this everyone who did not like him. Looking at the guy sitting on the floor, the future empress asked who was in this detachment, to which she received the answer that everyone had different statuses, but none of them crossed the duke's path. Finishing his story, he said that all 20 people were soldiers of the kingdom of Diran. Arona immediately realized that the duke had heard about the death of her 2 older brothers. She thought that the evil duke planned to kill only one brother, leaving Arian alive. It became known that the second one also died, so he wants to completely break the spirit of the next successor to the empire, King Dirkhan. The red-haired guy calmly added that the order to gather troops came 10 days ago. Having learned about this, the girl assumed that the special detachment had long since died, and her speculation was confirmed by the raccoon student, who said that a few days ago a special detachment took part in a dangerous operation, and all the soldiers died. Many said that they were left in Kesman and publicly executed. The imperial magician asked why they complicated everything so much, because it was much easier to figure it out personally, to which he heard the answer that if Duke Asilier had simply killed Byron, he would have had to bear responsibility. Belle said that this information might not even reach the king, because he still did not know that he was the heir to the throne. Smiling, Arona happily said that this outcome would be even better for her. The magician lying on the bed hugged the pillow and was also glad that the future empress was smiling. A servant came to the king and informed him that his wife was in perfect health, which greatly angered Byron. Hitting the table with his hand, the husband asked if in 3 days there really wouldn't have been a word of apology. The servant replied that they even tried to talk to her, but she answered indifferently, and there was no crying, but only deathly silence. He also timidly added that she was much more cheerful than 3 days ago. His Majesty grabbed his head, not understanding how such an impudent girl still did not beg for mercy. Arona was kept without food and water for the last 3 days, but she did not even lose consciousness. Then he decided that his wife was too proud, and even if she was guilty of something, she would never apologize. The king decided to starve the poor girl even longer, but realized in time that she could die from this. If rumors spread throughout the kingdom that their queen died of hunger and not of illness, then the emperor will destroy it. Their conversation with the servant was interrupted by the butler running into the room, reporting that something terrible had happened. The guy reported that a letter had arrived from Kesman, which spoke of a special detachment that had recently been formed. He quietly added that all the soldiers were caught and brutally executed, which gave the king goosebumps. Bow to your head, the butler said that the letter also said that some of them were beheaded and paraded. Byron lost his cool and rhetorically asked why he had to go through such a thing. He remembered the night his wife rejected him, but rumors spread that they still spent time together. Realizing that the families of the victims would come to him with a showdown, the king could not figure out why Emperor Luciano was doing this to him. Remembering the formidable appearance of the emperor, he could not believe that his half-brother could care so much about his sister. Byron reasoned that he had made a queen out of his dear sister, and that he had the beautiful girl Lydia by his side, and he believed that he was giving the emperor an excellent reason to think that he was the best match for Arona. The butler unexpectedly informed him that officials were waiting for him in the reception room, and His Majesty ordered through clenched teeth to let the queen out. He knew that this wedding would be a heavy burden for him, and now he was tied hand and foot. The officials sitting at the table shouted loudly that the soldiers of the Durkan kingdom died in vain and unjustly. Some of them wondered why the ruler could do this to them, since their kingdom had always been loyal to the empire. Byron tried to calmly answer that he, too, did not understand such an act of the emperor, and that unfortunately, due to the fact that he was his sister's husband, he could not somehow influence the ruler. Out of excitement, the king began to bite his nails, saying that he was terribly sorry that time could not be turned back, and the wedding had already taken place. Count Estea expressed his opinion, suggesting that his ruler divorce his current wife. He added that there was no benefit for the kingdom from this marriage, and he saw no point in continuing to live with the queen. Byron thought about his idea, but objected that the emperor might get involved in this matter, to which he heard the answer that he was a reasonable person and would not do this. The count suggested that if His Majesty could come to an agreement with the emperor and there were enough reasons for a divorce, then he might well agree. Many officials sat silently and listened, nodding in agreement with the words spoken. The father of his mistress also said that then they would not have to spoil the emperor's mood by punishing the queen for her misdeeds. But the king reminded that the dowry that the queen brought with her was too much money for their kingdom, because there was a cart filled to the brim gold. The elderly man proposed to convene an academic council so that they could help solve this problem by finding a loophole so as not to return the dowry. He then added that now was the time to concentrate on His Majesty's child and his daughter Lydia. One of the officials suggested first sending tribute from the kingdom to show his devotion, from which the emperor would not immediately cut from the shoulder, and then calmly negotiate a divorce. Byron replied that he would think carefully about their proposals, hoping in his heart that there was a loophole so as not to ruin his kingdom. His Majesty's mistress was walking in the park with her friends and mother, who admired her new dress. Her mother said with a pleased look that she was sorry for such a beautiful dress, and she asked her to dress more modestly, but also added that nothing could be done, since all the clothes and her daughters were gifts from the king. Lydia smiled smugly, and pretending to be embarrassed, asked her mother not to say that. The girl boasted that she was given only 10 dresses, which completely discouraged her two friends. She also showed off her new ruby necklace, saying that in comparison, dresses don't mean anything. Her friends were joyfully jealous of her because before that the king had given his beloved 2 black diamonds. Someone suddenly called the girl by name, which is why she was finally distracted by narcissism and self-admiration. Along the road, the queen slowly walked towards her, looking at her with a calm, cold gaze. Seeing her, the mistress slowly bowed her head, making a dissatisfied face and greeting Her Majesty. The maids followed her example and also greeted the arriving queen. Looking at the mother of her husband's mistress, Arona said that it seemed to her that someone had not greeted her. She then added that someone apparently forgot about decency when he was thrown out of the palace. The woman bowed her head, putting on a cruel smile on her face, which suited the mistress quite well. The queen asked how her hand was doing because she thought it was very painful because the usually self-controlled woman looked very worried. The countess decided to get even and said that she heard that she was furious like a foal, so she was locked in the room. 2 maids stood a little behind them and listened to their mother's story that the eccentric girl had spent 3 days without food or water. She then added that when she left the room, she did not look human. Having examined the king's wife from head to toe, the countess wondered why a man who had not eaten for 3 days looked so much better than before. Arona smiled affectionately and said that the king could not be so cruel to her, and she had been doing very well all these days. She added that even Lydia apologized to her for her rudeness in the past. The new passion began to frantically scream that the queen was threatening her, who was pregnant with arrows. Wrapping her hair around her finger, the future empress playfully said that she only remembered that she was aiming at the boar. Looking at her husband's mistress, she said that she squeals one-on-one, like a pig. Lydia quickly walked towards her, saying that until now she had been polite because she felt sorry for her, but now she shouldn't even dream about it. She added that she no longer wanted to talk to the queen and ordered her to leave. Arona was not taken aback and said that she was the first to walk along this path, and the squeaky bird blocked her path. Such a statement completely infuriated the mistress, and she thought that her lover's wife knew no boundaries at all, because only Lydia was the king's first love. Then she decided to attack by asking if Her Majesty knew about the black diamonds that were used in the silver crown. The girl added that the king decided that a tiara like this should sparkle on her head, so he would give it to her. Lydia said that their wedding rings would be melted down into earrings for her. Then she angrily remarked that this was her status in the eyes of the king, and even if his wife was uncomfortable with it, it still would not change anything. The mistress said that her imperial blood had no meaning with the king's love. Arona listened to her carefully and calmly noticed whether she was confident in her words. Then the new passion decided to show her rival a new ruby necklace, not even suspecting that she didn't care. Then she added that she could take whatever she wanted from the queen, and decided that a girl who could not win the king's love could have nothing. The future empress carefully touched her pendant with a cat's eye and noticed that Lydia was seeing this for the first time. The new passion screamed, asking where her rival had stolen such a beautiful pendant. Arona replied that there were things in the world that she could not desire, and if she did not want to continue to see her rudeness, then she would have to act accordingly and move away. The mistress screamed that apparently the girl had been hiding the jewelry somewhere in the closet for these 2 years. Then she extended her hand and said that if the queen gave her the pendant, she would clear her way. Lydia said that it was better for her to give away what she would get anyway, and that if she didn't hand it over right away, the girl would accidentally fall into the pond. She tried to hurry the mistress, saying that she knew very well whose child was under her heart. The girl decided that the king was always on her side and could always protect her by punishing his wife. She said that all the people would talk about how the mad queen dumped the one who was pregnant from the king, and everyone would call her a real villain. The next words of the king's mistress were like a ray of enlightenment. She said that Arona really wants the king to divorce her because of her reputation as a villain. The queen's eyes lit up with interest. She quickly ran up to the pregnant girl, asked if she could swim. Without waiting for an answer, she said that the world would not lose much. She then pushed Lydia hard while she screamed that she was just joking and asked Her Majesty to stop. It was too late. Her husband's mistress was already flying with her back into the river, and the others watched in horror. When in the episode they rushed to help the fallen girl, the queen calmly watched all this action from the bridge. Returning to the castle, the mistress immediately ran to the king and pretended to cry into her pillow, shouting that his wife had pushed her off the bridge into the water. Byron could not believe that his wife was capable of doing such a terrible thing. The new passion cried even more, asking if he really didn't believe her because she was carrying his child. He tried to calm her down, saying that it was simply difficult for him to believe such a thing, because how dare she do such a thing? He then hugged her, saying that his dear Lydia had gone through such terrible things. A servant intervened in their idyll, saying that the pond was not so deep that a person could drown in it. He added that if she had been a little calmer, Tony would have swallowed so much water. An angry Byron threw a crumpled piece of paper at him, ordering the servant to get out of the room. Trying to come to his senses, His Majesty said that if he had not been busy with matters related to Kesman, he would not have sent such an idiot to help her. He then asked her not to pay attention and said that he was grateful that nothing had happened to her or the child. The girl asked what would happen next time, because the queen had already attempted on her life several times, and she was sure that the crazy woman would try to do it again. Clinging to her lover, Lydia asked if His Highness was going to divorce his wife. She clarified that the mere fact that a crazy person is trying to kill her is not a good reason for divorce. The king sternly remarked that he had enough reasons to leave his wife divorced. He said that he had gathered all the priests to find out if he could do this, leaving the dowry for himself, but there was no way. The cart of gold was used for new columns for the palace, for the garden, and for clothes and decorations for Lydia. The mistress asked if there was another way, then there would be no problems with the divorce. Looking at her lover, the girl slyly said that if someone who could no longer tolerate the queen could harm her. In the queen's bedroom stood the imperial magician, holding in one hand the corpse of an assassin. The guy noticed that Countess Dea had increased the number of mercenaries by 5 times, and could not understand what this man was thinking about. Looking at the future empress sitting in a robe on the bed, Belle thought about why the divorce had not yet been announced. Arona thought that she had brought too little dowry because she did not decide anything then. Everything was as Luciano wanted. The property laid out by her Empress Annabelle was all sent as a dowry, but all the girl wanted was to simply leave everything to Byron and divorce him. It seemed to her that her husband was simply afraid of angering the emperor if he could not return the golden carriage in the event of a divorce from her, so he held on to this marriage. 27 days have already passed since Belle announced the death of the emperor, and if she does not divorce him in these 3 days, then her husband will become the emperor. Arona quietly said that she could congratulate him on winning, because she did not have enough time to carry out her plan. Lying down on the bed, she added that she would cleanse her soul well in order to give it to him. The future empress closed her eyes and thought that if she had more time, she would not know what to do, because the king could learn all the news from others, so she would consider it a consolation to give her soul, because she would not have to live until old age. Opening her eyes, she looked at the magician and asked why he was not happy, because in the end he won the bet. The guy stood with his back to her and said in a quiet voice that he was not happy at all. When she asked why, he replied that his desires change quite often. She was illuminated by the light of the moon. She asked him what he wanted right now at this very moment. The imperial magician replied that he wanted to see her exercise her right and ascend to the throne. He then added that for the master of the Mage Tower to be the envoy of someone who is stupider than the previous emperor is too shameful. Bell said that the soul of the Kaijin family was certainly noble, but the game was not worth the candle. Blushing, he said that even when concluding deals with magicians, he was only interested in who would win the kings. Sitting on the bed, Arona asked if he wanted to help her, to which he received an affirmative answer. Touching her chin with his hands, the magician lifted her face, looked into her eyes, and reminded her that he could not use magic, take his life or lie to the king until a new emperor was determined. Smiling cheerfully, the girl said that this would be enough for her. The guy looked at her joyfully, happy that he could bring her plans to life. He then went to the king's chambers while he was sleeping and climbed through the window into his bedroom, greatly frightening him. The king, who was not yet fully awake, shouted loudly, asking if he was a mercenary. Moonlight illuminated the uninvited guest, who told Byron that he was an envoy from the Empire. Arona's husband was seriously frightened, asking what the man had left in his room. With a feigned smile, the king asked if the emperor had really sent him to sort out the situation with his half-sister. He added that if His Majesty was worried about a divorce, then although the queen's behavior was sometimes intolerable, Diran would remain loyal to the imperial family. The guy said that the queen would not become an abandoned woman, and he would not send her back to the imperial palace. The imperial magician became angry. Veins appeared on his face, and he thought that he wanted to break the contract that bound him hand and foot, and then tear this impudent man to shreds. The queen sent him there to convince her husband that she would not take away the devotee. Having controlled himself, Bell said that he had come to inform him that the emperor was not against his divorce from the queen. Byron was pleasantly surprised that a special person was sent for such news. The magician also said that their actions over the years have proven their loyalty to the empire. The king closed his eyes and quickly said that under the current circumstances, Durkan had no way to return the entire dowry. Bell said that the dowry brought by the queen is only an insignificant part of what the imperial family owns, and it would be stupid to spoil relations because of such a trifle. After all, the stranger quickly disappeared in a cloud of magic from His Majesty's room. Her husband was overjoyed to learn that he could get a divorce without any losses. The next day, Dr. Rudes told Lydia that her diagnosis was wrong and she was not pregnant. She also added that the news was quite serious and decided to notify the king about it. The king's mistress grabbed her sharply by the hand, asking her not to say anything to His Majesty. The girl thought that the palace had recently been seized. The army of the kingdom was publicly executed, and the news that she was not pregnant would make her lover even more reluctant to get a divorce. Rudes rubbed her bruised arm and said that she was giving her 3 days to prepare, and after that she would have no choice, and she would have to tell His Majesty everything, even if she had to leave the palace afterwards. From that day on, everything went according to the queen's plan. Byron, who thought that he would not have to return the dowry, told his mistress his conversations with the envoy, and she, in order not to miss the moment, began to persistently demand a divorce. Due to Lydia's pressure, the procedure took place not in 10 days, but in 1, and now Arona faced divorce proceedings. Seeing a lot of people, the girl decided that for the first time in 2 years, they treated her so respectfully. The king took the scroll from the servant and loudly announced to everyone that his wife had finally appeared. The future empress bowed courteously to the king and greeted His Majesty. Byron loudly and indignantly ordered her to kneel in front of him in order to completely humiliate her. The girl obediently carried out his order, causing everyone in the hall to gasp and whisper. He threw a scroll at her, saying that he, Byron Roche Durkan, was declaring a divorce from her. Hugging his new passion, he added that from this day on, Arona Sala de Kaision is no longer the queen, and she has no place in this palace. Taking the scroll in her hands and rising from the floor, the future empress could not believe that she had finally found freedom. Having calmed down, she bowed to the king, saying that she was no longer obliged to observe decency towards him. Smiling widely and glowing with happiness, the girl said that she had been holding back very much for 2 years. Byron was very frightened by her reaction, saying that she simply did not understand what had just happened. The former queen turned to the hall and called someone to announce the emperor's message. An imperial magician dressed in clouds of magic suddenly appeared in front of everyone in the hall. The king was scared why the imperial envoy appeared in the middle of the ceremony, to which he received the answer that the empress had called him. Bell informed them that the 2 brothers were dead, and therefore the throne was passing to their half-sister. In front of the entire kingdom, the owner of the Tower of Magicians announced that Arona Salier de Kazon became the new empress of the continent. Byron and his mistress fell to the floor at this news, and both trembled, not believing what they heard. Pleased with herself, the new empress said that since she received a divorce, she would take the dowry with her. Having come to his senses, the king fell to his knees and begged his ex-wife to stay in their kingdom for a few more days in order to have time to collect the required amount of gold. The girl looked at her ex-husband with condemnation and said that she could not see him. Trying to somehow stop her, Byron said that a banquet would be held in her honor. Sitting down on the royal chair, Arona thought for some time whether she should listen to these nonsense. He tried to convince her that the best cooks, dancers and musicians from all over Diran had gathered for the holiday. Having heard about the famous chefs, the empress noticed that, being a member of the Durkan family, she could not even try their dishes. Byron was taken aback by her directness, but she told him to eat their food himself with his new family. The ex-wife told him that she had heard that he had already married his mistress, to which she heard the answer that there was a misunderstanding. The guy tried to justify himself, saying that he thought that the girl was carrying his child, and since he was a man, he had to take responsibility for it. Arona noticed that the king was always incredibly responsible for everything that concerned his mistress. Involuntarily, she made him remember all his antics, saying that if he had been the same towards his wife, then perhaps everything would have turned out differently. The king shouted that he had been blatantly deceived because his new passion had conspired with the doctor and lied to him about the pregnancy. Looking angrily at his beloved, he declared that if not for them, their relationship with the empress would not have come to this. In anger, he pointed his finger at Lydia and asked if she was going to kneel. The former queen was delighted with this picture because they had always acted as if they had been lovers of the century, and now he was sacrificing his mistress, his first love, to her. The new passion screamed why His Majesty the King could do this to her. Byron grabbed her hand sharply, yelling at her for daring to be insolent to him. Pulling her towards him, he sternly, with all his anger, ordered her to shut up and get on her knees. Finding no other way out, Lydia knelt before her new empress. The former queen said that she would not be lenient towards them, to which the girl replied that if it were not for this woman, she and the king would have become a wonderful couple. The king said that, remembering that banquet where the owner of the tower and his ex-wife looked at each other, jealousy awoke in him. Shedding a stingy manly tear, he added that he was actually in love with her and was jealous when he saw her with another man. Having tried to kiss her hand, Byron invited his ex-wife to marry him again, to which he received a strict refusal. Her ex-husband tried to make her believe that she had no experience in running a country, and in this tough world of politics, a kind person like her would quickly be trapped and lose everything. Looking at the king, she asked if she had heard correctly when he called her kind and naive. The master continued to say that he, having held the position of ruler for so many years, has enough experience that just by looking at a person's face, he can understand what he is thinking about. The empress stated that the fact that he rules Durkan is a tragedy for her and for the entire kingdom too. She added that since he can read people's faces, why was he so easily deceived? The king clenched his hand into a fist and said that she too would not have doubted the doctor's words, and as punishment for deceiving both him and the new empress, he deprived her of her position as royal physician. Arona was pleased to hear that Dr. Rudis had been fired from her position as a physician's assistant. She added that she was going to take the girl with her to the imperial palace. Smirking, the ex-wife told him that she, so naive, needed someone on her side. Rising from the royal throne, the empress told the king to finish his remarks and return her dowry. Getting into the carriage, Arona noticed that the king's personal carriage was very good because of what was done with her money. Having caught Countess Dea, the king declared that since he had made an attempt on Her Majesty's life, he would confiscate his property. She was amused by the fact that they were squabbling over every penny, and since he could not collect the full amount, she took his cart. Belle, sitting opposite her, asked if she really wanted to leave alive the count, who was always trying to kill her. The girl noticed that she didn't care about him, because now he no longer flickered before her eyes. Leaning towards him, she asked if his work would end when they arrived in the Empire. The guy dryly replied that he had already appointed a new empress and that his powers were over. Arona looked at him tenderly and asked him not to go to the Tower of Magicians, but to stay in the imperial palace. He was a little embarrassed and asked why he had to stay in the palace, secretly hoping that the girl would confess her feelings to him. But the former queen said that if the owner of the tower supported her, then the aristocrats would not annoy her and unite against her. She suggested to him that if he, as the head of Firkin, outside of which there is a tendency to infringe on the magicians, joined the meetings of the aristocrats, this could mark the beginning of a new era of magicians. The guy turned away with displeasure and said that this would only be useful for her, but for him it was mortal boredom. He looked at her carefully and asked if she had studied politics and the situation in the empire. The girl replied that she knew about this thanks to her mother, and thought that she taught her many things, even useless things. Mother told her about the duties of the Empress, but Arona did not know that she would have to confront Lucian. Bel closed his eyes and sternly said that he could not live in the palace forever, and sooner or later he would have to leave. The Empress cryptically asked if he would have to leave if something happened to his lands. From these words, veins appeared on the face of the Imperial magician with extreme anger. The girl remembered how, as a child, her mother told her that even the Emperor could not interfere in the affairs happening on the territory of the magicians, and the owners of the tower were known for their bad character. Although her mother warned her, the Empress completely forgot about it because she spent a lot of time with Belle. Trying to take back her words, she covered her mouth with her hand, and the guy asked if he had asked too scary a question. Then the guy suddenly moved closer to her and asked if she was scared now. Hovering over her, he smiled and said that when she first met him, she was scared too. She smiled sweetly and said that she quite accidentally remembered his image of a cat. Very embarrassed, he told her that he would like her to call him Bars in private. To her question about whether all magicians should have such cute, immortal bodies, the magician replied that his mother was a dragon. Belle said that initially the owners of the tower were so strong that no one could approach them. The Empress thought that the great Amaryllis wanted a cat to be the immortal body of her son. Smiling playfully, she said that the cat was much cuter than the scary dragon. The girl added that when you hug a kitten, your soul becomes very warm. The guy looked at her sternly, and after a moment a small kitten appeared in his place. Arona was a little taken aback by such a speed of transformation and said that he was not really a cat, but a human. Holding a kitten in her hands, she complained that I liked to be nice to him. Although she had heard about the need to beware of the owner of the magic tower, there was no advice about not falling under the spell of soft fur. In the imperial castle, unrest began between the barons and dukes. Baron Bent asked why the new ruler was still not known, although several weeks had passed since the death of the emperor. Duke Rikiel calmly wondered if there was any news from Durkan, and Baron Tubert, sitting next to him, panicked and said that this was all very strange. He added that Anakin sent an envoy a month ago, and it was somehow strange that there was no news. Baron Bent leaned on the table and asked if someone had sent a person with news to the kingdom of Dirhan. The elderly Countess Hermann raised her hand and said that she either sent or was just about to send. Bent asked her what she meant, to which he received the answer that she could not check whether her person had arrived at the place or not. Then the Baron asked again what kind of message he was talking about, to which Baron Tubert suggested that he was talking about a portrait of his niece. He said that the elderly lady was incredible, since she was trying to slip the emperor, who had not even arrived yet, a mistress in the form of her niece, to which Yes answered him that he needed to firmly grab the young emperor by the nuts while he still knew nothing. Baron Bent said that if the new emperor falls for this, he will return to his lands, and Baron Tubert noted that an emperor who knows nothing cannot help but fall for this. He also added that he had prepared a mountain of jewelry that would be presented to His Majesty, and even decorated everything in the colors of Durkan. Looking angrily at Countess Hermann, the Baron said that he was not sure whether she would succeed in dealing with her mistress, and she answered him that her niece would take care of the wealth that would become his mistress. The grinning Baron pointed his finger at the old lady and said that she knew nothing. He said that the new emperor already has a lover, and everyone in Durkan knows about it. After thinking for a moment, the Countess decided that she would simply kill her lover in order to promote her niece. She added that if the child she was carrying was born, things would become much more complicated. Everyone agreed that once Archduke Acilier returned, it would not matter who sat on the imperial throne. The Countess Barons agreed that they just needed to take care of things before the Archduke arrived. The old lady said that Duke Rikiel must like this arrangement. Turning to the evil people, the Duke asked what they meant by this. The Baron good-naturedly declared that now Rikel's niece would become Empress. He added that the half-sister, who was almost forgotten by everyone, would eventually emerge from her mother's shadow, taking the place of the Empress, and no longer be locked in the tower. The new Empress entered the meeting room, informing everyone that she was a little late. Baron Tubert was the first to break the silence and asked in surprise who the girl was. Watching her imposingly walk past him, he shouted that this was not a brothel for her, where anyone could walk in, and ordered her to leave the hall. The girl said that they had seen each other a couple of times in childhood, but apparently the respected gentleman had forgotten her. Approaching the royal throne, she added that some news had not yet reached them. Sitting in the emperor's place, Arona explained to everyone that she was the new ruler of the empire. The first to break the silence was Baron Tubert, who jumped up from his seat, shouting that the new emperor was the king of Durkan. The empress looked around and noticed that there was a dark purple color throughout the palace. Pulling the purple pillow from under her back, she threw it on the floor with a cold gaze. The Baron ran up to her and, perplexed, began to ask what she was doing. Arona said that she hates the color purple and purple sapphires. Veins began to appear on the man's face with anger. He did not stop asking her who she was and what she had forgotten here. The former queen noted in a calm tone that the Baron was rather slow-witted. Looking at him sternly, she asked if he really thought she was joking when she said that this was the new ruler of the empire. The Empress asked the Imperial Magician to convey to this foolish gentleman that she was only telling the truth. The guy went to the center of the hall, saying that he was the owner of the Tower of Magicians, Belkarians from the lands of Fershen. As an envoy of the Empire, he fulfilled his duty and returned. The restless Baron asked if the envoy had brought the right emperor. Bel said that he was pronouncing the name of the new empress who would glorify their empire, Arnoa Salier de Caison, and he loudly greeted the new mistress. The Duchess admitted that she did not recognize her, and Baron Bent could not believe that the princess was in front of him. Unexpectedly for everyone, Baron Tubert announced that, as is known, according to the marriage contract, all the titles of Her Highness the Princess go to the ruler of Dirhan. Much to the regret of the Baron and Duchess, the girl informed them that she divorced her husband a couple of days ago, and this contract is no longer valid. Smiling sweetly, she said that since her older brothers were dead, she became the next ruler. Looking at the aristocrats, the Empress asked if they were going to greet her, because she had just arrived and was very tired. Baron Bent was the first to greet, looking questioningly at the other members of the council. Following his example, the others also began to greet their new ruler. Not feeling any joy, she remembered how, as a child, the aristocrats ignored the princess, whose existence was invisible thanks to the efforts of Luciano. Looking at her new charges, the former queen thought that this was not the place she had been aiming for from an early age, but now that she had climbed here, it did not seem so bad to her. She concluded that what was most important now was that she had arrived here and become the new empress. Entering her new quarters, Arona heard her friend Anakin running quickly towards her. The girl turned in his direction and also quickly walked towards him. The two young people were very happy to see each other after such a long separation. While the two friends were chatting, the Imperial Magician stood aside and was very dissatisfied. Hearing the former queen talk about delivering the news to the throne made Belle even more indignant. Her friend brushed the hair from her face with his hand, saying that she was great, that she understood everything, and became an empress. Holding a lock of her hair in his hand, the guy also added that he was glad that she returned to him. The girl clung to Anakin's chest, agreeing with all his words about returning. In response, he hugged her tightly, pressing her even closer to him so that it was difficult for her to breathe. The Empress asked to be released, to which her friend playfully replied that they had not seen each other for a very long time. Suddenly, the magician grabbed Arona sharply by the shoulder and with a quick movement pulled her towards him. Belle was furious and shouted loudly that the girl asked to let her go. Seeing his friend from the academy, Anakin offered the Imperial Magician a hug. Standing between them, the former queen asked if they were not friends, to which she heard two different answers. The owner of the Tower of Magicians said that he was fine alone, but the guy still couldn't get away from him, and his opponent said that he felt sorry for the loner with a bad character, so he became close to him at the academy. Placing her hands between them, the girl said that they did not have time for this and they would be nice later. She also added that there is one important matter now that her friend knows about. Sit down on one knee. Anakin extended his hand to her and said that she could order him, and he would do whatever she said. The Empress announced that she was appointing Anakin Willow as her official assistant. The Imperial Magician asked how she could trust him and make such important decisions so quickly. Arona stated that there were no more people like her friend in the Empire, to which she heard the answer that in the whole world you couldn't find an empress like her. Touching her hand with his lips, he announced that he swore allegiance to Her Majesty the Empress. Belle still looked at her friend from the academy with disapproval, telling him to be careful, because her friend at the academy had tricked many. Anakin stated that the fact that he beat the Imperial Magician at the game could not be called cheating. But the owner of the tower did not stop and loudly talked about how he used everyone indiscriminately and was engaged in usury, to which they answered that Belle collected souls at the academy and sucked magic out of everyone. The girl tried to stop them, saying that she understood that they had many difficulties during their school years. She then asked the Imperial Magician to give her a moment alone with her friend. The owner of the tower lay down resentfully on a nearby sofa and turned away from them, pretending that he was not there. Exhaling calmly, Arona asked Anakin how things were going in the palace, to which she received the answer that it was a complete mess. While the last emperor was sick and spent all his time in his bedroom, real power passed into the hands of the aristocrats, so they did not think of obeying the new emperor. Then the guy added that now the greatest power belongs to Archduke Asilier and his daughter, Princess Roxane Asilier, who were aimed at the new empress. Remembering her childhood, the girl remembered an incident when she blocked her horse from a man with a sword coming towards them. Trying to save the poor horse, the rider said that second place was also an honor. Roxana pushed her away, telling her to get out of the way and not interfere with her because she didn't need the horse that brought second place. With a sharp blow of the sword, the girl cut the throat of her horse, but he continued to slowly kick on the ground until he died. Shaking off the blood from her sword, she ordered Arona to watch the unfortunate animal suffer. Then, looking angrily at her rival, Roxana said that the girl was to blame for this, blocking her path to victory. Roxane Asilier, because she took second place at the races, brutally stabbed her horse. She was a child whose aura did not at all correspond to that of a child. The girl was an exact copy of her father, who killed soldiers who did not win in battle. Anakin said that their family still kills people and they still hate losing. Then the Empress asked what was the reason that they did not return and remained in Kesman, because they had won a long time ago. Her friend said that there is no easier way to take money out of the treasury than war. The Empress said that the princess is now like the sword of the Empire, which always strives to pierce its owner, and apparently she decided that having placed Arian on the throne, she could twirl it as she wanted. The Imperial assistant suggested that before the return of the Asilia family, order must be restored to the Empire. To her question about the current relationship between the aristocrats, the guy replied that he had already said that there was a complete mess between them. He also added that they hate each other and ignore the Imperial family, but still want to put someone from their family in the position of advisor to the Empress. Arona summarized that aristocrats hated each other, and her friend drove a wedge between them even more. The guy said that this was a temporary measure so that they could not unite, because there was practically no time left. He said that if information reaches them that it is her machinations to become an empress, then they can unite. After listening to him, the former queen said that until then, they need to lure at least one person to their side. The Empress ordered her assistant to tell her which of the aristocrats she could lure away so that he would be able to resist the Archduke. Anakin calmly replied that there was only one family for this, and she knew it very well. The girl was not at all happy with this outcome of the situation, and she asked if there were other options, to which she heard a negative answer. He began to list that whoever could resist the Archduke from the north was clearly not the defeated Duke Reichel from the south. Arona suggested that perhaps Baron Bent would take her side, but my friend replied that although he is strong and loyal, he is not from a large family, and he would not even think about breaking up his family for the sake of loyalty to the crown. Guessing Countess Hermann, she heard in response that the elderly lady did not like to suffer losses, and she would not even listen if it was not beneficial to her. After thinking for a moment, the girl did not know whether Duke Reichel would take her side. When she was locked in the tower, 2 guards took her away, and when she turned around, the girl saw her uncle watching this. Duke Reichel was her uncle and did not even try to help her despite the fact that she pitifully begged him. Arona nevertheless decided and asked her assistant to notify the Duke that she would meet him alone. Anakin looked at the magician lying on the sofa and said that if he had finished his work, he could return to the tower. When her friend left, Belle said that they had talked about uniting the aristocrats in the carriage and asked if she could defeat the Duke. She answered him that since he did not want to help her, then she had no other choice, to which she heard from the Imperial magician the question that if she could, she would choose Belle. Leaning over him, the girl tucked her hair behind her ear and asked if she had said that, he would have stayed with her. The Imperial magician was a little embarrassed, but did not enjoy the persistence of the new Empress. Rising from the couch, he answered her negatively, adding that according to Anakin, he should leave since his work was finished. Touching a strand of her hair, the guy said that he would return to her very soon. Smiling sweetly, he said that the palace turned out to be much more interesting than he expected. Duke Reichel was dining in his chambers when he was informed that the Empress would visit him, after which Arona entered the room, causing him to stand up and quickly greet the son of the Empire. The girl allowed him to sit down, saying that they had not seen him for a very long time. Sitting back at the table, the Duke and his niece were awkwardly silent for a long time. The former queen did not know where to start the conversation. Then she broke the silence, starting to say that she would forgive him for everything that happened in the past. In response, he promised her to forget everything. Realizing what she said, the Duke began to shout that their family had done nothing wrong to her. The Empress raised her tone, reminding him that as soon as Luciano asked, they immediately handed the girl over to him. She added that 3 years ago, as soon as her elder brother ascended the throne, an order was issued to interrogate her, suspecting her of rebellion, and they immediately handed her over. Although her last name was not Reichel, she was the only daughter of his dearest sister. The girl remarked loudly that there are few people in this world who would send their niece to such a dangerous place. The man jumped up from his seat, saying that it was not he who locked her in the tower, but the late emperor, adding that he did everything in his power. This statement shocked Arona. She asked if she had truly heard that her uncle had done everything he could. He replied that he really tried to do everything while Her Majesty was at their house, so that she would not feel uncomfortable. The Empress recalled that until her mother died and her elder brother captured her, she lived with Duke Rykiel like a pathetic parasite. In that noble place, deprived of any kindness, she lived like a mouse, fearing everything. The Duke was not unkind to her, never hurt her, but she always expected something more. Having decided for himself that she had already taken it out on him enough, and that it was not his fault, even though he was the ruler of the southern territories, he could not disobey the emperor. The girl continued to think that she was wanted for suspicion of treason, and if he had helped her, then his dukedom would also have come under suspicion. But she could not get rid of the thought that he could interfere in what was happening. She said that since he said that was all he could do, he could at least tell her where she would be sent. The man humbly reported that the previous emperor had interfered with him, and he could not do anything. Then she decided to clarify why exactly she should apologize to him. The Duke said that knowing that the Will family was a servant of the Rykiel family, she appointed their son as an imperial advisor. Veins stood out on his face as he talked about how much he had helped their family. If not for her, Anakin would have become his assistant. He added that their family values qualified employees most of all. The man said that he could not so easily let her get away with the fact that she was taking away the best geniuses of the empire. The girl still remembered her mother's order that wherever she went, I needed to find someone who could help her. As her mother taught her, the Empress did everything possible to create her environment. Now it became clear to her why Duke Rykiel was so angry with her. Her thoughts were interrupted by her uncle's voice, who said that in the end, their family would not be able to completely take possession of the guy, so he would simply forget about it. The former queen told her interlocutor that she had a proposal for him. At the same time, in the kingdom of Kesman, 2 guards listened to the indignation of their leader and whispered that she was furious because the order had come to stop the battle due to the start of agricultural work. Roxana was beating the stone wall with all her strength with her sword, on which traces of her blows remained. Her father tried to calm her down, to which he heard the answer that she could not calm down because some eccentric woman had ascended the throne. The girl abruptly threw the sword, saying that the worst thing was that it was Empress Arona. The Duke asked her that her anger would change her, to which he received a counter-question. Did he really think that she was angry over trifles? And Roxana said that a month had already passed since the death of the previous emperor. In anger, she asked if he thought it was normal that their family, who were the true masters of this world, were only now finding out about it. She was worried about how it happened that her half-sister ascended the throne and got divorced in the last minutes. Her father assured her that it was not their fault, because it turned out that the king of Durkan was still a fool. He told her that because of his mistress, this idiot divorced the empress, not knowing that he could become the ruler of the continent. The daughter started screaming that she would never believe that such stupid people exist in the world. The Duke explained to her that, in addition, her ex-husband had given away the entire dowry that the Empress had brought with her, including her mother's jewelry. The girl asked what kind of man he was, to which her father confirmed her idea that he was a dumbass. Then she explained that she meant not him, but the Empress. The man told her not to worry, because the girl was very simple. The Archduke reported that the former Queen Durkana was born into the imperial family, but immediately lost her mother, so she was not properly trained. He added that she trembled in response to the sight of people like her older brother Luciano. Arona calmly endured her husband's antics with his mistress and went through a divorce, the most difficult thing in life. The Duke's daughter asked if the girl really suffered from that mistress and how such a person could become the new ruler. Her father assured her that they could easily deal with her because compared to Arian, she was a puppet who would be even easier to control. Roxanne decided to act, saying that they would send her a personal warning because the new empress must fall at the feet of the Archduchy of Asilie if she does not want to die. Baron Tubert sat in the meeting room and listened to a report that King Durkan and his mistress could no longer live like this, so he announced a divorce from the empress around the time the previous emperor died. The man added that Byron missed the chance to take over the continent because of one mistress, and in his opinion, this was the stupidest act in history. All those present discussed the fact that their new empress became ruler only because she got divorced. The aristocrats thought that since she was the youngest of 3 children and her mother passed away when she was very young, then she didn't know much, which meant she had no choice but to trust the words of the aristocrats. Baron Bent said that he did not think she was weak-willed, but the guy sitting opposite asked if he wanted to be the first to approach the empress. Soon after this, the arrival of Her Majesty Arona with the imperial advisor was announced. Everyone in the meeting room stood up to greet the ruler, and when she sat down at the chair, she allowed everyone to sit back down. Many of the aristocrats thought that at first glance the girl seemed rather stupid, but Arona interrupted their thoughts, saying that she was grateful to them for maintaining order in the empire before her arrival. Taking the paper in her hands, she said that their meeting would begin with the fact that they needed to discuss the war in Kesman, and first of all she asked Lord Tubert. The man did not expect her to begin solving the affairs of the empire so quickly, and asked why she was so suddenly interested in this, to which she replied that she had heard that he was preparing. Clearing his throat, the Baron agreed with her, but in his heart he wanted to gradually start a conversation about it. He began his story by telling the new empress that Archduke Asilia and his daughter were currently fighting a fierce battle in the kingdom of Kesman. He then added that the special squad was completely destroyed by the enemy army, to which the former queen noted that that squad consisted of Diran's soldiers. The Baron was dismayed that the girl was so knowledgeable, but said out loud that in difficult times additional capital is required. Arona noticed that this year, judging by the records, Duke Asilia has asked for money for the third time. The Lord said that it was obvious because war is a complex matter, but the Empress answered him that even if the kingdom has an army of 10,000, the imperial army is 10 times larger than it. She added that apparently Kesman's army was too good if they couldn't defeat it for so long. Baron Tubert wondered if she was really making fun of the Archduke, but said that the kingdom has steep terrain, and this plays into the hands of the owner of those territories. The Empress reported that the funds allocated for the army this year were completely spent last time, and they had nowhere else to get money from. The Baron, amused by this phrase, said that she was simply worried about finances, and added that the amount that the Archduke and Princess asked for was not that big, and he had a small guess where they could get the money. Looking furiously at the former queen, he said that her dowry, returned to her after the divorce, which consisted of a whole cartload of gold and a couple of black diamonds, could go to the needs of the army. Arona thought that the Baron demanded that she give her dowry as capital for the army, but decided that no one dare touch the gold she brought with her, and that property was only hers, which no one could touch. Even in the event of a divorce, the dowry was returned to her, and the Lord offered to give it back, because then Archduke Asilia would be able to repair it for himself. The Baron kept trying to convince her that this was not so important, because if the Asilia family did not protect the north, their empire could collapse. He added that in the entire empire, there was no such talented commander-in-chief. Looking at her keenly, the Lord said that if she realized the importance of the war, who could fulfill the request of the commander-in-chief? The rest of the aristocrats in the hall were thinking about how sweetly the Baron talked about this. The Empress interrupted the silence, saying that the previous emperor was far from martial arts and war strategy. Baron Tubert happily agreed with her, adding that the Archduke would be grateful if she would send personal property to pay the expenses of the army. Arona asked the aristocrats if there were anyone among them who would be against this idea, which greatly embarrassed the speaker. Raising her hand, as if to say that she was against it, the girl asked whether it was not better to achieve a peace agreement than to continue the war, which is unclear when it will end. Lord Nor intervened in their conversation, saying that Her Majesty must not know anything about the situation in the Empire, because they have been waging this difficult struggle for a year now, and the Asilia family has saved the Empire more than once. He added that Roxanne's fiancé was killed not long ago, so they should repay them in full as a consolation. Baron Tubert said that this payment would be even too small. His words were immediately confirmed by Lord Nor. Realizing that the two would persist, Arona ordered them to stop and informed them that she would not pay the army. Smiling sweetly, she told them that they were right, that she didn't know anything yet. The angry Baron asked her whether it would be better in this case to listen to the aristocrats, to which he received a negative answer. The girl also added that she was not trying to ignore them and understood what they wanted to say, but she needed time to think about it. She said that she would consider their words and decide for the next meeting, and if they wanted to speak out, they could write a letter. After the meeting, her imperial advisor offered to escort her to the reception room. The girl told her friend that she told her uncle that one of the things her mother taught her was that the Reichiel family does not betray its own. She also told the Duke that she was her daughter, but her last name was Cassian, and that she knew it was very difficult for him to accept her as part of his family. Deciding that it would be difficult for him to take her side, she suggested something to him. A girl unexpectedly entered the reception room and greeted the new empress. Raising her head, the newcomer calmly told Arona that her name was Penelope Reichiel. Having met the girl, the empress asked that 3 years had already passed, and said that she was glad to meet her. Looking at the girl's face, the former queen decided that she was not very happy with her. Arona tried to put on a kinder face and began to slowly approach her. Bursting into tears, the girl threw herself into the Empress's arms, saying that she missed her sister Arona. Penelope was the only child who interacted with her while she lived with the Rykiel family, and the girl often called her sister instead of the proper one, Your Highness Princess. The daughter of Duke Rykiel often asked her to play with her, distorting the respectful address. Penelope only had a brother, so when her sister appeared, she constantly demanded that she play with her, but at the same time, she loved Arona. Until the moment when Emperor Luciano took her by force to the palace and imprisoned her in a tower. Now the girl was crying in the arms of her friend, saying that she was very happy that the Empress had called her. Hugging Penelope even tighter, the former queen told her that they were very happy to see her too. Arona considered her a younger sister, but so much time had passed and she could have changed her attitude towards her. Looking at her, the Empress realized that she was greeting her as joyfully as before. Separating the embrace, the former queen said that in private she could call her sister, to which she received the answer that Duke Rykiel forbade her to do so. Holding her old friend by the shoulders, Arona said that she had matured a lot, ideal for a personal maid. Noticing a hint of confusion on her face, she clarified that if she was forced to come here, then she could return, to which she received the answer that she was very glad to become her personal maid. Penelope told her that she knew that this was done for the sake of uniting with their family. She added that it would be difficult for the Empress to gain recognition by allying with the Rykiel family, and advised an alliance with the more powerful aristocratic families. Remembering her conversation with her father, the girl noticed that Duke Rykiel felt the same way, saying that it would be an honor for them if his daughter became a personal maid, but it would be difficult for him to be considered one family. Arona happily assured him that she would show them her devotion to their Rykiel family. Looking into her friend's eyes, the Empress asked her which other of her servants would worry about her allies, and said that she could not find a more noble girl anywhere who could trust. Touching her cheek with her hand, the former queen said she had better focus on her future. Sitting down on a chair, Arona asked what she wanted from her future, maybe marriage or a title. The position of her personal servant could give her both. The girl was a little surprised by Penelope's answer, and that she was not interested in these things. Sitting down opposite, her friend said that she wanted to be in the center of secular society, like the previous empress, who was called the treasure of the empire. The power and influence of Empress Annabelle was great. She was so incredible that even after death, everyone talked about her charm and talent, because she could stop a major war only with her beautiful speeches. The Duke's daughter concluded that she wanted to become just like her, to which she heard the answer that there was one good way. The Empress approached her and told her that she would arrange a very luxurious ceremony for her right in the imperial palace. After some time, the banquet was prepared, and her friend was able to make a wonderful debut in society. The imperial advisor stood next to her mistress and wondered why the Empress's first banquet was not in honor of her assumption of office. The girl answered him that she just needed to gather people, to which she heard a counter question about who would really benefit from the holiday. Arona told him that everything in the castle is so luxurious that she can't breathe, and the party is riveting them all. The main character in the center of the hall catches the eyes of the guests. Standing on the sidelines sipping champagne, they listened as the guests admired her maid. The advisor asked her if she was confident in her plan and what would happen if it didn't work out. Holding the dessert in her hands, the Empress joyfully said that she would give her dear uncle one gift. Guests at the banquet discussed that the Rykiel family had good support, and someone suggested that the new emperor still did not have his own people in the palace. One of the ladies, covering herself with a fan, said that her mother believed that she had arranged this banquet to show others how much she cared for her only maid. She also noticed that a lot of the girl's image was taken from the image of the previous empress. Even the aroma of the perfume was the same. Duke Rykiel unwittingly overheard a conversation that if the point of this banquet is to give all the wealth to a loser from the south, then the empress's isle is the small state of Diran. Arona had one more trick up her sleeve and asked him to hand over the box to her. The previous emperor, Kallian Palaeus Kaisian, Arona's father, appointed Annabelle as the second empress and gave her a pair of black diamonds because she was not interested in red rubies, unsaturated green emeralds, because she only loved black jewelry, which was much darker than the deepest sea and reminiscent of space in which the stars shine. The emperor loved his new wife very much. Giving her black diamonds, he said that she had become the treasure of the empire, and he wanted to give her all the most beautiful things he had, after which black jewelry gained popularity throughout the empire. The Empress now asked for silence in the hall and began her speech by saying that her dear sister Penelope must be enjoying the banquet. The girl bowed to her mistress and said that they had arranged a banquet for her, and she could not help but like it, so she would gladly become her maid. Arona asked to raise her head, saying that she did this not as an empress but as her sister. She added that she wanted to see her happy, so today the girl could forget about the duties of a maid. Penelope was incredibly grateful to the new empress for the celebration. The former queen ordered the box to be brought to her, saying that she had prepared a gift to bless her. In the box lay a beautiful necklace with a black diamond inside, which she handed to the hero of the occasion, saying that this was the one who would become the treasure of the empire. The ladies standing in the hall whispered about what the empress had just said. Many of them realized that the stone belonged to her mother. Duke Rikiel was dismayed by his niece's gratitude to his daughter. The countess standing next to him quietly said that such jewelry was too much even for his own sister, not to mention his cousin. She added that she congratulated him whether he wanted it or not, but now his daughter she had inherited the name of Empress Annabelle, and tears welled up in the duke's eyes. While placing the necklace on her sister, the empress remarked that this was how the imperial family and the Rikel duchy were united. The title of Treasure of the Empire, which was the symbol of the deceased Annabelle, now passed to Penelope, and there were no those left who believed that the imperial family and the Rikiel family were separated. Countess Hermann thought that few people would be happy, but she never thought that the empress, who was ignored even in a small kingdom, would take such a step. Penelope's father couldn't believe how much his niece looked like his sister. Not believing her luck, the younger sister said that she was very happy and grateful to her. Thinking that Penelope would thus become the second Annabelle Rikiel, the empress decided that she could become the top of society, because she was able to attract exactly as much attention as needed. Arona invited her sister to dance with the imperial advisor Anakin. The girl explained to them that many men in the hall were glaring at each other for the opportunity to dance with her, so it was better for the object of adoration to dance with the advisor. Her friend quickly approached his mistress, saying that when he returned, she would definitely dance with him. The empress smiled kindly and said that she would do as he wanted. When they left, she called a servant to her and ordered him to tell the musicians to play music while she took a walk in the garden. Walking out into the courtyard, the former queen sat down next to the flowers and finally exhaled heavily. Sitting in the silence of the night, the girl remembered how Anakin asked her if she didn't need this. The empress did not understand what he was talking about. Then he explained that she could not become a debutante and no one congratulated her. Looking at her reflection in the fountain, Arona decided for herself that it was too late to regret anything, and there was no point in it. A small white kitten with spots like a leopard quickly came out of the bushes towards her. Sharply grabbing it, she said that her snowball had become even more beautiful than before. Code quickly turned into an imperial mage who yelled that she was touching him too openly. Looking at the embarrassed Belle, the empress asked why he was not in the Tower of the Magicians. The blushing guy told her that he had said that he would soon return to her. He bent slightly and extended his hand to her, as if inviting her to dance. Surprised by his gesture, the girl did not understand and asked him what he was doing. The magician calmly told her that he had heard that it was customary to dance at the debutante ball. Arona burst into loud laughter, saying that the score was not in her honor, but the guy said that it made no difference to him. Placing his hand in hers, he pulled her towards him, and with his other hand he grabbed her waist and explained to her that he had come to the castle only for her. At this time, in the Tower of the Magicians, a raccoon was washing fruit in a small bucket of water. A blue portal opened behind him, from which the owner of the Mage Tower emerged. Starting to eat the peach, Rob, as his assistant was called, said that the portal closed at 12, so he told him to come early, but he was still a little worried. Sitting down in a chair, Belle changed his clothes to a loose robe and said that fruits grown with the help of magic do not need to be washed. The raccoon angrily told him that despite magic, all food must be processed before consumption, to which he received the answer that no magician is under such a strong influence as he is. Handing his teacher the fruit, Rob asked him if it was a peach and if he liked the ball. Leaning back in his chair, the guy thought a little, remembering all the details. When the banquet was in full swing, he and the Empress danced in the courtyard, and it seemed to him that there were only them in this world, as if all the voices of those around him had disappeared. Belle smiled contentedly and told his student that he was pleased with the banquet. The raccoon was very happy about this news, saying that it was not in vain that he made observations and taught him in the outback of the fortress. Remembering how Rob taught him, the guy came to the conclusion that he could have just paid someone, and everything would have turned out much easier. The raccoon turned into a smug young man who happily said that he knew he would become useful. The imperial magician besieged him by saying that at the moment he was dancing incorrectly. Then he added sternly that, in his opinion, the Empress moved much better. Belle won over his student with the phrase that she was not as indecisive as he was. Deciding to take revenge on his teacher, Rob remembered that the Empress's friend was Anakin Willow, who was considered the most graceful partner. He added that he heard that the guy danced so well that many girls at the academy were seduced by this and no one could pass by. Just recently, the former raccoon man reasoned that if the Empress has such a person, she cannot help but be able to dance, but he quickly added that the owner of the tower is also a quick learner. The Imperial Magician said that he really liked it, but it was not easy at all. Pointing to his chest, Bell asked his student why he didn't say that when you dance, your heart beats wildly. He added that Rob should have warned him that dancing used up a lot of energy, but the interlocutor noticed that even poison had no effect on his master. But here, a lot of energy was used up. Hugging his tail, the guy asked the owner of the Tower of Magicians whether the magic of strengthening the body that the she-devil cast had already dissipated, to which he heard the answer that there was nothing of the kind, and a request to stop calling his mother a she-devil. The confused student asked what he should call her, since many people called her that, and suggested the word ogress, to which he was ordered to shut up. Rob's face changed, and he said that he wanted to talk about it at the right time, but the Layton family had symptoms of the attack again. The Imperial Magician began to listen to him very carefully, saying that this was already happening 5 times. The student standing next to the chair asked what his mentor would do, to which he heard the answer that there was no suitable treatment, so he would do the same as last time. The guy reminded him that there was one way to be cured using the Imperial family's spiritual stone. Rob added that for now, the person he can approach is the Empress. Concluding his speech, he said that since she put her soul as payment, she does not have that much desire for life, so if he can make her give up life again, he will save an innocent life. The guy didn't have time to finish, because at that same second, he found himself pinned to the floor by Bell's hand. The enraged magician told him that for the first and last time, he was warning him that if he said such nonsense about her again, he would pull off his skin and make a rug out of it for Her Majesty. His student replied that he understood him very well and would no longer bring up the conversation about the soul of the Empress. The owner of the Mage Tower turned around and sternly announced that he was going to Layton. He decided that if he went there, he could find at least some clue. At the same time, in the Imperial Palace, Anakin was taking off the shoes of the Empress lying on the bed, who told him that he was a genius, to which he replied that it was her idea to make Lady Reichel the second Annabelle. The girl asked him if her sister had betrayed her anything before returning home, to which she received a negative answer. The guy said that he had crossed paths with 2 of Penelope's brothers, Dukes Demian and Willan. He added that the guys were confused. It was clear from them that they were proud of their sister, and after the ball they conveyed their wishes for health and well-being to the Empress. Satisfied with herself, Arona decided that their Duke should have reacted well in the same way, because she did everything that was required of her. Her friend suddenly stood over her, saying that she had not complied with his request to dance with him. The Empress apologized, saying that she had completely forgotten while she was going out into the garden, to which he replied that he had been waiting for Her Majesty while she danced vigorously with Lady Reichel as many as 3 times. He noticed that she was dancing with the Imperial Magician, and not with him, to which the girl replied that he was quite strange. Remembering Bell, she said that he comes when you don't call him and leaves when you ask him to stay. Anakin suggested that his old friend is like a cat because his divine essence is a leopard. The guy advised her not to get too attached to the owner of the tower because he is someone who cannot be guessed. He added that the subject of conversation could be someone who would harm her by clouding her mind. The Empress understood why her friend asked her to be careful, because she had seen more than once how the magician dealt with people without blinking an eye. But all this was in order to protect her. Rising from the bed, the former queen said that she needed to prepare for tomorrow's meeting. Smiling sweetly at her charge, she suggested thinking about how to shut Baron Tubert's mouth. Anakin looked at her intently and said that he had been waiting for this moment for a very long time. The next day at the meeting, the Baron again spoke about the need for more finances for the war in Kesman. He added that Her Majesty had selected the most valuable things from the dowry. Something else would need to be put in their place. Bronn offered to put the ring with the opal of King Rothman too, but his offer to me was ignored by the Empress. She asked if anyone had any other suggestions, but many of the aristocrats sat silently. Only Baron Burt raised his hand. He calmly stated that for the sake of the well-being of the Empire, this war must be ended as soon as possible. After asking him what his proposals would be, she heard the answer was to leave everything as it was and actively try to achieve peace instead of constantly increasing the size of the army. Lowering his hand, the Baron added that he considered this a much more reasonable solution. The Empress thought that the Baron who agreed with her was very similar to a man who was at one with the Archduke, but he did not agree with either Baron Tubert or the actions of the Archduke. Baron Tubert began to loudly complain that Kesman's soldiers were so uneducated and rude that even if they tried, it would be useless. He added that those who defend the north without sleep and rest have dedicated their lives to this, but if they tell them that help will not arrive, it will be a fraud. The Baron decided to quote the words of the Archduke that the enemy army was very powerful, but if they did not put pressure on them and push them back now, they would be able to reach the imperial palace. Arona deliberately ignored the aristocrats' words, saying that they didn't send an army there just to avoid this. Looking at the papers, she said that the last emperor could have built 10 imperial palaces with the money that was not sent to the war, to which Baron Tubert began to say in surprise that she could not know about this because she had recently ascended the throne, and the war always requires a lot of finances. He tried to convince her that in order to end the war quickly, she needed to listen to the Archduke. He asked her what would happen if someone else invaded their territory while the war in Kesman dragged on, who would come out and protect the palace. This was the card with which the Archduke and Baron put pressure on the palace and aristocrats. They always insisted on their own so brazenly that many aristocrats could not resist this, because if you do not take into account the Archduke and Duke Rikiel, then it would be difficult for others to lead a huge army. And even more so, the latter have not interfered in politics for a long time, because that they are constantly threatened that help will not come when they need it most. The palace would be in danger if they all did not follow the commander-in-chief, and no one else could protect the empire from external threats. And there were practically no soldiers left in the palace, so the previous emperor continued to sponsor them. It was precisely these manipulative methods that the most useless war dragged on for 4 years. Baron Tubert said that even the past emperor almost never contradicted the opinion of the Archduke, because he believed that she would eventually agree anyway. Taking a deep breath, the Empress said that she knew perfectly well what had happened before her, and looking sternly at her opponent, she asked if she was not the one ruling now. She noticed that, according to him, the entire army that should defend the palace was in the north at this very moment, so if they suddenly attacked, they would be in the minority. Arona said that if Kesman was so strong, they should have been prepared that they would reach the palace, and they should have demanded that their army be strengthened in any way. But even with such huge funding, they still could not end the war. Looking at the aristocrats sitting at the table, she concluded her speech by asking if they shouldn't think of another way to solve this problem. Duke Rikiel offered his help, saying that if they needed soldiers or a commander, their family would provide support. He would put his eldest son Demian in charge and help the soldiers. Smiling sweetly at him, the Empress said how much his decision meant to her. The aristocrats began to whisper that the loser from the south said that he would protect the palace. He had not been seen in political affairs for a long time. It seemed to many that he really sided with the Empress. Baron heard that many believed that his words did not make any sense. Realizing that his position was melting before his eyes, he turned to the former queen, saying that it was impossible to find another way out, to which he received the answer that he kept saying the word impossible. He tried to convince her by shouting that protecting the palace was a serious matter and could not be decided so suddenly if someone simply said that they would protect. His like-minded person said that even though he was her uncle, it was impossible to entrust the protection of the palace to just one family because he could pursue some of his own intentions. Duke Rikiel ordered the Count to watch his words, but the Baron did not let up, saying that they could not close this issue. A plan formed in his mind, and he suggested someone else who could hold back the Rikiel family. The girl quickly realized that it simply became unprofitable for him, that no one said a word about the Asilia family protecting the palace, so now he was stubborn. She had foreseen this, so there was a sharp knock on the door. The Empress said that they had better postpone this matter. A beautiful leopard appeared on the table, slowly heading towards Arona. Countess Hermann was the first to scream why there was a predator in the palace. Baron Bent asked how he ended up in the negotiation room. Addressing the animal, the Empress said that she had already begun to worry that he would not become the main character today, but he has finally come. Leopard turned into a wonderful young man who apologized heartily and said that he would atone for his guilt to her. The aristocrats started talking about the fact that the owner of the magic tower had joined their meeting. The guy who appeared stated that he had accidentally heard that someone else was needed to restrain the Rikiel family. He said that he would be this very person, to which the Baron began to be indignant that the lands of Ferschen had never interfered in the affairs of the Empire, especially since they did not have an army of such a scale. Bell told him that the army would not be of use to him, causing the indignant to fall into shock. The Imperial Magician looked at him with a brutal look and said that his person was much better than any army. Baron Tubert recoiled back in fear and was unable to say anything in response to the young man. The guy said that if the Empress called him, he would immediately appear at the castle. to which she replied that since the powerful head of the Tower of Magicians was with them, it couldn't be better. The girl calmly concluded that they had finally dealt with the Baron's anxiety. She added that this is why she refuses the petition of the Archduke and his princess. Their family has already done enough, so she is thinking of sending a representative to Kesman in their place in order to negotiate. After all her words, Arona announced that she was entrusting the negotiations to Baron Bent. The angry Baron Tuba shouted loudly that she was replacing the person in charge, because who was Baron Bent, and how could he take over the negotiations? The day before, the Empress and her friend were drinking tea when Anakin said that the applicant was a rather principled person who had not succumbed to the words of the Archduke, and if he was sent to negotiate, the result would be in less than a month. Arona slowly sipped her tea, rejoicing that she wouldn't have to do anything. The advisor said that she needs to return those who are now in the north, because if she wants Baron Bent to lead the negotiations with Kesman, then she will need the help of Duke Reichel. Only he has a power comparable to the influence of the Asilia family. He also added that over the past 10 years, the Duke almost never got involved in politics, and the Archduke's followers took advantage of this. Anakin reported that there was a high likelihood that they would demand a force that could contain and suppress the traitors. He suggested to her, although he was not very happy about it, that the head of Ferschen could compare with Duke Reichel. The talkers quickly rushed to Penelope asking what was going on. The girl stood with an empty bucket because she threw all the water from it on the guy who suddenly appeared. Reichel's daughter warily turned to the Empress, warning her of the danger. Covering her sister with herself, the girl said that some rude person had entered her room and she should call security as soon as possible. Anakin and Arona began to laugh at the situation, trying to explain that the Imperial Magician was not an intruder. The advisor also added that he could rest assured that she cared so much about Her Majesty. Seeing the owner of the tower, the former queen turned to him with a request to discuss some points. A dissatisfied magician stood in front of her in tight clothes, wet from head to toe. Sitting down on a chair, he received a towel from the hands of the Empress and said that he was very angry, but since she was her maid, he would have to be lenient. While trying to dry himself with a towel, Belle heard a question about why he came to her, to which he responded by asking if she wasn't glad to see him. He told her that she was so happy when he came to her in the guise of a cat. The girl laughed sweetly and told him that there was no one in the palace except him to whom she would always be happy. She sat down next to him, and the Imperial Magician began to ask her what she wanted to talk about. The Empress extended her hand to him, asking him to join tomorrow's meeting of aristocrats and offer his power as the head of Ferschen on a par with Duke Reichel. Arona added that this was not an order, but her request, and if he did not want to, then she would not insist. Belle grabbed her hand, pulled her towards him and said that he liked such conditions. He moved as close to her face as possible, saying that he also wanted to offer her something. Returning to his chair, the guy said that when one of the aristocrats goes to Kesman, she should allow him to go with him. The girl quickly agreed, but asked what his motive was. The Imperial Magician told her that in that kingdom there was someone he was looking for, and it was difficult for him to say whether it was true, but for the first time in a long time he found traces of him. The former queen decided to clarify 3 things, saying that Baron Bent was in charge of the negotiations and Belle was only accompanying him. The second thing was that if the Baron needed any help, the Imperial Magician would not refuse him. The last thing was that if a situation arose in which the Empress might need him, he would immediately return back. Looking at her with hope, the guy became embarrassed, got up from his chair and announced that he was leaving, saying that he could not help but come when the Empress called him. Arona wished him a safe journey, which made him think that this was a special goodbye, which made him blush. Baron Bent was confused by the attention shown to his person, but adamantly believed that this was a chance to put an end to an unnecessary war. After this, Baron Tubert protested with other followers of the Archduke for a long time, and after that the Empress learned that the advisor had personally dealt with everyone with the help of the law and talented speeches. A couple of times later, the girl calmly tossed a coin, and the advisor told her that they would not lose in the next game. Arona told him that Penelope had indeed become the queen of society. In her opinion, she was not as brave as Her Majesty Empress Annabelle, but she was quickly able to make friends with the young aristocrats. The Empress was afraid that it would be difficult for the girl to get along with the older generation, but Countess Hermann, who has been taking care of her family for 40 years, helped her a little. Since her youth she was famous for her wide connections, so it is clear that the Countess knows everyone who has power on this continent, and her influence on the field of art was incredible. Arona asked whether it was possible that the Countess would not sever ties with Archduke Asilier, to which she did not receive an exact answer. The advisor noticed that looking at the reaction of Baron Tubert and the solidarity of Her Majesty and Duke Reichel, the old lady began to doubt. Although she has not yet given up the idea of marrying the princess from her nephew, so she is keeping her distance. Anakin moved closer and whispered in her ear that in his personal opinion, the Countess's cough had gotten worse. The guy did not have time to finish because someone from behind began to greet the Empress. Turning towards the voice, they saw Countess Hermann standing behind them with a young man. The Empress greeted them, and the old lady said that there were many people before, so she was only greeting her properly now. Then she introduced the young man standing next to her, saying that this was the Marquis of Basaniel, and he really wanted to meet her. The guy happily said that it was an honor for him to meet her, and he specially came to greet her. The girl thought about the fact that the Marquis Basaniel is considered one of the richest people in the empire because he has the most fertile lands in the east. Typically, aristocrats who have a lot of money and own distant lands are considered a good source of income for the imperial family due to taxes, so they often act arrogantly. Examining her new acquaintance, the former queen thought that now he was not showing arrogance towards her, but on the contrary, as if he wanted to bribe her. The Marquis began to say that, if Her Majesty did not mind, he would like to invite her to the Basaniel residence. The Empress and the advisor looked at each other, but she thought that perhaps the guy was pursuing selfish goals, so he behaved this way. In any case, this was her chance to make friends with him. Arona smiled affectionately and said that she would set a date and would come to the residence. Having said goodbye to the guests, the girl turned to her friend with a question about whether the Marquis had always been so friendly, to which she received a negative answer. Anakin told her that their guest was like a scholar, only interested in history, and usually did not like to communicate with other people, and many called him a cold marquis, living alone in a large residence. Then he looked at the lady and smiled and said that perhaps spring had such an influence on the guy. The Empress looked carefully at the advisor and asked what he said. The next day, they went to the residence, where, getting out of the carriage, Arona first exclaimed that the talk about the power of money was not a lie. Her friend noted that their family had always been rich, and the size of the residence surpassed the county of Hermann and came just behind the Archduchy of Asilier. The girl admired it at home and wondered if all this was really done for her beloved, a simple girl from the country of Vidal. 5 years ago, the kingdom of Vidal was a small state subordinate to the empire. It included only a few islands on the coast where many people lived in a small area, but according to rumors, the people of this kingdom, what 5 years ago, what now, cannot establish good relations with the empire. Many said that the people of Viadal worship strange gods, and they know a way to curse a person they hate. And after the inhabitants joined the empire, hurricanes began to occur often. But if you swim with them, they will not let you swim until you choke. Although these were just rumors that no one verified, the inhabitants of their kingdom had blue hair and pale skin, just like the descendants of the sea god from the legend, so their unusual appearance only reinforced the rumors. Their appearance, which could not be hidden, as well as the unusual customs of life on the coast, went against the way of life of the empire, so they could not be accepted, especially by powerful aristocrats. Her thoughts were interrupted by the unexpected loud voice of a man running towards her. It was the Marquis who tried to greet the new empress from afar. As he approached, he thanked her for taking the time to visit his humble home. Walking into the mansion, Arona noticed that the dwelling was not at all modest. At first glance, it was clear that everything was of high quality. The guy prepared many treats for her and invited the Empress to try them all. Then, he asked her if one of his acquaintances could join them, to which he received approving permission. Looking at the maids, the Marquis gave them an order and thanked Her Majesty for their cordiality. A girl with blue hair entered the refectory, greeted the son of the Empire, and said that her name was Violetta. She bowed politely, and the former queen allowed her to sit at the table with them. The girl sat down next to the Marquis, and they looked at each other with loving eyes. Having gathered his courage, the guy said that he had called the Empress for a reason. He wanted to ask her for something. He remembered Lady Reichel's wonderful debut and said that the celebration taking place in the Imperial Palace was on a completely different level. The guy added that since ancient times, a real man is the one who can make his beloved happy. The Marquis said that Rupion one loved only one all his life, even though at that time he had the right to have many wives. Getting up from the table, the guy, embarrassed, began to talk about how he wanted to give Violetta an unforgettable debut, similar to what Lady Reichel had. Arona sternly answered him that in the past there were many aristocrats who could hold their daughter's debut in the palace by paying for it. But in her reign, she would not allow any exceptions. Because Penelope was her relative, or her, it was permissible. The girl added that she understands that he wants to pave the way for his beloved who has nothing to do with secular society, but she cannot give him such a privilege just because he asks. The confused guy was taken by the hand by his beloved, saying that Her Majesty was right, because she was glad that she could meet him. She asked him not to worry about it, because there was no need for it to come to that. The Marquis squeezed Violetta's hand and tearfully asked the Empress to listen to him. He assured that if the lady refused after his story, then he would no longer ask. The guy began the story that their love story happened last summer. The kingdom of Viadal was destroyed 5 years ago and became part of the empire, and by order of the commander-in-chief of the army, all residents moved to the mainland. The Marquis was keen to learn more about the history of Viadal, so the coast became his home, and he lived there for some time. He was sailing on a ship, enjoying the fresh air, but their ship was suddenly attacked from behind, and they had to flee. At the moment when the guy was thinking about death, someone helped him get out of the collapsing ship. The girl saw the guy standing on the deck in time and with a sharp jump, jumped out into the sea with him before the gunpowder exploded on the ship. Violetta was a navigational assistant on the ship and ultimately saved his life by walking through the fire. Soon the Marquis fell in love with his savior and asked her to become his lover. Hugging his beloved, he concluded the story by saying that the girl accepted him as such a good-for-nothing. After the whole story, a small problem appeared, because rumors began to spread that his lands had been captured and that he had been seduced by a mermaid, a descendant of the devil. The Empress was dismayed that so many people actually believed such tales. The advisor assured her that the people had described these rumors in great detail, and many said that mermaids had the mark of the devil on their necks. He then added that there was a man who supposedly saw the Marquis fall into the sea. Anakin concluded by saying that even among the aristocrats, there are those who believe these vile rumors. The Marquis said that when he found the source of these rumors, he realized that the culprit was his family, who wanted to forcefully marry him, so according to the laws of the Empire they were beheaded. But the rumors that he worshipped the devil only intensified. Looking at Violetta, the guy said that he stopped because he didn't want the rumors to spread even more, but there was a burn on his beloved's body that couldn't be removed. The girl pushed aside her blue hair, behind which a bright red burn could be seen on her neck. Hitting the table, he said that he didn't want to hear any more dirty rumors about the one who saved him and who got the scar because of it. Looking at them, the Empress inquired that he wanted her to make her debut in the palace, since this was a quick way, by the way, known in secular society, even if they were rumors, to which she received the answer that he saw how much attention her sister received, therefore he hoped that the inhabitants of the empire could fall in love with his beloved. Arona calmly reported that a debut in the palace would not solve their problem at all, to which the Marquis said that he knew about it, but wanted too much. Her Majesty happily said that they did not need to overwork themselves and break the traditions of the imperial palace, because she had a much better idea. In one of the cities of the empire, a former talented actor broke another plate, to which he heard from his boss that he could not even wash the dishes properly. The bald man pointed his finger at him and said that he was an actor, and he was kicked out because he could not learn the script. The poor guy asked to be given another chance, to which he heard in response that he was fired. Now he walked down the street, shedding tears and grieving that he was the best actor in Durkan and now had to endure such an attitude towards himself. He was kicked out of that kingdom, and you were treated like a fool just after hearing his name. Having moved to the Empire, the first thing he did was change his name, thinking that it would be cooler and he could start over. At dusk, a man in a black cloak approached him from behind, saying that he had a question for him. The stranger asked him if his name was Rick Tabian, to which the guy accidentally let slip that it was. Thinking that he would be killed for his actions in the kingdom of Durkan, the actor fell to the ground, begging for mercy. Rising to his knees, Rick tried to crawl away from the man in black, but he was quickly stopped. Turning to him, the guy raised his hands and joined them, as if begging the strangers to treat him, and at that time the man took off his hood. The former queen of Durkana stood in front of him and calmly watched the infecting guy. He greeted her, saying that he did not expect to see the queen of Durkan here. But her companion came up from behind and slowly began to pull the sword out of its sheath, which is why the guy immediately realized his mistake and corrected himself, calling her the Empress. The advisor quietly whispered to his mistress that it seemed to him that the guy was narrow-minded, to which the girl assured him that everything was not so bad. She calmly asked the shaking actor if he knew why she had found him. Turning to him, the girl asked if he would like to play the play again, taking the main role. After some time, the guy was already fully rehearsing his new role, which the Empress herself had given him. Arona stood with the director and said that everything looked like a regular rehearsal, to which she heard from the man that everything was really going smoothly. He added that he was very worried when she said that he could beat him if the guy did not obey. The Marquis and his beloved approached them and said that they did not know how to thank her. To her question about whether they liked the rehearsal, the guy said that they would never forget it, and after the performance, people would definitely change their opinions about the residents of Viadal. The Empress said that there were less than 15 days left before the performance, to which Violetta noted that everything looked very good, even without the decor on the stage. The girl said that the main character Lola is her longtime friend, and she was looking forward to seeing her play again. The Marquis said that he knows that they helped them for the sake of all the inhabitants of Viadal, but everything he does for them is all for the sake of Violetta, because she is a dear person to him. He added that he wished they could stop these terrible rumors so that the inhabitants could live peacefully in the empire. The guy put his hand on his chest and proudly assured that this is the only thing he really wants to do. The Empress listened to how he proposed to her that he should take care of all the affairs that the Archduke was in charge of, together with whomever she would appoint. She answered him that the Archduke was responsible for many things, but there was no need to curry favor with her because of this. Arona thought that she was actually going to make friends with him, but the guy somehow switched over to her side too easily. The Marquis told her that he was a simple man and was ready to do anything for the sake of Violetta. The former queen noted with a little worry that the damage to him would be great. The guy hugged his beloved and asked how something connected with Violetta could harm him. Left alone, the Empress thought that he had probably heard about their relationship with the Asilia family from Countess Hermann, but in any case, the support of the Marquis of Bethaniel could yield good results. The director of the play approached her and thanked her, saying words of gratitude for the fact that she gave him a chance to perform a play with such an interesting plot, and if he had known this story before, he would have paid all the expenses himself. The leader of the Stage Wolves is known for his stunning castings, attracting everyone from criminals to the children of aristocrats. Arona asked with surprise whether the selected actors suited him. The guy said that the main actor was great, and asked if she meant the actress from the Kingdom of Vidal. Having received a positive answer, he invited Her Highness to show something. They approached the stage where the main character was playing her role, asking what the main character was looking for in her C. Rick told the girl that her voice should not become more expensive at this moment, and then added that he did not mean that she was mistaken. He also had a hard time with emotions in this scene. The actress said that he could just calmly tell her to rehearse this scene again, because he was her teacher. The girls watching them mockingly shouted at the actor that he was again putting the actress in an awkward position. The director pointed to the two girls, saying that they had been protecting Lola from day one. He also added that she became very friendly with the others, making fun of such things. The guy told the Empress that usually, if someone makes fun of someone, they cannot become friends for a long time, but this time everything was different. Making a sly face, he said that the girl would be very surprised when she saw the scene, to which he received a counter-question about whether he had said that it was very difficult to direct the production because of the large number of scenes at sea. The director said that one sponsor anonymously allocated them a huge amount of money. The Empress thought that using conventional technology could not make good scenery for the stage. She suggested that they were using some kind of artifact, to which the guy did not answer her that it was not just an artifact, not even a glowing pearl or a simple accessory. He added that it is such a luxurious artifact that he does not even know how to use it correctly. Only one person came to her mind, the Imperial Magician, but she wondered when he knew that the girl was preparing a performance. In the castle, the maids were discussing the upcoming performance. Penelope said that there would be a production at the Central Theatre Feriaden, and that she had already booked 2 tickets for the best seats. The guy standing next to him said that he was still in thought, because nothing was said about the plot of the production, and he was not sure that the performance would interest him. The girl told him that all the tickets for the first performance had already been sold out, and because of his thoughts he was left far behind. The Empress's sister advised him not to worry, and promised that she would watch very carefully, and then tell him. The dissatisfied guy asked, since the story is about a love story, then it should no longer be for the common people. He added that if there is no suffering about life and death, about sins and forgiveness, then it cannot be called art. Penelope told him that he was criticizing without even seeing the performance, and asked if this is how people who really appreciate art behave. The girl decided to discuss what her new friends thought of the Empress, to which she heard the answer that even the Empress's assistant, known for his pickiness and beauty, took her side, and the unpredictable owner of the tower would not contradict her. Arona heard everything, since she was also in the greenhouse, and said that she was embarrassed and seemed to be causing problems. The advisor told her that young aristocrats love to gossip, to which he received the answer that getting into a scandal with handsome men is not so bad. Looking around, the girl asked why she still did not see Countess Hermann. Anakin told her that lately she had not been coming to the palace, where she used to appear every day. The guy assumed that she wanted to curry favor with Archduke Asilia. He added that he did not think that she would stop coming to the palace even before the performance began. If you don't appear somewhere for a long time, then at some point they forget about you, since the performance has already been a success to some extent. If rumors spread that the Countess, as the main character of secular society, will not join it, then her authority will decrease significantly. The Empress thought that she could not give up, because the one she definitely wanted to see at the performance was Countess Hermann. The girl got up from the table, said goodbye to the advisor, and said that I should meet someone. She went to the imperial doctor, who informed her about the imminent death of her friend. Entering the doctor's office, the former queen noticed how hard Dr. Rudes was working. The girl did not expect that the one whose life she had saved more than once from deadly poisons in the kingdom of Dirhan would come to her. She saluted the son of the empire, to which she received the answer that there was no one in the empire who could compare with her in medicine, but her etiquette was far from ideal. The doctor said that her mercy towards her was limitless, and thanked her for her kind words. The Empress asked if she liked the laboratory in the empire, to which she received the answer that it was 1,000,000 times better than the one in Dirhan. Rudes then brought the tea to her and informed her that the tea was made from the leaves of medicinal herbs, so it was good for health. Arona said that research, of course, is good, but she needs to go outside sometimes, and then asked if the doctor liked the theatre. The former queen said she had a production lined up and would love for her to come see it. The doctor quickly agreed, and then heard that it would be a good show, and many of the empire's aristocrats would gather there. The girl asked if the countess who was going to introduce her to her distant relative would be there, and the Empress asked when they had time to meet. Rude suddenly remembered and asked that this woman would not be able to come to the production. Arona said that she did not yet know whether the old lady would be there or not, and then asked what she had heard. The doctor said that she looked very sick, so she would die soon. Arona couldn't believe her ears, so she asked the imperial doctor several times if she was talking about Countess Hermann. The next day she went to visit the countess. At the entrance to the mansion they were met by a maid who greeted them. The Empress asked her to immediately take them to the countess, to which the girl showed them the way. Penelope was indignant that only one maid came out to meet Her Majesty the Empress. The maid answered her that everyone, including the young master, was now in the countess's room, so they could not meet unexpected guests. Opening the door to the bedroom, the girl informed them that the countess was inside. The three of the doctor, the Empress and Arona's sister listened to how someone said that his mother could not meet guests in such a situation. One of the countess's sons was sitting on a chair and cutting an apple, saying that his sister could go to rest, and he could take a closer look at his mother. Her daughter's husband suggested that everyone stay in the room because it made the patient feel much better. The old lady was tired of listening to their bickering, so she angrily told them to shut up, otherwise she would go crazy. She also added that they are like fools who cannot determine what is most important right now. Coughing, the countess quietly said that they should go and meet Her Majesty. The Empress decided to announce her presence and turned to Countess Hermann. All the children immediately bowed and greeted their mistress, and the former queen said that the countess need not get out of bed. Closing her eyes from fatigue, the woman thanked her and asked her entire family to leave the room. The daughter tried to object to her, but her mother's stern look forced everyone to quickly retreat from the rooms. Clearing her throat, the countess asked to be forgiven for greeting her in this form. Arona said that they have very good relations in the family, to which she received the answer that although they are stupid, they are still her family. The girl noticed that the elderly lady looked bad, to which she replied that she could not be careful with her words, but directly say that she looked like she was going to die soon. Countess Hermann knew that everyone had come only to invite her to the performance, so she announced that she would not be able to attend it. The Empress asked, puzzled, if this was all not because of the illness, but because of her family. The dying woman answered her that she was very wise, since she understood everything right away. Only you will hear, to which she heard a counter-question about whether it was not hard to live in hatred with the Archduke. She replied that the last thing she wanted was to leave her family in danger at the end of her journey. Arona calmly told her that she had not come to her at all because of the upcoming performance. The girl told her that she had come because she was really worried about her health. Then, smiling sweetly, the former queen asked if she did not die if she could come to the performance. The countess was taken aback by such words and asked in a trembling voice if this was not a disease that no doctor in the empire could cure. The doctor entered the conversation, saying that such a disease is often found in those who drank and smoked a lot from early childhood. But in Dirhan, where the climate is dry, this disease is extremely rare. She added that it was impossible to heal, but if she wanted, she could live longer. The woman said loudly that she wanted to live, even if it was just 1 month or a week, because she had so many unfinished things left. The girl told her that the disease is called Hizarek, from which her mother died. Looking at the patient, she reported that being in this condition, she lived for another 10 years. The doctor explained that if you avoid the mistakes that the girl noticed while looking after her mother, you can live even longer. The most important thing is to never drink or smoke again. And the Countess promised that she would do whatever she wanted, and asked Her Majesty to allow the doctor should stay with her. The Empress explained that she had come precisely for this, and said that the Countess must come to the performance, because this way they would attract the attention of the entire secular society. The elderly lady did not believe what was happening, but having controlled herself, said that the Empress was very wise, and she should have sent more photos of her nephew. The day of the long-awaited performance arrived, and a lot of young people gathered. The two ladies were discussing that in such a place, there was the Marquis Basaniel, who came here with a mermaid. One of them said that the girl was still a bourgeois from Viadal, and as it seemed to her, in fact, truly important people never came. She added that if this was a really good performance, then the Countess could not come. Baron Tubert specifically overheard the young people talking about the upcoming performance. Smiling evilly, he quietly told himself that this would be a good show. Then, turning to the young people, the man said that he knows Countess Hermann well, and how obsessed she is with quality performances, so if there is something she doesn't like, she doesn't waste time on it. He stated that there was only one reason why the contents of the production and the list of actors were kept secret. The Baron did not have time to finish speaking when Countess Hermann appeared in front of him, talking about how long it had been since they had seen each other. Turning in her direction, the man thought that the elderly lady had previously been on the side of the Asilias. The performance began. Two guys pulled behind them several meters of blue fabric on which the glare of the lanterns was reflected to create the effect of waves. Among the fabric, unexpectedly for everyone, a guy appeared who was trying to make his way through the abyss of the sea. He didn't succeed. He asked for help when a girl suddenly took him by the hand and pulled him into the air. Having climbed ashore, the man tried to cough up the water that had entered his chest and caught his breath. Noticing that his savior was leaving, the actor raised his hand and asked her not to leave and to let him look at her. The actress turned around, and a beautiful girl with blue hair appeared in front of him. The audience froze with delight, and the guy continued to play, saying that she was a goddess and saved him. She asked him what the man was looking for in her sea, to which I received the answer that he was Daemon Resaniel, the prince of the kingdom of Resaniel. Putting his hand to his chest, he, very embarrassed, asked her to at least say her name. The savior told him that her name was Viola and that she had seen many people in her sea, but he was the first who wanted to know her name. Rising from his knees, the guy took her hand, came closer, and said that he did not need the treasures of these waters, but only asked to get to know her better. The girl he was supposed to marry was beside herself with rage and anger. Running onto the stage, she shouted that the place of the princess belonged to her, and the girl was not a goddess, but a demoness. She also added that the devilish creature dared you to want her place, and she would never leave it alone. Flames erupted on stage. The audience could not believe that the actors were still playing in a real fire. The scenery changed to a blazing ship, on which the actor tried not to breathe smoke, but shouted that Viola should not come near. He tried to convey to her that his fate was to die in their sea, but thanks to her mercy, he managed to save his life, and now he must accept the punishment of heaven. The guy pressed his hand to his chest, tears flowed from his eyes, and he said that he was being punished for daring to love the goddess. So she too, because of him, received a mark on her neck, so she would gladly accept the punishment for her love for her. Despite the fire, the girl still came up to him and cupped his face with her hands. She pulled him towards her, and they merged in a tender kiss against the background of the sunset sky among the blazing fire. This was the last scene. The audience stood up from their seats and applauded them loudly, trying to hold back their tears. The Empress watched everything from her loggia and, like many spectators, was delighted with the staged play. Leaving the theater, the young people discussed the fact that they had never seen such a performance. Arona told Anakin that, in her opinion, everything went well, to which the guy agreed with her. She added that they couldn't get rid of the rumors that Violetta was not a person but a mermaid, but she still made a good choice by showing their story on the side. The former queen believed that this was how people would become more interested in Viadal and find out that those rumors were complete nonsense. Watching the people coming out, the girl ended her speech by saying that people would know more if they observed the inhabitants of the island kingdom a little more. She remembered this incident when Belle used magic to turn a red rose into a blue one. The Empress had not seen the Imperial magician for a long time, but she told her advisor out loud that they could return to the castle. The girl asked how the Countess was, to which she received the answer that she felt much better. Anakin said that the old lady grumbles all the time because she stopped drinking and smoking. Returning to the Empress's chambers, they found a picture of Penelope holding a struggling kitten in her hands. A month ago in the kingdom of Kesman, Roxana received a letter saying that Her Majesty was refusing them. Her father slammed the table loudly and shouted about how arrogant the Empress was. The court magician came to them, assuring them that they should not worry too much about this. The guy said that the Baron sent was a low-class aristocrat, and the owner of the tower was coming to the kingdom for another reason. The Duke's daughter asked if the Imperial magician was coming because of him, to which he received the answer that he really forced him, but did not expect that Belle would really come. He added that the owner of the tower was not interested in this war, and the girl asked if he had really tested this with his ability of foresight. Pushing the court magician, she said that his abilities are simply terrible, although among the magicians there are few who have the skill of foresight. But thanks to him, she realized that it was useless to keep someone who did not know how to use it. Leaving the room, Roxanne added that he was good at using poisons. Her husband should focus on that. The Duke asked the magician if he was not afraid to meet the owner of the tower, to which he received the answer that even if he crossed paths with him, he would not understand that it was his doing, since he had covered up all traces. The man said that he was not concerned about the affairs in Fershen, but he was wondering whether there would be problems if such a dangerous magician came to them. The guy said that on the contrary, they need to get closer, because the Baron himself said that such a powerful magician should not exist in the empire that would become his. The father noted that in this empire, which should become subject to Roxana, such a dangerous magician cannot continue to exist. Clenching his hand into a fist, he stated that what the guy did in Ferken had no effect on the owner of the tower, to which he received the answer that when you use poison from afar, its effectiveness is only 10, and if you use it close, it can exceed 100. Kurtzog asked if he had really invited the Imperial magician to the kingdom on purpose, to which he heard the court magician answer that he would take over everything. He added that Belle intervened in the war on the orders of the Empress, so this is a great chance. His father told him that he had one try, and he had to deal with it without making a single mistake, and besides, he needed to keep everything a secret so that his daughter wouldn't find out. The guy asked why the Archduke wanted to keep everything a secret, because the princess he knew would support them and help them. The man rose from his seat, saying that she should not interfere in Fershen's affairs. He would personally present her with an empire, cleaning out every corner of it. Suddenly the door swung open with a bang. Standing behind it was the terribly angry Roxanne. The girl said that Ramon, as the court magician was called, said that Baron Bent and the owner of the tower would arrive in a few days. The guy replied that according to his calculations, the journey would take them at least 3 days. Looking at him angrily, she asked him never to mention his insignificant gift of foresight again. He could not understand what had happened, but suddenly 2 people entered the room, asking if Archduke Asilier was here. Walking right behind the Duke's daughter were 2 guys who were clearly tired from the journey. Ramon quickly put a hood on himself so that the Imperial magician could not see him, and the Baron ran to meet his guests. Belle was much more cheerful than his companion, so he himself announced that they had arrived on the orders of the Empress, and therefore asked forgiveness for the unexpected visit. Sitting down on the sofa, the 2 arrivals began to listen to the story that, as they themselves know, money supports the lives of soldiers on the battlefield. The Duke added that he did not think that their request crossed the boundaries of what was permitted, to which he received the answer that Her Majesty had forbidden it. The man was shocked by this news and asked what she offered in return. Baron Bent conveyed the words of the Empress that she thanked them for their services in this bloody war. He also added that they no longer need to bother themselves in this cold and harsh place, so she sent him to save them from these problems. Pressing his hand to his chest, the guy said that he had arrived for negotiations, and he was appointed responsible for this war. The Archduke began to angrily ask whether negotiations with Kesman were the Empress's decision, and did they really think that this was possible, since the kingdom had invaded the territory of the Empire several times. The Baron said that the right to control the Imperial army belongs to the Empress, so they should check whether negotiations are really impossible. Having asked the Duke to leave him the duties of Commander-in-Chief of the army, he heard in response that the man does not like those who talk in vain and do not understand anything about the affairs that he takes upon himself. The guy said that this is the order of the Empress, so the Asilier family must also follow it. Roxana's father jumped up from his seat, loudly declaring that he would not transfer the rights of Commander-in-Chief to him because there was no one here who recognized him as responsible, whom the Empress had appointed. Then he added ominously that the war would continue for a long time until he wanted to end it. Baron Bent sighed heavily and said that he understood him, but still tried to find a way to conclude an agreement. He asked the Duke to provide him with a place to stay for the night and 10 guards, because he would not leave until he completed the negotiations. Archduke Asilier looked dissatisfied at the owner of the Tower of Magicians, thinking about why he came here in the first place. The man was indignant, since when did the imperial magician become the right hand of the empress? Looking at the court magician, he saw him smiling approvingly, clearly planning something. The duke controlled himself and said that although they did not agree, he could not haphazardly receive guests who had come this far, so he ordered the maid to show them to their rooms. Entering their temporary room, the two young people began to settle down and discuss further actions. Belle said that the Archduke was clearly not going to cooperate with them, so he heard confirmation, as well as the assumption that the owner of the mansion might kill them. Sitting down on the floor to unpack his bag, Baron Bent heard the magician tell him that he already knew it. Taking out his traveling things from his bag, the Baron sadly said that the Duke himself said that if he doesn't like something, then let him try to stop him. Dressed in a black robe, he stated that from now on they were moving to Plan B. That same evening, they tried to get to the enemy's side, but they were unexpectedly spotted and began to fight back with arrows. An hour earlier, the Baron had reported that he expected Archduke Asilier to refuse to cooperate with them, so they would mount horses and secretly infiltrate the kingdom of Kesman. He added that he always knew that he had the real power, but he did not think that the Duke would so brazenly ignore the order of the Empress. The Baron was glad that Her Majesty had sent a detachment of soldiers with them, to which the Imperial Magician remarked that otherwise his companion would definitely have been pinched somewhere. Having obtained the peace agreement, the guy decided that they would go to the kingdom together without an army. Belle asked why only the two of them, to which he heard the answer that this was exactly what he and the Baron had gone for. The owner of the tower asked, because all that was required of him was to help him penetrate the kingdom and meet with the king, to which he received an affirmative answer. Baron Bent said that he had already met with their king before, because the one who first violated the borders was the king's brother-in-law, and he hoped that their leader set himself the goal of leaving the hostages alive. He also added that he had already agreed on the terms of the negotiations, so it would not take much time. Belle smiled cheerfully and said that he had a very quick way to get to the king. Now they were running away from the arrows flying at them, but the Imperial Magician moved with the help of magic, so he made fun of his guide. Several arrows pierced the Baron's thick robe. He shouted that if Max had run with him, Tony would have dared to joke like that. From such a quantity, he got stuck. It seemed to the guy that he resembled a hedgehog, which he reported to the Imperial Magician. The Baron had protective magic that prevented the arrows from piercing his body, but they still reached the skin with the tip. The guy loudly announced that this was not exactly the plan he had hoped for. Belle said that if so, he would go first, and he should finish here and join him. The poor companion did not understand what the magician was talking about, but heard him say that it would be suspicious if none of them were at dinner. The Imperial Magician then began to cast spells and wrapped his magic around Baron Bent's robe, enjoying his cries to be released. The magician had his own plans for this, so he sent him to the very heart of the kingdom, telling him that he had cast a strengthening spell on him, so everything would be fine. Having ensured that the flight was indeed a success, Belle was extremely pleased with himself. Using magic, he quickly returned back to the Asilia family mansion to appear during dinner. A servant entered his room, informing him that dinner was ready, and everyone was waiting only for them. 3 people were sitting at a long table, slowly eating their dinner, with guards and servants standing behind them on both sides. Roxana was the first to break the silence, telling her father that if he had no one to drink with, it would be better to choose one of the soldiers. Her father tried to calm her down by telling her that they didn't have to show their strength. The Duke noted that he was very sorry that the Baron was not feeling well, to which he heard confirmation of his words that the magician did not know where he could have been hurt, but his whole body was covered in wounds. The girl angrily said that he must be in incredible pain because he ran away to negotiate with Kesman. She added that the Baron should have learned something, that whoever goes alone to the enemy camp cannot return that day. The father tried to stop his daughter, but she sternly said that their guest had long been dead or had surrendered to the enemy. The Duke's daughter said that whoever he was, if he did not return within a day, he would be shot immediately. Belle listened to her and said that if she became his enemy, she would be in trouble. He added that if such a vaunted princess failed to catch the tower's master, her reputation would be ruined. The girl jumped up from the table and with anger in her voice asked that since he was a magician, she hoped that there was no way to defeat him. Taking a knife in her hands, Roxane looked at him cruelly and said that although he was a magician, he was not immortal, so he would not be able to withstand her. Taking the fork in his hands, Belle assured her that he could not die from the knife, which looked like a toy. Sitting at the table opposite each other, a storm was clearly beginning between them, which could develop into a battle. The butler brought them wine, and the joyful Duke invited them to try the rare drink. He said that this was a valuable wine that they would not have the opportunity to try again, because the entire family that made this wine accidentally died on the battlefield. The Duke brought his glass to him and made a toast to the prosperity of the empire, to which the imperial magician noted that he did not sound sincere. Belle was the first to try the rare drink, while the others looked at him with bated breath. A couple of hours earlier, Father Asilier visited Ramon while he was preparing a special wine for the guests. The man asked if it would be similar to the poison they used before. The magician told him that the only difference would be that the person would have to drink it and not eat it. The Duke asked if it would be strong enough to use on the owner of the tower, which I heard answered in the affirmative. He sternly asked if the court magician knew that poison usually would not work on the imperial magician. The guy assured him that he already had experience in killings with poison, so there is no one better than him. There was no one, and there never will be. He added that the Archduke should not worry, because in any case, this is the end for the owner of the tower, because he will no longer be able to come to the mansion. Corking a bottle of wine, Ramon said that Belle would not be able to find out about its existence. Handing the bottle to the Duke, he said that it makes no difference who is the owner of the tower, because in the end, following traditions, he will die young. Having given the wine, the guy swore on his own name that his poison could kill the imperial magician. So now the Duke watched with bated breath as Belle quickly swallowed a glass of wine. The court magician standing among the guards thought that this poison was different from those he had used so far, because just one sip would destroy all organs. He then imagined how his victim would begin to writhe in serious agony, not understanding what was happening to his body. Having drunk his glass completely, the owner of the Tower of Magicians said that the drink was really tasty, and that he was sorry that everyone who brewed it died. Ramon could not believe his eyes that his poison had no effect on the imperial magician. The Duke was not taken aback and began to offer to try another glass of excellent wine. Snatching the bottle from his hands, Belle quickly began pouring a new portion into his glass. He said at the same time that they should have a lot of such wine and that they should not be greedy. The guy drank the second glass in one gulp, while everyone also looked at him, expecting him to die. He then playfully looked at the Duke and asked him if he should have another drink, after which he emptied all the bottles of wine. The enraged Archduke asked the servants to bring them even more bottles, but there was nothing left in their supplies. The magician, pleased with himself, said that usually when people insist on drinking a drink like that, they are clearly up to something, and asked them if everything had not gone according to plan. Roxanne's father pretended not to understand what was going on, to which the imperial magician suggested that they wanted to poison him. The Duke's daughter slowly took the candelabra while Belle talked about how he was not interested in poisons, so he did not know what kind of poison was mixed in, and stated that they knew nothing about his body. The girl pointed a weapon at the guest, which she intensified with her anger, saying that she could no longer calmly endure this. She said that if he suspected them of trying to poison him, then he knew that he could not escape her sword. Moving the weapon away from his face, the owner of the Tower of Magicians assured her that she was wrong in this matter, because the Empress ordered him not to interfere in the affairs of the Imperial Army. Roxana became furious and rushed at the guest, shouting that this army belonged to her. Stopping the homemade weapon with his finger, Belle said that if a man from Firkin was hiding here, then that was a different matter. Hearing all this, the magician who was hiding among the guards became nervously worried about his life. Belle broke her weapon into many pieces, saying that he must catch his subject and kill him, because this is his duty as the head of Firkin. The Duke immediately rushed to him, trying to justify himself. But the owner of the Tower of Magicians did not listen to him, saying that the Imperial Army was not his jurisdiction. The person responsible for everything would come soon. At that very moment, the doors of the refectory room swung open, and Baron Bent stood behind them. The Duke's daughter warily asked why their guest looked so terrible, and in this form he appeared for dinner. The guy asked to forgive him, because it was all because some crazy person pushed him into the lair of the enemy camp. He joyfully took out the paper from under his cloak and reported that everything valuable was not damaged, because in his hand he held the document of surrender from King Kesman. The Asilia family could not believe that they were seeing a document of surrender in front of them. Baron Bent said that he had concluded a peace treaty as Her Majesty the Empress wanted. The dissatisfied Duke and his daughter began to frantically look through what was written in the document. Watching everyone, the Imperial Magician said that the Baron had put an end to the war that they could not end. Smiling contentedly, Belle said that all they had to do was return to the palace. The Duke's daughter looked with all her anger at the court magician standing among the guards. All she could think about was that he was a useless piece of trash and King Kesmana was a scoundrel. Baron Bent tried to carefully take the document back to himself so that no one would inadvertently tear it. The Archduke held the paper in a death grip, to which the Baron informed him that absolutely everyone was looking at them. Having finally given the paper, Roxana's father heard Belle's words that he said that the war would drag on. Approaching the owner of the mansion, the imperial magician asked what they would do since nothing worked out according to their plan. Without waiting for an answer, the guy turned around and told everyone that he wanted to quickly tell the Empress about this. The two young men left, leaving Archduke Asilier alone with his daughter. Roxana was indignant that everyone said that Arona was just the words of the Empress, but they did not take her seriously, because even her father could not say anything in such a situation. Now the kitten was in the Empress's chambers, and she was thinking that, judging by how relaxed the animal was, it could be judged that the negotiations had gone well. Sitting down next to him, the girl asked if the imperial palace was really just a joke to him. At that very second, the kitten turned into an imperial magician who playfully told her that they had not seen each other for a long time. Then the guy said that this was the second time something terrible had happened in this room, to which he received the answer that he was asked to enter through the main entrance. The former queen began to stroke the head of the owner of the Tower of Magicians, at the same time asking him about all the news. Belle enjoyed the softness of her hand, telling her that they were done, so he came to quickly tell her about it. The girl couldn't believe her ears and asked if everything was over, including whether the war with Kesman was over. The imperial magician told her that the Baron had received confirmation of surrender. Arona suddenly became thoughtful and removed her hand from his head. Upset by this, Belle said that he had brought the barons to King Kesman, so it didn't even take an hour. He added that they even had time left to make sure the problem was resolved. The guy said that he arrived here faster than if he had ridden horses, and he managed to create a portal on the way back. He looked at her affectionately and told her that he had helped with specific effects on the stage along the way. The Empress approached him and asked in surprise whether it was he who helped with the special effects. The girl asked if the equipment with which the performance was a success was really a gift for her. Her heart began to pound wildly, so the former queen moved away, turned away and sheepishly said that they needed to discuss Kesman first. When she asked whether Princess Asilier was angry, she received the answer that she was serious about disobeying. The guy then said that there were too many people who saw the agreement, so in the end, she decided to withdraw the troops. The Empress remarked that there was nothing she could do anyway because they had won. Although the barons succeeded in negotiations, the army under the leadership of the Asilier family still won. For a year, it was the Archduke and Princess who led the army in a bloody war. Remembering Baron Bent, Arona asked where he had gone and why not in the castle. The imperial magician dryly stated that the Baron was still a malingerer, but the guards were with him, so they would return together. The girl laughed and said that everything had turned out as they had planned. All that remained was to hold a ceremony to honor the heroes who had returned with victory. The Empress understood that no matter how disgusted she was with the Asilier family, they would still be welcomed by the inhabitants of the empire. Belle gently grabbed a lock of the former queen's hair and began to gently stroke it with her fingers, asking how she planned to carry out the ceremony. Blushing, she sternly said that she must greet those who return from the war with victory. Arona calmly said that the soldiers would be greeted by the villagers as they marched into the fortress, so she should reward them, not just throw a feast in their honor. Ultimately, Empress Arona and Princess Roxana were to meet. The imperial magician took her hand and placed it on his cheek, telling her that he would always be on her side. After the end of the war in the kingdom of Kesman, calm reigned in the empire. The new palace was a much more interesting topic for discussion. Penelope's new friends asked her if her hairpin was in the Vidal style. They also noticed that these days it was difficult to find, to which they heard the answer that the peg was created in the image of Viola's mark on her neck. The girl tried to find out where her friend bought such a hairpin, but was upset to learn that it was a gift. She said that the Marquis of Bissaniel gave her a gift as a token of gratitude for coming to their wedding. One of the friends sadly stated that they had a modest ceremony in a hurry. The girl added that the banquet was still gorgeous, but then the guy who came up interrupted her, saying that he completely agreed with her. He said that it was very fun to be there with the actors from the play The Sea. Another of the girls boasted that she talked with the main character Laura Dellis for 30 minutes, and in real life, she turned out to be even more graceful and cheerful. The guy decided to assume that the Marquis and his wife were the real heroes of the play. Another guy approached them and said that there was nothing surprising because the girl is often called the goddess of the sea. Another of her friends noticed that mermaids used to be called the children of the devil himself. As she sipped her tea, Penelope thought that her little sister was very perceptive. At that time, the Empress was playing a game of chess with her advisor and discussing the fact that rumors were spreading quickly and they were looking for the actress from Vidal in all the corpses. As he made his move, Anakin noticed that Marquis Bissaniel had really blossomed lately. Shortly before the wedding, the groom asked Her Majesty to perform the ceremony at their wedding, but was refused. Not giving up, he asked permission to name their first child after the Empress, which was also refused. Then he proposed a completely crazy idea, to install her golden statue on his lands, which she could not prohibit, but did not want at all. Remembering all this, the girl sighed with relief and continued the game of chess. The advisor reminded her that she had assigned him some task, which he happily completed. The Empress did not understand at all what he was talking about, so he explained to her that he had prepared a place for him in the castle. The girl said that he would not return to Fershen and would remain in the palace, and since he also helped with the negotiations, so we must be kind to him. Anakin said that he had prepared the room, but since he is the head of Fershen, so while he remains in the palace, he should listen to the other aristocrats. Arona mockingly said that she understood what her friend was worried about, but in her opinion, this would not work. The next day, during the council, Baron Tubert said that they should greet the army much more solemnly than in previous times. He proposed to decorate the entire palace with gold and jewelry, and thought to himself that the war did not end as they had planned, so the commander-in-chief was angry and the banquet must be luxurious. The man proposed that banners symbolizing the Archduke's family be hung throughout the palace, and all the aristocrats present would meet them in front of the palace. Before he could finish speaking, the imperial magician interrupted him sharply and rudely, saying that it was too difficult to perform. Bell sat directly opposite the Baron, swayed imposingly on his chair and said that he would not go. Trying to control himself, the Baron suggested holding a tournament at a banquet, with a good reward for winning. His speech was again interrupted by the owner of the Mage Tower, calling him a noble nobleman. In response to the Baron's request not to call him that, Bell remarked that he was a nobleman as well as noble, and asked what he did not like about his address. Raising his hand, the guy mangled the Baron's name 10 more times and finally asked him what he said about the tournament. Turning his head, the man said that if he was interested, he could come and see everything for himself. Having received no answer, the Imperial Magician asked the guy sitting next to him to tell him about the tournament, calling him a ferret. Dissatisfied with the appeal to him, the young man nevertheless decided to talk about the fact that this tradition of the Empire, various tournaments are held at important festivals or banquets, stir up interest and cause joy among the public. During his story, Bell quite often interrupted his interlocutor, to which he received a remark from the Empress. The girl mockingly asked him not to interrupt other council members too often. According to Count Nora, tournaments are a tradition of the Empire. Anyone could participate in them, and the winner gets a jewel. Baron Tubert said that training competitions would also be held today, but noticed that the magician knew nothing about it. He then added that Her Majesty would grant a small wish for the winner. Count Nor laughed and playfully asked why his neighbor was telling this to someone who knew nothing about martial arts. They were both developing a plan to get rid of the Imperial Magician without attracting attention to themselves, and the tournament was ideal since magic could not be used there. Bell said that it was true that he had never learned to hold a sword in his hands, but he would take part in the training competitions. Leaning back in his chair and smiling radiantly, he declared that he would be the winner. Arriving at the tournament, the Empress sat on a high balcony from where she could watch all the battles. Having asked the advisor if he was worried, she received the answer that he was not taking part in this, so he had no need to worry. Watching the warm-ups, the girl quietly said that her snowball should remain in good health. She then noticed that even though he was a magician, he could get hurt fighting with swords. Looking at her, Anakin asked if Her Majesty was really worried about Bell. Turning away, the Empress embarrassedly stated that she would not want him to get hurt. The guy confidently assured her that she need not worry about the Imperial Magician. The bright presenter announced through a bullhorn the start of the first round of the training competition. In the first battle, Mr. Belcarianus, originally from the Kingdom of Fershen, competed. His opponent was a large man, Sir David from the Rune family, who looked at his enemy sarcastically. The advisor explained to the former queen that very soon she herself would understand the veracity of his words. Looking at the Imperial Magician on the battlefield, Arona thought that he was standing in a very strange position, and hoped that this was not the first time he had picked up a sword. His opponent looked menacingly at Bell and said that even though he was the owner of the tower, he should not expect mercy. The Imperial Magician thought that since this sword was not real, then by hitting the enemy on the head, he should not die. Sir David was the first to rush into battle, quickly attacking his opponent with the ball directly to the shoulder. Bell slowed down briefly, but it seemed to everyone that he could not move due to pain. Arona warily watched the progress of the battle, each time worrying about whether the owner of the tower was safe. His opponent thought that perhaps he had broken the magician's bone, but at some point he noticed that his sword began to break into small fragments. Ultimately, all that was left in Sir David's hands was the hilt of the sword with a small stump. Bell stood completely unharmed, without any visible injuries, and looked questioningly at the broken sword. The presenter did not expect this. There were notes of incomprehension in his voice as to how it happened that it was not his shoulder that broke, but the sword. The Empress asked with satisfaction whether this was according to the rules, because from the outside it seemed that he was using magic. The advisor told her that the Imperial Magician did not use magic, so this was not considered a violation. He said that when Belle was little, you cast magic on him to strengthen his body. Thanks to this, his body is not afraid of even the most dangerous poison, not to mention toy swords. The host announced that due to the fact that the opponent lost his weapon, Mr. Belcarianus from Fershen wins this round. The owner of the Proud Tower put his toy sword into its sheath, saying with all his appearance that he was stronger than everyone else. In the next round, he also defeated his opponent, due to which he continued his participation. In the third round, the guy was able to take the sword from his opponent and wondered why they all looked the same. The Empress and the advisor watched him from the balcony and talked about how easy victories irritated him. Anakin said that when he was at the academy, he heard that Amaryllis did not want a child, but simply to create someone strong, after which Belle was born to her. 15 years ago, she went completely crazy, and until her death she created new spells for Belle. Many believed that he was her best creation, left behind by her after death. After the guy told the story of his friend, the final was announced. The presenter announced that Mr. Belcarianus, who had not had a single loss, would take part in the final. His opponents were Count Nor from Vectim. They reached the finals, repelling the attacks of numerous competitors. The advisor said that since his new opponent is Count Nor, the Imperial Magician needs to be more careful. He noticed that no matter how invincible Belle was, he was still made of flesh and blood. The Empress looked excitedly at the new enemy, asking if he could really injure a strong telemage, and then asked if he was from the Ministry of Magic. Her friend explained to her that his sword sucks mana from the air, so it can resist magic, but at this time, the host reminded her that the winner will be able to make a request to Her Majesty. The girl said that she would be happy to listen to the request of the winner of the training competition. The Count said that he wanted sole ownership of the glass greenhouse inside the Imperial Palace. All the spectators fell silent in anticipation of the Empress's answer, and Arona herself did not expect such a request. The presenter asked in surprise whether he understood correctly that we were talking about a glass greenhouse, to which he received confirmation of his words. The guy added that he was talking about the same greenhouse that the previous emperor gave to Archduke Asilia. The most elegant and beautiful place in the palace is this glass greenhouse in the southern part of the palace. Several hundred years ago, one master put his soul and heart into it, and for more than one generation of emperors, it was a healing place. But then a puppet emperor appeared, because for whom power passed into the wrong hands. Archduke Asilier also demanded a glass greenhouse from the previous emperor. Now the young count, who believed that he would win, demanded a wonderful place. He said that he had heard that Her Majesty did not use the greenhouse, so he asked to use it. The glass greenhouse always belonged to the imperial family, and when the emperor was replaced, it passed into the possession of the new ruler. The Empress quickly realized that the princess wanted to take possession of her again, but from her training, all the glass in her cracked. Her thoughts were interrupted by the advisor, saying that the Count was mistaken. He added that he was going to ask Her Majesty to do him the honor of having tea with him in the glass greenhouse. The guy turned away and said that he did not think that the Empress was one of those who throw her words to the wind. Arona looked doomedly at the Imperial Magician. His appearance indicated that he was confident in his abilities and would definitely defeat the impudent one. The host broke the silence by asking the lady if they should continue with the training competition. The girl replied that if he won the competition, she would give the greenhouse to the Count. Anakin quickly rushed to the former queen, trying to stop her unpredictable decision, but she only asked him to trust her. The presenter announced the start of the last fight, in which Count Nor and Mr. Belcarianus will fight. The Count thought that his opponent was nothing without magic, and decided that even though he looked strong, he could defeat him. He then began to quickly attack the Imperial Magician, hoping that he would not be able to parry his blow. Belle did not fight back, but only deftly dodged his opponent's attack. People began to whisper that no matter how strong his body was, if he did not return, he would be cut into pieces. He was able to parry the next attack with his sword, but was still thrown back a little. Watching this, the Empress began to worry about whether the owner of the magic tower was okay. Belle was briefly distracted, and his opponent decided that this was his chance to defeat the incompetent magician. He quickly attacked the Imperial Magician, charging his sword so that he could cut him into pieces. Out of surprise, Arona covered her mouth with her hand and watched what was happening in quiet horror. The attacker fell to the ground and screamed loudly that he was in great pain and had a broken shoulder. The Empress and the advisor looked at the battlefield in disbelief, trying to understand how this happened. The Count shouted that he was dying and would need to have his arm amputated. but Belle stood calmly, leaning on his sword. The Imperial Magician quickly noticed the girl's gaze on him, turned to her and said that he had done it. Anakin reflected on the previous fight and stated that he copied Sir David's movement, but the only difference was that he had no control over his power. The former queen happily suggested that the guy most likely had innate talent. The presenter announced that the head of Fershen, Mr. Belcarianus, had won, and he became the winner of the competition. The Empress praised the winner and asked what wish she should fulfill. The magician smiled maliciously and blushed noticeably, which did not escape Arona's gaze. Belle began to playfully tell what his wish was for Her Majesty, but did not have time to finish, stopping briefly to think. He reasoned that since this request was made to the Empress herself, he would not want others to see him asking her for something insignificant. The guy remembered that when his rival asked for a greenhouse, she thought it was absurd. The Imperial Magician decided to choose a place that no one except the Empress herself could use and asked for a greenhouse. The Empress's advisor began to be indignant again because just recently Count Nor also asked for a greenhouse. The magician bowed and said that he asked the Great Empress to do him the honor of having tea with him there. Arona was very surprised and asked if he only wanted tea with her. The guy asked that there be no one in the greenhouse except the two of them. Hearing this, the advisor looked at his Empress and realized everything. The girl joyfully answered that she would fulfill the wish of the winner of the competition. Anakin realized that some kind of connection had arisen between them, which he could no longer prevent. Arriving at the greenhouse, Belle said that it would be a pity to give such a place to the Count. The Empress said that the knights of the Imperial Court were known to be very proud people. She added that she couldn't believe that they liked him so quickly, because they still didn't like her. The magician asked if that was why they were screaming so loudly, to which he heard the answer that they were screams of joy. Having looked thoughtfully, the guy said that they were clapping completely in vain. Arona assured him that it was not in vain, but everything was for his sake, to which he replied that he did not understand this. The owner of the Tower of Magicians believed that they did not like him, but the girl said that there was nothing strange in this, because knights always loved the strongest. It was for this reason that Roxana Cillier was more popular than the Empress herself in knightly circles. The former queen said that it is a common thing that if you are strong, then you are loved, but if you are weak, you are not. Belle asked with interest that if so, then shouldn't the knights hate themselves now? He said in an ominous voice that they were all weaklings and should not compare the Empress with anyone else. The girl absolutely did not understand why her interlocutor was so harmful, so she simply agreed with his thought. She had been very busy lately and did not even think that she would come to the greenhouse, where it was so beautiful. The Imperial Magician suddenly reported that after they came to this place, her face changed a lot, so he assumed that she liked flowers. He heard in response that the Empress loves flowers very much, but not as much as she loves you. The guy choked on what he heard and spat out the tea back, blushing at the same time. Belle couldn't believe what he heard, so he asked if he understood correctly that she said she loved him. The girl corrected him, saying that she said that he loved roses more than she did. Suddenly, the Imperial Magician remembered that he had once taken a rose from her vase and then presented it to her at the banquet. He was upset because he was hoping for something completely different, but he sadly said out loud that he had heard her wrong. Having mastered his feelings, the owner of the tower declared that he loved flowers, and indeed told her about it, and then enchanted many cakes in the shape of flowers. When she asked what he was doing, the guy said that in this form everything looks much more beautiful, because, as she said, he really loves flowers. Having tasted his creation, the girl said that, in her opinion, he was a thrifty person. The Empress said that she believed that he could only use frightening and powerful magic, to which she heard the answer that his mother taught him, and he had no choice. The former queen asked if his mother was the 26th mistress of the tower, the great witch Amaryllis. The guy answered in the affirmative and said that she taught him a lot, but Ascalaus raised him. The girl asked a completely logical question, whether this man was his father, to which she heard the answer that he was just a close associate of his mother, like Rob. Then she sincerely asked if the Imperial Magician really had no father. Belle said that his mother really liked to bring some handsome guys and spend the night with them, so he thinks that his father is one of them. The owner of the Mage Tower told her that she was amazing because usually people were scared to death to ask his mother. No one had ever spoken to him like she did. Arona asked if it was true, to which she received the answer that there was no point in lying to him. The Imperial Magician said that the former queen had been very busy in recent years and probably had not heard other rumors about his mother. He guessed that even Anakin hadn't told her anything, or that he simply didn't believe in them. The guy calmly said that the son of the great witch Amaryllis killed her most cruelly, sucking all the mana out of her. The advisor had told her several stories about how Belle drained mana from others and turned them into invalids, but this was the first time she had heard that his mother was among his victims. The girl did not take her eyes off him, trying to comprehend everything that he had just told her. Looking at him tenderly, she assured him that she did not believe that he could do such a thing. When he asked why, she replied that she did not know the essence of magic, but she thought that for this to be possible, one of two things had to happen. The first, in her opinion, was that the guy must desire power too much. For the second, she believed that he should be overly afraid of even the slightest weakness. The former queen then calmly added that neither of the two applied to him. Most people want to become stronger, they are afraid of being in a weak position. Arona, who became the empress, was no exception. She did not want to be weaker than Lucian or Byron, and because of her power, she had a desire to become an empress who would be called the mistress of the continent. Turning to the magician, the girl suggested that he has neither desires nor fears because he is unique, he was just born that way. I have never been weak, so he does not know how to envy the strength of others. She added that he did not take away their magic through force, meaning that even if he absorbed the mana of others, he must have had a reason. Belle listened to her carefully and asked if he really seemed like someone who didn't crave anything. As he looked at her, he thought that until that day, he had really never craved anything in his life. Now, when he saw her blue eyes that looked into the depths of his soul, he realized what he had been looking for so long. The guy abruptly stood up from the table and addressed Her Majesty, to which she turned her head towards him. Approaching her, the imperial magician asked her if she was really not afraid of anything. The girl did not understand what he was getting at, but his pressure greatly embarrassed the empress. She stood up from the chair, and he immediately reached out to her face and tried to say something, but he was very worried, so he stumbled over his words. Arona blushed even more, began to slowly step back and ask what he was doing. Unexpectedly for everyone, she came very close to the window and accidentally hit the window frame. The empress remembered the words of her maid that the princess used the greenhouse for her training, so no one watched this place for a long time. When the craftsman entered the greenhouse to check the glass, Roxana was very angry that they came without permission. Penelope said that the air in the greenhouse is different from what is outside, so if you don't take care of the structure, then everything can collapse. Now small shards of glass were flying on the empress who had hit the frame. The imperial magician immediately rushed to her and covered Arona with his body from the flying sharp fragments. Having thanked him, she pulled back and asked if he was very surprised, to which she received the answer that he was not particularly surprised. Looking into his eyes, the worried girl tried to understand what was hidden in his soul. It seemed to her that the feeling frozen in his beautiful eyes was strong fear. After tea, Belle returned to his chambers in the castle, where his student Rob had been waiting for him for a long time. Seeing his teacher, the guy joyfully ran to him, saying that they had not seen each other for a long time. Trying to prevent him from touching himself, the imperial magician said that they met yesterday, to which he heard the answer that it was yesterday morning, and today is already evening. Looking at his master's still red face, the guy asked if he was sick. He told him that his always pale face had suddenly turned red, to which he received the answer that it was nothing like that. The owner of the tower said that in any case, he warned him that he would remain in the palace, and asked him not to come until he called. Rob said that he had been patient for a very long time and decided to visit him, but then asked the question that whether he was in such a state because he was not around. The guy noticed that without him, the imperial magician became completely ill, to which he heard in response that he was very mistaken. The raccoon asked about the magician who was in Kesman, to which Belle replied that it scared him a little, so he had to watch, because in any case, the intruder would not be able to escape and would return to the palace with the Archduke. His student reasoned that if the magician was not the problem, then it was the Archduke's family. He concluded that if he killed the Empress, the princess would receive the throne, and the Archduke had been preparing an uprising for a long time, so he got rid of other candidates. The owner of the Tower of Magicians looked at his interlocutor with puzzlement, asking whether Luciano and Arian Caisson were really killed by the Archduke and the princess. Although Belle was far from politics, he could not help but know that in the imperial family getting rid of each other was the norm. However, he did not remember that there were any attacks on Arona after she returned from Diran. The guy looked alarmed at his teacher and said that he was somehow strange today. The imperial magician calmly and dryly answered him that from that day on he would remain in the palace. He added that this is more logical, because he will watch what is happening next to the Empress. Rob was very surprised that his teacher began to use logic, because before that, he did everything as he wanted. After thinking a little about the strange behavior of the owner of the tower, the guy concluded that he had fallen in love with the Empress. Belle blushed even more and said that it was not a matter of his feelings at all, and there was no reason for this. To the questions of his student, he replied that he did not like those who interfere with the Empress, to which Rob noted that he had not interfered before, although he did not like all the people in the world. The guy boldly and confidently stated that there was nothing strange about his feelings. Then, placing his hand on his shoulder, he said that love always comes for no reason, and since this is the first time this has happened to him, so you can understand his feelings. With a sparkle in his eyes, his student said that he had nothing to be ashamed of his first love. Bell was suddenly struck by the thought that he had fallen in love with the Empress, and this was his first love. His disciple took a sphere from his pocket and told his master to look at it. The Imperial Magician snatched the object from his hands and crushed it into small fragments after Rob said that it contained rare footage and he wanted to sell it at a higher price to Anakin. The angry owner of the tower looked at the guy with anger and told him to go so far. Dusting off his hands, Bell said that when the Imperial army returned, he would catch the one preparing the poisons. When the student asked what he would do with the intruder, the Imperial Magician replied that he would tear him to shreds and scatter the remains throughout the Fershan forest. The Empress was sitting in the office, to whom her advisor smoothly approached, asking her if everything was okay with her. He also added that she seemed somewhat distracted after returning from the greenhouse. Anakin said that he gave the order to repair the broken glass, and when he asked if she was hurt, the girl replied that everything was fine. Trying to change the subject, the Empress asked him what they had talked about before. Advisor, let me remind you that their conversation was about the need to prepare a welcoming ceremony. When the Imperial army led by the Archduke and Princess returned to the Empire, the Imperial Palace must hold a large welcome ceremony. Arona said that these were soldiers who defended the honor of the Empire, so it cannot be carried out haphazardly. She added that if something goes wrong, there will be more people who ignore her as the army chief. Anakin said that the princess wants to get the throne, so she has a plan for a secret attack, but as long as she doesn't know Her Majesty well, the girl will not do anything. The Empress calmly said that the princess may think that she is like Arian, to which she heard the answer that Roxanne considers all the people in the world to be as weak as Arian. He added that her opinion may change when she meets Her Majesty in person. The guy assumed that she would understand that the Empress is not someone who can easily take away the rights to the throne. Arona is the only daughter of the Emperor and Empress, born with the noblest blood in the Empire. But through the example of her brothers, the Empress quickly realized how dangerous her existence in this world is. Anakin said that if the princess decided to attack, she would not hesitate, and perhaps they would take the chance right at the ceremony. The girl said that therefore you need to surround yourself with trusted people and throw the most luxurious and large-scale ceremony. She added that she wanted to see real pandemonium because there they would not be able to hurt her. Sometime later, the advisor said doomedly that he had also thought about such a plan. Seeing his puzzled face, the girl asked what was wrong with him, to which she heard the answer that he believed that the position of the Empress was perfect for her abilities. The Archduke and Princess were on their way to the castle to appear before the new Empress. The two knights were talking among themselves about the fact that before the Empress ascended the throne, no one had even heard of her. Another knight approached them and said that their princess, on the contrary, was very famous. He added that the Empress was the queen of a small state, and then suddenly took over the entire empire. Roxana was considered the goddess of warriors. With her sword, she executed not only the enemy army, but also her comrades, so all the soldiers respect and fear her. One of the young people told a rumor that the Empress hated them. He told them not to be surprised if they were met with cold weather in the Imperial Palace. Listening to their conversation, the Archduke thought that everything was going according to their plan, and dealing with the Empress would not be difficult. His daughter suddenly interrupted his thoughts and announced that they were approaching their destination. After telling the army not to expect a warm welcome, he suddenly saw the city decorated, to which Roxanne said that it could hardly be called a bad greeting. Quite a few servants came out to them, and the guy standing in front of them said that, by order of Her Majesty, he would escort them to the palace. The Archduke's daughter decided that the aristocrats had begun to show attention to the new ruler, so she needed a better provocation. Arriving at the ceremony, Penelope thought that she could relax, because there were no problems with the guests. Straightening her blouse, she reasoned that although she was worried about the Archduke and the princess, they would not create problems when there were so many people in the room. Her reasoning was interrupted by Louise running towards her, saying that the Empress's sister should quickly go to the hall. The girl grabbed her hand and dragged her along, and Penelope tried to find out from her what had happened. The worried lady turned to her and told her to look for herself, because someone was sitting on the imperial throne. Looking at the indicated place, she saw Roxane Asselier calmly sipping wine while sitting in the imperial throne. Penelope immediately ran up to her and screamed loudly, trying to get her attention. She said that although they do not know each other, it seems that the princess has vision problems because she does not know where she is supposed to sit. The The Archduke's daughter laughed and said that she found it very comfortable and pleasant to sit on the throne. She added that there was no place in the whole palace that she could not sit on, so if she wanted to tell her something, she should call the Empress. But she was sure that Her Majesty would never tell her to get down. Arona, approaching from the other side, imperiously and calmly told Roxana to get down from the imperial throne. The daughter of the Asilia family recalled that the new empress lived in an unsuccessful marriage and was shaking with fear because of the death of her brothers. It always seemed to her that she was just a wretched girl who had now become an imaginary empress. She also remembered the day when, as a girl, Arona protected a horse from death. The girl decided that her look had become much angrier compared to then, but said out loud that she could not congratulate her on the new title in time. The Empress said that she would accept her congratulations while sitting on her throne, and again ordered her to leave him. Roxanne said that the castle treats the guests terribly, because they are so tired after coming such a long way. Arona again ordered her to find another place, to which she heard in response that she liked it, because it was so comfortable, as if it was created for her. The former queen respected her opponent for how good she was at strategy and martial arts, but decided that she would not stand by and watch the princess overstep her bounds by sitting on the imperial throne. The Archduke's daughter said that driving her out of this place was not Her Majesty's best idea. She added that the imperial army and the knights of the court would all raise their swords for her. On the outside, most of the knights of the court appeared to be loyal servants, but the Empress knew that they might feel disgusted by her orders, because to them, she was only the younger sister of an incapable former emperor, as well as the former queen of a small state, a divorcee with no power. No matter how much she increases her power, she only has a couple of powerful people on her side who are trying to protect themselves. But the influence of the Archduke is still great, so instead of drawing swords because of the words and behavior of a princess who is close to treason, the Empress decided that it was better to just watch her. Arona went on the attack, saying that a true ruler would calm down, for the sake of everything she has achieved to date. This statement completely enraged Roxane Asilier, and the veins on her face bulged with anger. The former queen decided that it was impossible for rumors to spread that could play into her hands, although it would sound offensive, but she had no other choice, and then she said that she would tolerate the words of the naughty girl. She added that she would think that the princess fought on the border for this place. Looking at her, Arona said that she had shown mercy to her by allowing her to be here. Taking a deep breath, she concluded her speech by saying that she did not think Roxane was stupid enough to remind her of the rules of etiquette in the palace. The Archduke's daughter vividly recalled the moment when she cut the horse's throat, and in the hope that the girl would cry and run away, watched her companion's actions. But instead, little Arona affectionately pressed herself against the horse and tried to calm it down with words that everything would be fine with her. Now Roxane thought that the new empress would quickly explode, but she played her role well. Duke Reichel approached the throne, saying that Her Majesty was right, and the princess should behave like a servant. Noticing the approaching aristocrat, the princess asked if he had sworn allegiance to the empress. The duke said that his relationship with Her Majesty did not concern the Archduke's daughter. Marquis Besaniel also entered the conversation, asking if it was not their family that constantly thought about relationships with others. Noticing the richest aristocrat, the girl was speechless and simply looked at her enemies. Arona quickly approached the throne, leaned towards the lady sitting in it, and told her to quickly get out of her seat. Roxana thought that while they were at war, she slowly lured the aristocrats to her side. It seemed to her that the empress was trying her best, like an insect that wants to survive. But she was worried about the question of why, before arriving in the capital, she didn't, which I didn't know about. The girl decided that she could not crush Arona now, so she would show her mercy, and said that she was tired of the long war, so she was mistaken, and asked for forgiveness. The Empress said that since she said so, she would forget about her rudeness, because they had gathered here to praise the exploits of the army. The princess quickly appeared next to the former queen and asked to listen to her request. She said that her soldiers constantly live on the battlefield, but also lack much compared to those who protect Her Majesty, so she would like the Empress to personally train them. Roxana then suggested that the new ruler take part in military competitions with them. The girl added that past rulers also took part in this, so they could realize the full power of the army and increase their military powers, because she probably heard stories about how knights swore allegiance thanks to this. Arona looked displeasedly at her interlocutor and asked if she was really offering to take part in a military duel against her. The princess replied that the empress need not look at her so angrily, because she did not ask her to take the sword in her hands. She added that she can compete individually, but there are also group competitions where leadership and strategies must be competed. Extending her hand, Roxana noted that if she had to win by force, the new ruler would not be able to participate, which is why she proposed group competitions. The Empress thought that she wanted to crush her using her leadership skills, hoping that she was the same as Luciano. One of the common methods of fighting between competing parties is a competition in strategies, where under the leadership of one person, several knights try to get points for the team. But the fighting techniques used in the competition are similar to those used in war. The princess said that if the Empress wins over her and her knights, then the people will begin to make up stories about how the new ruler dealt with the Archduke's daughter in no time. Arona understood that although she was talking about victory, many were sure that Her Majesty would lose, but this was a battle that she was obliged to win, and which she could not avoid. Roxana herself suggested this. If everything goes well, she will be able to win power in the army to her side, so the girl accepted her rival's offer. The daughter of the Asilia family, pleased with herself, said that she would look forward to their fight. Leaving the room, the girl thought that she would crush the former queen in a way that she had never even dreamed of. The remaining empress thought that she would never allow everything to happen the way her rival wanted. The next day, an urgent council was convened with those close to the empress to choose tactics for the battle with Roxanne. The marquis was the most puzzled of all and asked in fear if she was sure of her victory. The girl did not answer anything, but only read the description of the princess's battles. Baron Bent told Her Majesty that her rival was the only daughter of the Archduke Asilia. He added that no one wants to face them on the battlefield and asked if she herself didn't know about it. Duke Rikiel calmly stated that this battle could bring them great benefits. The man explained that they should take this chance and officially defeat the heroine of the empire. The brother of Arona's mother said that in this way they could strengthen the position of the empress. The advisor agreed with him, but said that there were many among the soldiers in the army who were doubtful of Her Majesty's authority because of the influence of the Archduke. The former queen said that as an example, they should crush the impudent princess. Anakin said that in her army there are many experienced soldiers who have taken part in more than one war, and the princess herself uses excellent strategies and knows the strengths of her subordinates, so obviously they will despise them, claiming that the weak empress has no chance victory. The girl asked the council with interest whether everyone present also thought about her. Baron Bent immediately began to say that they may not have enough military experience, but their abilities are not inferior. The Empress said that she had read all the records of the Archduke's battles, and at the moment when the princess is confident of her victory, she begins to pursue the prey to show her superiority. This is her weak point. Confident Arona conveyed to everyone that she wanted to use this moment to win. The advisor immediately realized that she was offering to make herself bait so that Roxanne would chase her. The Duke supported her and said that they would do everything they could to protect her, but if she was left alone with the princess, they did not know what might happen. Arona asked everyone if they should not destroy her, but no one could object to this. The girl calmly said that if they did not take risks, then nothing would come of their venture. Rising from her seat, she asked if the fact that she was sitting in this place did not prove that she was right, after which she said that she trusted them, so I and they should trust her and follow her plan. At the same time, in the Tower of the Magicians, Rob shouted that trouble had happened and he heard something serious in the Imperial Palace. The Imperial Magician, sitting in a chair, relaxedly read his book and reminded that he had not ordered his student to visit the castle. Then he remarked that it must really be so important that he dared to disobey his order. Trying not to hesitate any longer, the guy said that the Empress would fight the princess. He added that it seemed like she had some kind of plan to be a decoy, and she said that she would take all the risks, but no one listened to him anymore. After the meeting, the Empress headed to her chambers, where she thought that for the first time she would fight on her own. But although she had thought through the plan to the smallest detail, she should have been better prepared for unforeseen situations. Suddenly, the Imperial Magician burst into her room, excitedly looking for Arona. The girl asked the magician who ran in what happened and where he was in such a hurry, to which she heard in response that he should be the one speaking. Running up to her, he grabbed her by the shoulders and menacingly asked if she would really fight the princess. Arona asked where he knew about this, to which the evil guy ordered her to answer him. She reassured him that the upcoming event would be a group event and she would not be alone with the princess. The Imperial Magician told her that he could not participate in this battle, but anything could happen there, and suggested that she cast a good luck spell. But instead of answering, the girl touched his cheek. Pulling him close, the former queen touched his forehead and asked him if he believed her. Stepping back a little, Belle embarrassedly told her that he believed, but was still very worried. After listening to him carefully, she childishly grabbed his cheeks, saying that there were no buts. The Empress then added that she was confident in her abilities and could manage without him this time, so he could just watch. The guy took her hand, put it to his cheek, and affectionately told her that he believed in her. The next day, Arona sat on her horse, believing that she would return victorious. Group competitions can be done in different ways: hunting animals, searching for treasures in a cave or labyrinth. But he and Roxanne chose who would be the first to rip off the bandage from the enemy. Each team has a king and knights who protect him. The king must rip off the bandage from the enemy. Whoever does this first will be the winner. The presenter said that in fact, the participants' weapons are not real. Moreover, special paint is applied to it, so when the sword touches the neck, head or chest, a mark will remain on them. Everyone who is marked with paint will automatically fly out of the competition. The princess asked her subordinates if they were ready, to which she received a resounding yes. The Empress ordered her guards to act according to plan. As soon as the game began, the Archduke's daughter ordered everyone to move straight towards the Empress. Arona turned the other way so that they were partially separated from their army. Roxana noticed this, decided that the girl was simply running away from her, and commanded everyone to follow her. Even at the meeting, the Empress's advisor read a book about victims who were in one way or another connected with the Asura family. Arona said that each of them was officially killed in some incident, but everyone who interfered with the Archduke was dead. She stated that if the Archduke really disguised the murder as an accident, then there is no guarantee that they will do the same this time. So if suddenly she dies, then it is all because she was overconfident when entering the competition. Oh, which he knows nothing. Looking ahead, the Empress said that the princess would definitely follow her to fight one-on-one. Now at the competition, Empress, give a signal to your guards to give her some time. Roxana saw this and ordered her men to engage the Empress's knights. The presenter said that Her Majesty gave a sign. The new Princess Roxana confidently gallops after her. All this was observed by a court magician standing at a distance, who immediately began to act. His dark magic shrouded the broadcasting spell, so the signal was interrupted and no one could see anything. The raccoon and leopard watched everything from the forest, but immediately sensed dark energy coming from the castle. The presenter suddenly realized that the signal had been interrupted, and now they could not watch the progress of the competition. He began to loudly ask what happened and why the broadcast was interrupted. Everyone was frantically looking for the responsible magician. At the same time, in the forest, the princess caught up with the Empress, asking how long she planned to run away from her. She asked if the villagers wouldn't look at her differently if she dared to stand up to her. Arona finally stopped and turned towards her rival, and the Archduke's daughter decided that this was her chance. The girl took out her real sword and quickly attacked the new Empress. The former queen was able to repel her attack by placing her sword in front of her, which was disguised as a fake one. The princess was outraged, and the Empress told her that she could also do such a trick. Having fought off the attack, Arona drove off and said that she did not expect it to come to this. Roxanne informed her that it was just a sword that she used to defend herself from those who were jealous of her fame. Her rival said that how could anyone be jealous of such a thing if she was not even an empress? The Archduke's daughter did not like her mockery, so she attacked a second time. Belle thought that the mysterious magician had followed the Asilias and returned to the Empire. He didn't want to leave Arona unattended, so he told Rob that he would catch the scoundrel. The Imperial magician said that the Empress would be fine, but if she really was on the verge of death, then he must protect her at the cost of his life. After saying goodbye to his teacher, the raccoon immediately heard the sounds of a fight between the two girls. They rushed at full speed, the horses crashed into each other, and Roxanne tried to hit her opponent with her sword. The mysterious magician knew that the owner of the Tower of Magicians would definitely feel his magic. He thought about how last time he didn't grab him since they were outside the Empire, but now he knew that Belle would come for him. The guy reasoned that when he gets the Archduke's Soul Stone, who with this power will be able to crush the Archmage. His thoughts were interrupted by a blow to the neck from the Imperial magician, who threw the guy against the wall. The enraged Belle asked him if he had really lost his fear, since he himself came into his hands. The screen returned to its previous state. The broadcast magic was restored, and everyone was able to watch what was happening on the battlefield. The Imperial magician was a little distracted, and at that moment a poisonous bomb flew into his face. Wiping the liquid from his face, the guy saw that his attacker had run away. At the same time, the Empress skillfully fought off all the attacks of the Archduke's daughter. At some point, Roxanne hit Arona hard on the hand in which she was holding her sword. All the aristocrats who supported the Empress held their breath and watched what was happening on the screen. At the council the day before, Duke Rykiel said that the difference in strength was significant, and even if the former queen began to practice right now, it would be very difficult to win. The man noted that if there was at least a little time to deal with the enemy soldiers, they would have a chance. The girl loudly declared that she wanted to ask Duke Rykiel and Baron Bent for something. Trying to break away from her evil rival, the Empress thought that she suffered the first attack because of the princess's carelessness, the second thanks to her luck. But she knew that it would be difficult to hold out longer, relying only on luck. Taking the reins in her hands, Arona hit the horse, ordering her to move faster in order to get away from her pursuer. At the council, Her Majesty asked the aristocrats to hide weapons in the indicated area and leave some kind of distinctive sign. Now Roxana rushed after her, trying to catch her victim, and the Empress, meanwhile, took out a bow and arrows in the indicated place. While the Duke's daughter was screaming that her trick wouldn't work again, an arrow flew past her face. Opposite the princess was the Empress, who was aiming straight at her rival's body. The next arrow quickly flew towards the pursuer. The Empress deliberately aimed at the feet of Roxana's horse so that it would throw her off its back. Trying to calm him down, the Archduke's daughter did not notice how Arona quickly knocked her to the ground. Once on the ground, Her Majesty took out a dagger and swung it very hard. The next second, the weapon pierced the ground next to the face of the Archduke's daughter. Ripping off her blindfold, Arona announced that her opponent had dropped out of the competition. The girl raised the headband up so that the entire empire could see her victory over the great princess. The angry Roxanne grabbed a dagger sticking into the ground and loudly said that the Empress should not look down on her. Raising the dagger to Arona's throat, she suddenly heard the Baron telling her to stop. The aristocrat told her to lower her hand now because the competition was over, her bandage was torn off, and the Empress had won. The Archduke's daughter cried out that the battle was not over because her soldiers were still on the battlefield, but suddenly realized that the broadcast connection had been restored. The girl was embarrassed, realizing that everyone had seen her attack, but silently cursed Ramon. Thinking about him, she knew that his only goal was to simply leave the audience in the dark, and he failed again. The presenter on the screen happily announced that the winner had been finally determined. Then he said that the winner of this competition should be Her Majesty the Empress. Arona triumphantly said that there is only one strongest, and she lost because of her arrogance. Her Majesty fought against the strongest knight of the Empire, Roxane Asilier. Thanks to her quick wits, she defeated the enemy. Her image will remain in the memory of all inhabitants of the Empire for a long time. The banquet hall of the Imperial Palace was very beautifully decorated and furnished with various types of dishes. Arona said that the banquet was much more luxurious than last time, and it seemed to her that the Archduke had spent a lot on it. The advisor said that he was sure that his only daughter would win. The young Duke Rykiel approached them, bringing his congratulations on the victory to Her Majesty. The girl watched happily as he told her that it was an honor for him to help her in this competition. The Empress replied that he and his father supported her very much, to which she heard the man object that they did not deserve such praise. Duke Rykiel noticed that while their soldiers were doing their duty by her side, he did not know what the other knights were doing. Hearing this, the young guys who were supposed to help them were speechless. The Archduke began to complain that the aristocrat should be more careful with his words, because it seemed that he was accusing them of infidelity. The Empress's uncle noted that this is exactly what he meant, leading his interlocutor to bewilderment. The commander of the first detachment approached them, saying that they would not lie, because for a long time they had followed the Archduke on the battlefield, so this state was only a tribute to the princess. He knelt before her and said that the war was now over, so the Empress was now their commander-in-chief. All the soldiers followed his example and knelt down on one knee, asking Her Majesty to humbly forgive them. The girl thought that they were tongue-tied, and of course she wanted the knights to take her side. But this sight filled her with anger, because until now they had faithfully served the Archduke. But as soon as it became inconvenient for them, they switched to her. After thinking it over, the Empress said that she would give them a chance, but for a month they would train in the Rykiel Order of Knights to learn how to properly serve her. The young people who knelt did not understand why they, hardened in many battles, would train in the knightly order. The Archduke expressed that it was a humiliation to force the knights to do such useless things, to which she replied that the commander himself asked her to give him a chance. So if they were really willing to raise their balls for her, who could stand it? After listening to her speech, Roxana quickly left the hall because she was angry at this attitude towards her army. The girl moved along the corridor, thinking about the Queen's words, which made her even angrier. The Empress's advisor suddenly appeared in front of her, and they greeted each other. Roxane stated that she knew that he was behind all this, but Anakin did not understand what was going on. The Archduke's daughter told him not to make a fool of himself because the Empress was not capable of coming up with this cowardly plan alone. The guy mockingly asked if she was simply overestimating herself and her capabilities. The girl, in a fit of anger, called him the Emperor's faithful dog and thought that they were both leading her by the nose. Anakin asked if it wasn't better to bite the owner without knowing anything than to be a mad dog, meaning her. Enraged by such words, Roxana reached into her cape, pulling out a weapon from it. Her attack was quickly stopped by the Imperial magician who appeared out of nowhere and grabbed the dagger with his hand. The Archduke's daughter pulled back and asked what he was doing here, to which she heard the answer that it had become very noisy in the corridor, so he could not pass by. Holding a dagger in his hands, he said that it seemed like the princess had nothing to do again. The girl approached him so that he would give way to her, but he told her that only people with power can decide something. Roxanne knew that all their plans had failed because this man suddenly burst into the game. Turning around, she said that it would not be a very pleasant sight if the Emperor changed again, because she was defended by a weak knight who could not do anything without magic. The Imperial magician replied that this was not what a princess who tried to use black magic during a war would say, and then he asked if she meant herself when she spoke of weak people. She had never heard such insults directed at herself, but looking at the magician, she did not say a word in response. She felt bad that she couldn't kill him alone, so she just decided to leave. Moving in the other direction, Roxana thought that at least this time she would leave quietly, but next time she would not just leave everything. The guys were left alone, watching the princess quickly move away along the corridor. Turning to the advisor, the Imperial magician asked if everything was okay with him. Anakin said in the most exaggerated way possible that his precious neck had been scratched. The advisor in response asked if everything was okay with his hand, because even if there was protective magic, it was not worth holding a dagger with bare hands. Looking at his hand, Bell said that severe pain could not be caused to him, but then he noticed that there was a wound on his palm. A friend of the Empress said that he had a wound, to which he heard that some strange medicine was injected into him. Maybe that's why the cut appeared. Bell reported that his interlocutor was very noisy, and he was also usually immune to poison, so there should not have been a problem. Anakin said that the magician had ears and asked if he was really going to become a spirit. Touching his head, Bell noticed that soft leopard ears appeared on his head. The advisor stated that this would not work, and he would return when he found an antidote, and advised him to stay in a safe place. The guy quickly left, leaving the Imperial magician alone with himself. Bell suddenly felt someone's energy behind him and turned around to look at the intruder. Several people in dark cloaks with a hood approached him, clearly planning to attack the owner of the tower. He was getting worse, even his hands became the paws of a leopard, but still he decided to fight back. At one point, everyone attacked him at once, expecting that the poison had weakened him, but in fact his magic was showing its power. Bell never thought he could use anything other than magic and fencing, but now he was fighting with his fists. He hit his opponents hard one after another, sending them to the floor unconscious. Having caught the latter, the Imperial magician squeezed his throat tightly, demanding answers to his questions. Claws erupted from his paws, his face was mad, and he kept demanding that the captured one answer him. Unable to control his strength, the owner of the tower tightly squeezed the enemy's throat, from which he immediately died, and the magician realized that he felt hot and his head was spinning. Moving away from the corpses, the guy tried to understand what was happening to his body. Was it really the effect of the medicine? Half delirious, he went to the safe place that the Empress's advisor had spoken about. Arona returned to her bedroom after the banquet, realizing how tired she was from that day. Anakin disappeared without a trace and left her alone with these boring people. At the same time, the knights competed to escort the Empress to the bedroom. Looking at her bed, she saw an Imperial magician who was half spirit lying outside. The girl approached him warily and asked if everything was okay with him and why he looked like that. Blushing Belle affectionately answered her that he missed his milady. The Empress said that she did not see him at the banquet, so she thought that he was in the magic tower. Instead of answering, the magician buried himself in her chest and purred that as soon as he saw her face, everything immediately became fine. She was worried about him, looked at his face and asked if he was drunk, and he replied that he had been doused with a strange substance. Arona felt his ears, asking what kind of strange remedy he had since he had cat ears, but the guy himself didn't know the answer to this question. The girl quickly noticed his blood and asked if he was injured and where. The Imperial magician began to undress, saying that there was even more blood. As she put his clothes back on, the former queen shouted that this way he could go to prison for his immorality. Noticing the blood on his belt, she realized that he was attacked by mercenaries and decided to inform the guards about this. Belle found himself shirtless and taking her hand, hugged her from behind, asking her not to leave him. Hugging her tightly, he began to rub his face against her cheek and ask her to stay here with him. The Empress thought that when the effect of the remedy wore off, he would speak differently. The girl told him that he should not do something that he would later regret because he behaves unusually, to which he replied that this is how he usually behaves. Arona said that he caresses her so much when he is in the body of a small cat. Taking her hand, the guy said that he really liked it, after which he gently kissed her hand. He added that he would like to behave this way in normal times, but he constantly restrained himself. Placing her hand on his chest, the Imperial Magician gently told her that he liked her. The Empress felt the magician's heart beating wildly, but she thought that she had promised herself not to get involved in such a thing, and before she fell head over heels in love, she needed to remember that she was an empress. Reaching her hand towards him, he kissed her tenderly again, blushing even more. Finding himself very close to her, Belle asked her to say that she liked him too. Taking her by the waist, the guy pressed her body to his, and their lips touched in a sweet kiss. Looking at him, the former queen believed that his kiss was sweet as sugar, hot as fire, and incredibly soft. By placing her on the bed, the guy made her forget about all the promises she had previously kept. Breaking the kiss, Arona touched his face, saying that she also needed to tell him something. The moment she said that she liked him, the Imperial Magician finally turned into a kitten and fell asleep on her chest. The girl could not believe that at such a crucial moment he changed his form. Realizing the hopelessness of the situation, the Empress stroked the cat. I think about what else she could expect. She reasoned that Archduke Asilier was to blame for his poisoning, but now the magician seemed to be in a stable condition. Having hugged him, the girl decided that if he did not turn back before tomorrow morning, they would look for an antidote. The next morning she woke up and the first thing she thought about was what time it was. A strong man's hand hugged her waist and a low voice asked her if she was awake. Belle said that he too had just woken up, which completely confused the former queen. The girl was thinking about why her companion still had not left her room because he was not even in the form of a cat. Hugging her even tighter, the guy pressed himself against her neck and told her that he hadn't slept so well for a long time. Trying to get rid of him, the Empress said that since he was completely reincarnated, then everything was fine with him. Getting out of his arms, she offered to get out of bed and start getting ready, but he grabbed her hand and pulled her to his cheek, saying that he remembered yesterday. Pressing her hand to his chest, Belle languidly reminded her of what he had confessed to her yesterday. Burying himself in her hair, he gently whispered in her ear that he still had not heard the answer to his question. The guy added that he didn't want to talk about his feelings so quickly, but since it has already become clear, he doesn't want to pretend that nothing happened. The Empress lowered her head and said that this was impossible, because she heard that she had no idea what love is, like his mother, who did the same with her lovers. The owners of the magic tower feel only interest and curiosity towards other people. She added that the Imperial advisor had warned her about this before. The Imperial Magician informed her that he would not lie to her, and indeed he had never felt affection for anyone. He said that he always thought that no one would ever like him or find someone he loved. The owner of the tower moved towards her so that she was back on the bed and told her that he had not felt anything before meeting her. The persistent magician asked her to push him away if she didn't like all this, and the girl tried to stop him. Suddenly, Penelope ran into the room, asking her mistress if she was okay, because last night the mercenaries broke into the royal palace. The Empress quickly pushed the Imperial Magician away, shouting that the girl misunderstood them and there was nothing between them. Her sister remarked that, for that matter, he didn't come into her room too often. Looking to the side where the owner of the tower had been before, she saw a lying cat. Dressing in the clothes that the maid brought her, the Empress asked her what happened to the mercenaries. Penelope said that whoever it was, they were all already dead, although only one person survived, but he committed suicide. Exhaling heavily, Arona thought that the Great Archduchy must have taken care to remain silent. The girl asked what was going on with her other affairs, and in response she heard that she obviously needed rest, but there were people who demanded to meet with her. Anakin and Rob abruptly entered the room, clearly preoccupied with something, so the Empress asked what was wrong. 10 years ago, a magician wandered in the Furchen forest, collecting lives to cast a powerful spell. He believed that if he killed the most powerful wizard in the Empire, he could become stronger. A woman suddenly appeared behind him, talking about what an arrogant magician he was. The woman turned out to be the great witch Amaryllis, who said that he was the very child who was spreading the plague in Furchen. The boy looked at her in fear, because she was the 26th mistress of the Tower of Magicians. The witch told him that the man who was the most annoying in their kingdom was supposed to come today. She added that he seemed to know a few tricks, but he couldn't hide from her powers of precognition. The boy abruptly covered his mouth with his hand, thinking that she was trying to poison him, but he thought that she seemed to see right through him. Amaryllis asked him what he wanted to do by killing so many people. Did he really want to feel superior? To which she heard that he was going to put in place those who looked down on him. The woman noticed that it looked like he had tortured several mages, and he was already so proud of himself. He opened a bottle of poison and stated that magicians boast of their protective magic, but underestimate the power of poison. The boy then added that by collecting all the innocent souls, he could create a powerful remedy. His bottle contained miasma, the poison of which is absorbed through the skin and poisons the enemy. The woman realized that because of his curse, the magical power did not operate at full strength. Opening her bottle, she tried to collect all the miasma into it, but her movements were also constrained by magic. She was a strong witch, so the boy's pathetic magic could not completely immobilize her. Having broken through the shackles, Amaryllis told him that she was sorry that he decided to start practicing dark magic at such a young age, but she would be lenient with him. Pointing her hand at him, the woman began to cast a spell, saying that he needed to get rid of bad habits. A sharp wave of magic hit his shoulder, which brought him incredible pain. She told him that the body was howling in pain because it was trying to cleanse itself of dark magic. Trying to remove the miasma from her body, the witch added that he should not have touched what was forbidden. While she was speaking, the boy opened another bottle and throwing it on the ground, ran away from her. Amaryllis was again affected by the miasma, but tried to stop the fleeing boy. Looking at her suffering, the boy ran deep into the forest, but with his lips, he said that his mother would forgive him. Watching him run away, the mistress of the mage tower realized that she still could not kill him. Leaning against a tree, the woman said that's why he lived until the distant future, and she couldn't believe there was still 10 years left. Raising her head, she wondered what she should do now, because there was no antidote, and she could not move. Amaryllis watched her son grow from afar and planned to live a serene life. Having started to cast magic, the mother thought that she had nothing left but the magic of truth. Taking out a small stone from herself, she decided that she had no choice but to use this magic now, because if she disappeared like that, it would hurt Belle. But she wanted to meet again. It was pouring rain outside. Ramon stood at the window and remembered the incident in the forest when he was attacked by a witch. He remembered her words that his body hurt because it was being cleansed of dark magic. His thoughts were interrupted by the Archduke, shouting about why the master of the tower and the Empress were still alive. He was also worried about the fact that the magician had told him that this time everything was going according to plan. The guy said that he used a very strong poison, but at some point the Archduke's subordinates failed. People whispered that after the defeat, life for the Asila family did not get better. The head of the family declared that if they were victorious at least once, who would his daughter be able to ascend to the throne? He dreamed that one day the empire would pass to Roxana and he could put the ruler's crown on her. Ramon told him that he must first strike the Empress, and not the owner of the tower. The Archduke said that it was impossible to hit her, for she was always surrounded by knights and the Imperial magician. The guy said that he arranged everything so that Belle's legs were tied, and he could not help but go to the Furtian forest. The man asked what they would do if the owner of the tower returned unexpectedly. The magician reminded him that as soon as the princess sat on the throne, her father would give the Imperial Soul Stone, after which the guy would be able to destroy the owner of the tower. The advisor said that the reason why the Imperial Magician's apprentice was in such a hurry to Her Majesty's bedroom was to take her beloved cat to Furtian Forest. The kitten quickly realized that he had been figured out and looked angrily at Anakin as he spoke. The Empress understood her advisor's hints, but tried to explain that it was simply a spiritual being. She then turned to his student, reminding him that he had many urgent matters to attend to, so it was high time for him to leave. Rob fussed and misspoke a little, asking to be allowed to bend in front of his teacher. This reservation did not escape Anakin, after which he took the cat by the scruff of the neck and said that it was too cute a cat form for a spirit body. The Imperial Magician quickly returned to his normal body and asked when he had time to find out. The advisor told him that he understood everything from the very beginning as soon as he saw his unpleasant look and worried appearance. Noticing that he was not wearing any clothes, Anakin indignantly asked if Her Majesty had really spent the night with him. After some time, the girl stood near the portal, realizing that she was seeing it for the first time. She thought that of course she wanted to go on vacation, but she didn't know that it would be the Tower of Magicians. A couple of hours earlier, she had separated the arguing advisor and the Imperial Magician. Having stopped them, the Empress commanded that Belle and Rob go to the Furtian forest. She then added that she would remain in the palace to deal with government affairs. The advisor said that the magician could not leave the Empress at such a time, because just recently a dark magician and mercenaries broke into the Imperial Palace. Anakin said firmly and confidently that Her Majesty would be in great danger. Belle said that the last thing he wanted to do was leave her, but he had business in the forest, so before leaving, he would cast a protective spell. The advisor suggested that it would be nice for the Empress to go to the Tower of Magicians. He added that he did not want to admit it, but the Imperial Magician had a power that even the Archduke would not dare to resist. The guy said that, judging by the recent actions of the Asura family, as soon as Belle leaves the Empress, they will immediately begin to act. Smiling, Anakin said that in such a situation, for the sake of protecting the Empress, they have no other choice. Now Arona stood in front of the magical portal and listened to the fact that she would be the first to be sucked into the magical space. Looking at her companions, the Empress heard the question whether she was ready to go. The girl replied that he himself told her not to take anything with her, so she was already ready. The Imperial Magician assured her that everything she needed would immediately appear in the tower. Seeing the misunderstanding on her face, the guy said that she herself would understand everything when she saw it with her own eyes. While his student held the portal open, Belle and Arona headed towards the magical space. Entering inside, she noticed that it was quite dark around her, and she thought that everything around would shine. The owner of the tower told her that the portal is something like a corridor between dimensions, so it is dark and cold here. He playfully added that if she left him, she might get lost and never find him. At that very moment, the girl stumbled and began to fall, but her escort caught her in time. Opening her eyes, she saw that she was standing in the arms of the Imperial Magician, who was gently holding her. Looking at her, he asked her to be more careful and then suggested that they continue on their way. The Empress realized that since last night she had been constantly thinking about Belle's confession. When they arrived, Arona found a very bright room with many doors. Taking off her cloak, the owner of the tower said that perhaps she was the first person who had been here. He told her that she could go into any room except the one that was tightly locked. Laying her down on a chair, Belle told her to rest for a while he quickly carried out his duties. Left alone, the girl said out loud that it would be nice to eat cookies with jam and drink hot tea. What she asked for immediately appeared before her eyes, and she understood what the Imperial Magician meant. Suddenly, a voice was heard throughout the tower, telling her that she was an interesting and calm child. The Empress began to frantically search for which door the voice was coming from, but as she opened each subsequent door, the voice mocked her more and more. After all the doors had been opened, a voice mockingly asked her if she really couldn't sense magical power at all. Tired of endless running, she said that she would rather drink tea because she had no need to look for the owner of an incomprehensible voice. But the voice did not stop and said that only a mysterious and interesting room remained. The room that, according to the Imperial Magician, should have been closed. Upon entering, the former queen noticed that there had been no one in this room for a long time. The voice called to her, saying that he was behind the red curtain, so the girl pulled the curtain with a sharp movement. Pushing aside the red curtain, for a long time she could not take her eyes off the object standing behind it. On the wall hung a full-length portrait of Belle's mother, the great witch Amaryllis. The girl immediately remembered how, as a child, her mother showed her some kind of portrait, saying that this was the mistress of the magic tower. Mother said that she is more powerful than the other owners of the towers, which is why she is called the greatest magician. Arona remembered very well how she had said then that the girl in the portrait was very beautiful, which made her mother smile. That day, for the first time, she saw the relaxed face of her always strict mother and even her bright smile. Her thoughts were interrupted by the bright glow of the blue sphere, from which the Empress recoiled back. Touching it, the girl noticed that the glow became much brighter than it was before. The small spirit of an adult woman slowly began to emerge from the crystal ball. The 26th mistress of the Tower of Magicians, Amaryllis, appeared before her, happily announcing that she had finally found her. The Empress asked if this thing really showed the dead and was surprised at how much progress had been made. The spirit informed her that she did not have a physical body, so she could not be called risen from the dead. Having carefully examined the little woman, Arona heard that now it was as if she was looking into the soul of the great sorceress. The girl wondered why she appeared in front of her so suddenly, and she had a lot to ask her. Amaryllis immediately realized that it would be about her son, who so coolly confessed his feelings to her. The former queen was surprised how she knew about this, but his mother did not stop and asked if she was interested in how he felt. Smiling, she stated that she would be smarter than the Asura family, who was sending mercenaries to her. Watching the soaring spirit, the Empress came to the conclusion that this was indeed the real Amaryllis. Leaning on the crystal ball, the sorceress asked if she wasn't interested in what kind of person Belle was. There were many rumors around the owner of the tower, terrible stories about kidnapping people and absorbing their magical power. She was curious why the protagonist of these horrors had such a childish and innocent expression on his face when he looked at her. She was also worried about why the owner of the magic tower, who cannot love, confessed his feelings to her yesterday. The spirit asked her to slow down, saying that she was asking too many questions, and the girl was outraged why she was reading her thoughts. The mother of the imperial magician said that she could not be sure of everything, and suggested that she herself check the veracity of the rumors about the absorption of magic. The empress said that the imperial family cannot interfere in Fershen's affairs, and asked in spirit whether the girl should worry about Belle. She pressed the fact that the former queen was worried that the magician was actually absorbing power, and from this power, the soul stone would be made. Amaryllis decided to help and dispel all her doubts by starting to cast a spell on her. The next moment, the empress found herself in a completely different place, but heard the last words of the sorceress as she said goodbye to her daughter Annabelle. A door appeared in front of her, through which she entered, and immediately froze from the terrible picture that was happening inside the building. Belle held a bear cub in his hands, from which he sucked all the magical power. Having taken everything without a trace, he calmly placed the bear cub on the bed standing in the center of the room. Instead of a teddy bear, a little boy appeared on the bed, and after looking at whom the empress realized that it was a spiritual body. Having seen enough, the girl decided to break the silence and give herself away, asking what he was doing with the boy. The imperial magician turned sharply on her, asking how she ended up in this place. She hoped she was wrong, but decided to ask if this child was okay. The guy did not answer her for a long time, and the empress asked him to say at least a word to her. After a long pause, Belle finally decided to say that he had taken all his magical power, but the boy would live. The girl looked at him for a long time, not believing what he had just told her so calmly. Clenching his hand into a fist, the imperial magician said that all the rumors were true and he was looking for strong magicians and then taking away their power.